Good morning and welcome back to TopstepTV and back to the opening call. Another day that we get to do this. And what better two guys to do this with? John Hoagland, John Doherty. How you guys feeling this morning?
Feeling good, man. Happy Tuesday. Glad to be here with you, Jay. Glad to be here with you, JD. How you feeling this morning, JD?
Awesome. Feeling great. Ready to get at it. Good morning, Jay. Good morning, Hoag. To all my friends and traders in the chat, good morning to you, too. It is Tuesday. Turnaround Tuesday. Every once in a while, I bring that up, Hoag. Do you still believe in Turnaround Tuesday?
When it happens, for sure.
When it happens, for sure.
I'll
Sound off in the
believe it when I
chat if
see
you've...
it.
Sound off in the chat. Have you ever even heard of Turnaround Tuesday? Do you know what it means? Be curious to know. Curious to see who's actually familiar with that term. It was an old trading floor term. Turnaround Tuesday. We got that poll up in the chat for the opening range breakout trade in gold. 2 minutes until the opening bell in gold. 7:20 a.m. Central Time. Opening bell. What does it look like we're doing? I don't even see the poll right now.
Looks like a 5 minute. We have 50% for the 5 minute, 17% for the 3 minute, 20% for the 1 minute, and 12% say no trade. So it looks like we're taking the 5 minute again, JD. But what else is new? It's not a Top Step TV morning if we're not taking a 5 minute opening range trade in gold for the past month or so. But
Certainly
speaking
isn't.
of which, for that no trade, JD, sometimes we go with no trade if there are things on the economic calendar that we have to watch out for. Anything on the economic calendar for today, JD?
Yes, we do have a couple of things happen at the bottom of the hour. At 7:30 a.m. Central Time, that durable goods orders report will be out. Also, the Talking Fed, Thomas Barkin, will start speaking at 7:30 a.m. Central Time. So a couple of things happen at the bottom of the hour. We're still going to take this opening range trade. The durable goods orders number shouldn't be too heavily market moving. And I'm not really expecting Thomas Barkin to say much unless he's making comments about Lisa Cook and what transpired yesterday between President Trump and Fed Governor Cook. But yet to be seen. We've got some more news on that in a little bit too. At 8 o'clock Central Time, the Case-Shiller Home Price Index and the FHFA House Price Index. Couple of housing numbers coming out at 8 o'clock Central Time. Right around the time we'll be taking that crude oil opening range trade. Top of the hour, 8 o'clock Central Time. 9 o'clock, consumer confidence. That could be a market mover, so stay on your toes as we get into fast markets and reach the top of the hour at 9 o'clock a.m. Central Time. We also have the Richmond Fed Manufacturing Index coming out at 9 o'clock Central Time. After that, we've got a 2-year note auction at noon, money supply at noon, and Treasury buyback results at 1 o'clock p.m. Central Time. Pretty stacked calendar for the day. Quite a bit of economic news going to be hitting the tape. And also headlines. We've always got one eye in the ditch, right? Headlines were flying all over the place yesterday. Markets creating some confusion in the markets, I should say. We saw a little bit of volatility as markets opened up into the early evening last night. I'll see if we get some follow through from that, but we'll talk more on the news in just a little bit.
Awesome stuff. Thank you,
How's
JD.
this,
We do have gold open. We got about a 10 tick opening range right now. Or sorry, 20 tick opening range right now in the 1 minute. But we are taking the 5 minute. Hoag, any earnings that we have to watch out for? We know the big ones tomorrow. Anything out on the
No
calendar
major
today?
earnings today. No major earnings today. All about tomorrow. Tomorrow is the most important day in our lives.
Until the next time.
Until the next time, right?
Until the next time. All right, so we are looking at a 5 minute opening range trade here in gold. Gold had a pretty nice rally last night, and we'll talk about that a little bit when we get into the charts, kind of off the back of some of the news that JD was referring to. But right now, gold trading 34.2730. We are looking at that opening range breakout trade. If this is your first time joining, the trade we're looking at, we're going to let the first 5 minutes after 7:20 a.m. Central Time establish, and then we are looking to go long above the high or short below the low of that candle. Sometimes we can hold on to that trade all day. What's the most recent one we held on to? Was that crude oil yesterday? Crude broke that opening range to the upside. We held that pretty much all day to the crude oil close.
Yeah, we ended up We ended up getting stopped out on the trade around 1 o'clock Central Time when the rug pull happened. Well, what's the anomaly at 1 o'clock Central Time with crude oil? It's just
It's something
time
that
of
D talks about a lot. You know, if crude oil is directional during the day, it tends to have that pullback right at the end of the near the end of the day. I mean, it settles at 1:30. That pullback usually tends to happen after 1 o'clock, and it did to a degree yesterday. But I think we got out pretty well.
we did. We adjusted our stop right before 1 o'clock, which is a good move. We would have been stopped out worse than we were. But yeah, it was pretty incredible. Right at 1 o'clock, as soon as the clock changed, a whole tape bomb hit the crude oil market and it went straight down. I don't know, 20, 30 cents, something like that. We were stopped out immediately at the top of the hour there. And then it continued lower. So, good job trailing the stop. That was Hoag's idea to move it up right at that specific time, too. If we had waited another 5 minutes, we would not have had as good of a trade as we had. That's for sure. Nice job, Hoag.
Gold breakout 1 minute is to the short side.
Short. 1 minute short.
We got a
Still
question
inside
in the
the-
chat, and I have the same question. What is turnaround Tuesday? How do we explain it?
So it was an anomaly that they used to talk about on the trading floor quite a bit. It was a counter trend sort of reversal day. So whenever you are trading, so when you've established a trend and you're trading in one direction for a certain amount of days, typically Tuesday is the day that it likes to reverse and do a little pullback. Doesn't matter if it's bullish or bearish. Whatever
Gotcha.
direction of the underlying trend is, Tuesday is usually, not usually, I'd say, not even historically. People look at it as a counter trend type of trading day. More of a suspicion than anything, or a superstition, I should say. More of a superstition than anything.
Makes
We
sense.
could probably look this up, but I would say that there's probably a percentage of reversal days that happen on a Tuesday. Maybe we'll have to check that out.
Got you. 3 minute just triggered a short, and the 5 minutes getting ready to close here in about 10 seconds. We have a low of 34.2490 and a high of 34.2770 in the minis for gold.
Yeah, as well as GC. Same.
All right.
Well, yeah, you did say minis, didn't you?
Yeah, I think it's the same in the micros. Micros, the low is a tick higher.
Got it.
Low of 34.25 even. So I'm gonna put our stop to enter below 34.2480. Just to give it that extra tick.
28 tick.
And then 34.28 to the upside. Stop to enter.
No tilt to really talk about here in gold. It's 50-50. We do have a 75% long tilt in crude oil right now. We will be taking that crude oil opening range trade at the top of the hour. So when we put that poll in there, make sure you get your votes in as well. 833 people watching right now. We appreciate you all being here. Hit that thumbs up button if you haven't done so already. JD, before we get into the gold charts or maybe trigger into this trade, let's run some news. We had some things happen last night that you might want to talk about.
Hot topic of the day. The President of the United States is firing a Federal Reserve governor for the first time in the Fed's 111-year history. At least he's trying to. Lisa Cook says she's going to keep doing the job until the courts decide if her termination is legal. It's too early to assess the full impact of Trump's move since he posted the announcement at 8:02 p.m. Eastern Time last night. That's 7:02 p.m. Central Time. That's right at the end of after-hours trading. Some analysts expect economic shockwaves, as Amy Kiley will report in this clip. Let's run it.
When executives start to try and meddle with central bank independence, that comes at real cost.
Experts say President Donald Trump's unprecedented attempt to fire a Federal Reserve governor could affect average Americans. Lisa Cook's termination is likely to end up in court. Trump can only fire a Fed board member for cause, and Cook faces no legal charges. In a letter, he claims she, quote, may have made false statements on one or more mortgage agreements.
She and Jay Powell are holding the economy hostage by not cutting rates.
If Cook's seat becomes vacant, Trump can nominate her replacement. He's pressuring board members to cut interest rates beyond what they think is good for the economy. If he succeeds, the Fed would have less control over inflation.
If you have a job, if you have money saved, if you have children, any kind of commitment to this country doing well in the future, this should be of concern.
Investors do seem concerned based on overnight drops in stock futures and the U.S. dollar index. Those reflect retirement accounts and spending power. Beyond economics, analysts also see impacts from Trump's broader campaign to punish perceived enemies.
There's going to be many other people that he's going after as well, but I love it.
Critics say they're worried about how far he'll go.
What is the threat now to the average American?
I'm Amy Kiley reporting.
The man likes to keep busy. No doubt about it.
You ain't kidding.
Yeah, John Jones asked a question: can you take a firing seriously if it's announced via social media? Right, that's where the letter was posted.
And if the person that you're firing just flat out says, no, I'm not fired. All right, we just got triggered into a short. Tomorrow. We got triggered into a short in gold. House count short 5 micro gold 34.2470. 34.2470. We are going to take $200 worth of risk on this trade. CYA up at 34.2870.
You read my mind
on this trade.
5 micros. Short 5 micros currently. Who is that? MG in the chat says sell MGC now, and your goal is 34.16. Let's see if this plays out, MG. The opening range did break to the downside. Gold has been, did have a pretty nice rally overnight. Again, we'll talk about that when we get into the charts in a little bit, but the house is currently short 5 micros, 34.2470. Tilt right now, still 50-50 in gold, so not much there to talk about. And we got this durable goods number coming out in about 10 seconds here.
Yep. We do appreciate your conviction, Amjid, but we have to wait for our trigger signal to get into the market. Seen a little follow through.
Did we get the number?
Let's go.
Saw a little boost in volatility there. Not much.
Seeing it here, U.S. durable goods actual came in at negative 2.8%. Forecast was negative 3.8%. Previous was negative 9.4%. U.S. core durable goods actual came in at 1.1%. Forecast was 0.2%. Previous was 0.2%. Hoag, I heard a there. What is that?
Well, durable goods are doing better than they thought they were. That's not a bad thing. Could that be a little bit inflationary? But I mean, there's still a loss in durable goods orders, except core durable goods. That's actually good. Well, we'll see how the markets digest this information. Not a big kerfuffleation anywhere. Markets are still relatively liquid. NASDAQ's a little bit thin, but the S&Ps seem normal. Gold, normal-ish, maybe a little bit thin. I like those numbers. I think those are good.
Fair enough.
Less of a drop in durable goods than they were expecting overall, month over month for July. This is a preliminary. We will see. We'll see how these markets like it. All I know is I want gold to go lower.
Yes, so do I. What will it take, though? Gold was higher overnight. We got a little gold news to talk about. So gold prices hit a 2-week high overnight. This is the actual headline. Gold prices hit 2-week high as Trump feud Trump Fed feud escalates with the Cook firing. So as we were just talking about, we saw the dollar index, the U.S. dollar took a hit yesterday after the announcement that President Trump plans to fire Fed Governor Lisa Cook. So when you take a hit in the dollar like that, the natural tendency is for investors to rotate out of those positions into safe haven assets like gold. So as the headline says there, we hit a 2-week high in gold last night as investors started piling into safe haven assets. Overnight, spot gold prices rose 0.3% to 33.75, 0.29 an ounce, while gold futures for the October contract rose 0.2%. Last trade in gold, 34.24. In other metals news, broader metal prices benefited from the weakness in the dollar also, following that Trump move. Spot platinum rose 0.1%. Spot silver rose 0.7%. Other industrial metals, benchmark copper futures on the London Metal Exchange rose 0.7%, while COMEX copper futures rose 0.4%. So an uptick all around in the metals complex. This data is coming from investing.com. Spikes in metals as the dollar gets weak overnight. Typical.
Thank you. What to be expected?
Oh, for sure. Yeah, to be expected.
To be expected. What are we seeing, Hoag, in these gold charts? When I look at gold, it's always a reminder to me that news expedites the move. Right? We were looking for gold to do exactly what it's doing right now, and it just so happens that a headline comes out that affects gold prices in the way that it does. So approaching the markets from a technical perspective, what are we seeing, Hoag?
Yeah, I'm gonna go on record right now and saying I'm not a fan of this short in gold for a number of reasons. This is the daily, and typical range bound behavior here: high to low to high. We just put in the low last week here, relatively close to weekly kickoff low. We're starting to see the market continue its rotation to the upper end of the extreme. Yesterday was an inside day with an increase of 3,900 in open interest. If you were to judge this on the daily chart, you would say, well, those are new shorts coming in, but don't jump to conclusions until you look at the 30-minute chart. So Jay, what are you thinking here? We've got the 50 and the 100 session getting ready to converge here. Or I don't know. What do you think?
We are kind of leaving that whirlpool area, Hoag, that gold is in. When gold trades around that 3,400, it kind of gets spun around, and then it shoots out in a direction, right? It's either to the upside or the downside. It looks like we're moving to the upside. Right now, it's trading 34.25. Anywhere in that 3,400 area, the ranges start to contract a little bit, but now we're getting into that area where we see ranges expand, right? As we push up towards the upper extreme of that range. And I just have to think that the pattern is the pattern until it breaks, right? So could something come in and push gold lower? It could, but some of the news that we're getting fundamentally is pushing gold higher, right, and the dollar lower. So it does it happen today? Does it happen into next week? I think the question is how many days does it take to get back up to that 3,500 area? But I think that's where we're going, if I had to guess.
Yeah, I mean,
And I don't have
coming
to. I can
off
just
that-
see what the market does.
Sure, absolutely.
It looks like it's going higher.
Yeah, I mean, coming off last week's low, it seems like the momentum is to the upside, a little bit of inertia, perhaps, and then add a little bit of fundamental information, which we may be looking at today. Let's take a look at the 30-minute and take a look at what happened yesterday in a very narrow range. And what direction did we add that open interest in? So we saw, Friday's move to the upside. We've been watching these areas of where the single prints begin. We looked at it yesterday. We rejected below the 30-minute. We looked at the 720 candlestick where we left those single prints down below last night, and that's when that news came out. So I think there's a pretty good kind of a shift in the market state here. We were kind of looking very range bound, very small range. when we look at where the volume came in yesterday and trying to decipher where that open interest came in, to me, the open interest came in on the long side. Now, we were up against a previous session gap. We talked a little bit about this yesterday. And that previous session gap kind of comes in at the low here, 34.2340. Okay, that's cool. Where does it lead us? If we're going to close this session gap, it takes us considerably higher. It takes us all the way up to 34.7730, getting pretty close to that 3,500 level that Jay was just talking about. Now, what about overnight inventory? Well, you can just kind of tell by looking at overnight VWAP. We don't really have any overnight inventory. You might say it might be a little bit long, because we opened here, we saw this big move to the upside. There was some pretty decent volume there. But with all of this consolidation, that's going to do a lot to even out that inventory. One of the most important nuances that I'm thinking about this morning is the fact that we opened with a session gap. We've got a session gap from the high yesterday, which was 34.21 half. And there's that high. And here's our open right up here. So if we can't close that gap to the session high yesterday relatively early, I'm still looking for opportunities for moves to the upside. Of course, anything can happen. We are back in the gap, and if we're going to fill that gap, there's a long way to go. We've got a visual target that we reached last night. I'm looking for that target to be reached in regular trading hours, which is a naked point of control, 34.3330, naked point of chill, a comfy level from the past. That's what that is. So if our eyes are looking at that, we could see our first move to the upside, with a target up there at 34.33. Are we going to see this gap close today? I don't know, but I think that there's been a little bit of a shift, and I'm with Jay thinking we may see this market resolve to the upside today. Any reacceptance in value from yesterday negates that hypothesis, and the value area from yesterday was so small. It doesn't, I don't think that the juice would be worth the squeeze. I don't know, but we will have to see. Jay, your thoughts?
My thoughts, Hogue. We have two 30-minute candles that I'm looking at that are kind of creating bull flags. The first one is the Powell speech candle that was 9 a.m. Central Time on Friday. That range is 33.76 up to 34.12. Last night, we kind of came down and checked close to 50% of that candle, 33.94. And then we got the, firing the Fed governor tariff candle, which was 7 p.m. Central last night, which was 33.96 up to 34.26. I'm looking at the high of that first candle, that Powell candle, which is 34.1270. We can look in the overnight session last night, the London session, we kind of came down and tested that high. That looks like a satisfied pullback. If we start to see some selling below that, then yeah, we can rotate back down to 3400s and then maybe down to 3380s. But if that candle high continues to hold, I'm looking for opportunities to buy gold above that price. Conservative target, if I'm able to buy off of 34.12, would have to be 34.26. But then if we start to see some buying above that, then yeah, I love your targets to the upside.
All right. Yeah, I was just going to point that out. The overnight low was right at the top of that Powell candle, the first one, right? The first one. So yeah, I'm right now the opening range trade is still valid. It hasn't taken out the high of the opening range, so we're going to stick with this. But the longer we hang out up here without being able to close that session gap, the less I like the trade. But this is all about context, risk management, and patience, isn't it, Jay? These are just
absolutely
context ideas for everyone, and so that's what we're looking at for gold. JD has some news about equities for us. What you got, JD?
Well, first of all, you're really scaring me out of this gold trade right now. I don't want to be in it anymore either, Hogue. Should we just dump it? We had a chance to scratch it. It was just hovering around our entry price for like the last 10 minutes.
Yeah.
And then as soon as you kicked it over to me, we popped. So
timing is everything, isn't it?
Timing is everything. All right, let's talk about equities for a second. Overnight futures fell just a little bit. Dow futures down 0.1%, S&P futures down 0.1%, and NASDAQ futures all down 0.1%. This is on the heels of the Trump-Fed feud. Got a good quote here from CNBC. They break it down just quite nicely, I should say, about the effects of removing Lisa Cook as a Fed governor. So this comes directly from CNBC. There are currently 6 members on the Fed's board, with 1 seat vacant after the resignation of Adriana Kugler earlier this month. Removing Cook would leave 5 members on the board, with non-Trump appointees still holding a majority. However, if Stephen Moran is cleared for the Kugler vacancy and the president is successful in removing Cook, it would give Trump a 4-3 majority on the Fed board. And if Fed Chairman Powell leaves his seat after his term expires in May, it would give the president a 5th vote, 5-3 majority on the Fed board. So is he stacking the board? Is he doing his best to stack the board? It would certainly appear so. But markets are reacting to those moves right now. Overnight, markets in Asia closed a little bit lower. The Shanghai Composite down 0.39%, the Nikkei down 0.97%, and the Hang Seng Index down 1.18%. In Europe, stocks trading lower this morning. FTSE down 0.43%, the DAX down 0.36%, and the CAC down 1.39%. US dollar index down 0.21%, 98.23 last on the US dollar index. The VIX up just over 4%, 15.41 on the VIX. VIX up over 4% right now. And the yield on the U.S. Treasury note, 4.279%, up marginally, 0.004% for the morning. All right, let's dig into those equity charts. I'll keep you apprised of this gold trade situation if anything happens.
All right.
I'm telling you, Hoag, the more you talked about gold, the less I like this trade.
Well, the markets like to make a liar out of me, so we still got a chance.
Hanging in there. We'll hang tough with it.
So equities, a little bit of a shift yesterday. The S&Ps were presenting as much weaker than the NASDAQ, but the NASDAQ is a lot further off the all-time highs. So at some point, those are going to converge again to some degree or to some definition of it. We failed to reach that all-time high yesterday. That all-time high remains in the extended trading hour session. And we lost about 11,000 estimated in open interest yesterday. That failure to reach the all-time high brought in some probably long liquidation, some profit taking, and of course, probably some squeezing of the laggard buyers up near the highs. There is a lot of data pending tomorrow, Thursday, Friday. There's a lot coming out. We're really just kind of establishing an area of balance, kind of stacked against the previous area of balance, which is stacked below the previous area of balance. We're looking for new information. We're holding at all-time highs. These markets are extremely resilient. I think that they're doing very well considering, some of the things that have been going on. It's still safe to check your 401k. So that's a good thing. Jay, what are you seeing on this daily chart that might stick out to you, if anything?
On the daily in the S&P, Hoag, what I am seeing is Friday's candle, or that Jackson Hole candle. We tested 50% of it last night in the overnight session. 64.30 is that price. If you look at that halfway back on that daily candle. The S&P and the NASDAQ, interesting spot here, right? We do have Nvidia earnings coming out tomorrow. We know the market is going to react to that. I'm curious to see how much price action we actually get on a day like today. We got a 32-point range high to low so far. Daily ATR is 61 points in the S&P, and we already had some contraction of that yesterday, 43 points. So, yeah, I'm seeing balance a little bit, Hoag. I'm seeing a market that is again reluctant to make all-time highs. It tries it, and every once in a while we peak an all-time high and then we sell off, and it's been doing exactly that. So I would not be surprised at a little bit more selling to come in here. Maybe test that 64.30 level again. If we test it and buyers are there, that's a good spot to buy. But yeah, right now I'm seeing balance.
Okay. Uh, you've been so great at pointing out the fact that anytime these equities have been making new all-time highs, it tries to sneak up on it. It's not
Yep.
like blasting highs. It's just peeking up there and saying, "Okay, we did it," and then kind of pulling back a little bit, like a turtle
Right.
sticking its head out of its shell.
It's like whack-a-mole
Yeah,
for the last
yeah.
for the last buyer, right?
Whack-a-mole for sure, man. Don't be the laggard, ladies and gentlemen. Don't be the laggard
Right.
buyer. All right, here we go. So there's that Friday daily bar right to the center, as Jay just pointed out. We also have the 200 session moving average on the 30-minute chart down there. What are we looking at here? Well, failure to take out the all-time high on Friday, failure to take it out yesterday, a very narrow, thin range. Now, we lost an approximate 11,000 in open interest. The move to the upside wasn't really bringing all that impressive volume. It's when we started one time framing lower where we started to see volume increasing at lower pricing. And we had that late spike put in at the end of the day yesterday. By profile definition, it was a neutral day yesterday, but there's some good information in this. A couple of things. The late spike to the downside. So at the end of the day in the S&Ps, not in the NASDAQ. NASDAQ is not presenting as weak as the S&Ps. The market extended the range and closed near the low of the range. That creates the late spike. The base of the late spike, 64, 63, 50. Remember that. What's our overnight high? 64, 63 quarter. Direct, okay? Exacting move. All right, that's going to mean one of two things. It was shorter time frame overnight traders that saw this level and said, all right, we're going to try short here. And they got paid for it. Whether they knew it or not, there was something that was going to be coming out that was going to move this market lower. So they got paid on that. What are we looking for as far as overnight inventory is concerned? I don't think that we're really looking at a lot. Here's where we opened last night. Here's where we are. So the market really hasn't moved much. However, it is creating a session gap. Okay, so what's the low from yesterday's regular trading hour session? 64.53 and a quarter. 64.53 and a quarter. If we were to open now, we'd open with a gap. We can't close the gap relatively early. We're looking for an opportunity in the direction of the gap, which would have us looking for shorts. However, look at where we got down to in the overnight session. We got really close to the singles where they began on the Friday big move to the upside after Powell talked. Also, that 200 session moving average on the 30-minute chart. What have we been doing since we stabbed down there? Well, we put in a higher low. We put in a higher low, and we've got even highs or just about even highs up here. So we're kind of putting together a rising triangle, just roughly placed. Here we go, and here we go. So if we do get a breakout to the upside, I could see this market, moving down, kind of repairing all those single prints in the overnight session, finding some buyers, and then continuing this move to the upside. We've got to close the gap. We've got to show signs of reacceptance inside the range and certainly the value area from yesterday. And again, with the narrow range yesterday and the narrow value area, value low on this platform, 64, 65 half, 64, 78 quarter, 65 half to 78 quarter. We're looking at about a 13 handle value area from yesterday. Is it worth the squeeze? I don't know. Those are my thoughts. Jay, I'm sticking with those thoughts. What are you thinking?
Looking at the equities right now, Hoag, looking at the S&P, we got that 200 moving average on the 30-minute down at 64.31 half. That's pretty much the overnight low. I'm seeing a lot of balance today, unless we get something, a headline out, which can happen, right? We know anytime a headline comes out, it can give us some volatility. But as far as a directional move today, I'm expecting a lot of consolidation. We'll see what the New York session brings. But right now, I feel like we're in a place, especially right in the middle of that. What was this huge candle for? Oh yeah, from Friday, right? We're still in that
Friday, yes.
Jackson Hole. Yeah, we're
Yep.
still in that Jackson Hole candle. Pretty much right at 50% of it. I'm expecting a consolidation day in the equities, especially in the S&P. We saw what the S&P was like yesterday, right? That first hour and a half of the New York session open was very quiet, right? While the NASDAQ did try to break out of that range, the S&P was extremely
Mhm.
consolidated. So maybe there's more opportunity over there. But looking
Mhm.
at this S&P chart, I don't see uh, the market doing too much, to be honest.
Right. Well, like we said, the profile was a neutral day with a late spike to the downside. Late spike rules. Again, we've defined what the late spike is. It's a move extending the regular trading hour session range at the end of the day and closing outside of the previous range. That creates the late spike. The basic late spike rules, if we were to open flat out below yesterday's session low, below the base of the low of the late spike, I should say, 64.35 quarter, that's a marking of acceptance of lower pricing. Opening inside the late spike from the session low, again, that session low, 64.53 quarter, between that and the base of the late spike, 63 and a half, 64, 63 and a half, that's a secondary but a higher probability of acceptance of lower pricing. And what that means is we're expecting value to be outright lower to overlapping out to lower because of the late spike. It doesn't mean close your eyes and sell. Nothing happens exactly the same way twice. And once you get the right answer, the market's going to change the questions. Always kind of there's always something on the horizon that we're always looking forward to and thinking, okay, well, what are traders going to do coming up to that? We've got Nvidia earnings tomorrow. I agree with Jay. I think there's a high probability of range bound trade today because of that. But again, this is all about context. Let's see if we can find some good opportunities during fast markets today. All right, that's what we've got for the S&Ps. I know we've got some news about crude.
We sure do. Direct from oilprice.com, which is my new favorite source for crude oil news. Oil prices dipped. After hitting the 3-week high yesterday, oil prices have stabilized a bit in anticipation of those additional 25% tariffs imposed on Indian exports. In a quote from oilprice.com, Indian exporters are already bracing for the tariffs, which would reach a total of 50% for all goods exported from the subcontinent to the United States. The tariff slap was President Trump's idea to discourage Indian refiners from buying Russian crude oil, especially in such volumes as they are buying currently. Again, oil prices have stabilized overnight after hitting that 3-week high yesterday. How do you guys feel about a big move like we had yesterday? Today, likely a hangover day? What's your opinion? What are the
Well,
charts telling us?
it's inside extended trading hours today. But I actually, had them put that headline out there to make my weekly kickoff high look really good, 64.80,
Nice.
which is right where we got out of that last one lot, pretty much,
It was, yeah.
from the long we took yesterday. So, without any fundamental news, it's doing what range bound markets do. It's put in a low, traded to a high. What I was considering an important high, 64.80, the weekly kickoff high, looked above it, couldn't continue. That's one of the things that said, okay, now it's time to move that stop up. We moved it to exactly 64.80, and that's where we ended up getting out of that last long. So that was a good trade. What are we looking at today? Well, we're looking at the market putting in a high and then starting to rotate possibly back into the lows. This is what range bound markets do. Yes, this is a very wide range in the longer time frame, which is kind of comprised of smaller time frame ranges, range, 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 range. So it's all just part of a longer time frame area of balance. We're looking for the shorter time frame areas of balance. We know that this market has been respecting short time frame levels very well, all the way down. It targeted naked points of control from the past. It's targeted naked points of control to the upside as well. Jay, what do you think? What are we doing here? Are we just going to kind of rotate back in here between the weekly kickoff high, $64.80, $65 down to $62?
Yeah, I thought crude was going to be somebody, Hogue. And we were, we were talking about this yesterday. with the cup and handle that we had, and it was a really nice trade that we had on yesterday. It looked like it had the potential to break out of this range, but then we said it while we were reviewing crude yesterday. We have to remember that this is crude oil, and it can stay in this range for 3 months, for 6 months, for 6 years if it wants to. And it kind of looks like that's what we're doing. We have this 200 moving average down here at 63.40, uh, and that's on the daily. It's a range bound market. It is a range bound market until it's not. It has been, though. It has been presenting some great trading opportunities. We saw it yesterday. Crude was probably the trade of the day from that opening range trade. Right now on the daily, we are pretty close already to the daily ATR. So I'm wondering how much room is there left in a move for the day. But yeah, it is range bound until it's not. We do have that poll in the chat. What opening range trade are we taking in crude oil? Is it the 1, 3, or 5 minute opening range trade, or no trade? So make sure you get your votes in there. I see 75 votes already. But yeah, crude is in this range, Hoag. Some decent moves. We had a 2% high to low move yesterday. We're already at 1.75% today, so it's moving. It's just not going anywhere.
So one last thing on this daily chart, we lost 15,000 in open interest on an up day, up near an important inflection level. We squeezed out shorts. Those shorts, that buying power is now taken away from the markets, and the markets have turned. Boy, I'll bet all those shorts that got squeezed at the highs yesterday are ruining their decision now. Let's take a look at the 30-minute. My goodness. So here it is. Here's the 30-minute chart. All right. So, this market has been, I love just showing this on the way down. I guess we've changed contracts, but the market really targeted points of chill on the way down. It targeted points of chill on the way up, and it's targeting points of chill on the way down now as well. So here's the trade yesterday. That was the opening range. We held the last one or two, I forget. For a possible continuation, once we started getting late in the day, we moved that stop down to up to 64.80 weekly kickoff high. That's where the market actually settled, right on weekly kickoff high, 64.80. All right.
Hoag,
so
real quick, Hoag.
Yes.
I don't want to cut you off, but we do have numbers coming up in about 20 seconds here. We got Case Shiller,
Okay.
year over year, and house prices as well. Just want to remind everyone in the chat, minor numbers, but they do have the potential to move the markets. So just in case you are in a trade, know where your risk is. If you don't want to be, make sure you hit that flat and all. 10 seconds to those numbers. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jay. I get
Also,
lost.
also real quick, guys, we're getting some nice movement in gold to the downside right now.
Yeah,
I did put a bid in to cover a pair at 2R. We have a bid to cover a pair at 34.1660. Maybe I'll 10% it if we get all the way down there, but nice break to the downside in the MGC.
Yeah,
Good.
so in that gold trade, 34.1870 is the bottom of the gap that we're trying to accept inside of. We've taken out the high, we've closed the gap. We're now possibly inside of value. We continue to see price lower than this level. That could be value acceptance, which could bring us, all the way back down to value low right around 34.1390. So, while we were kind of doubting that trade, the opening range remains the dead ass high until it isn't. So that was still a valid trade. We stuck with it. Good job. All right.
Good job. Back to crude, Hoag.
Yeah, we'll take a look. Oh, I'm sorry. Here, hang on.
Crude is open for business.
All right.
Nice pop on the 1 minute candle.
Housing price index was, for a year over year, June, it was 2.9. Well, they adjusted that one. Came out 2.6%. Housing price index for June came out a little bit lower than expected, minus 0.2%. They were looking for minus 0.1%. The S&P Case Shiller came out as expected for the year over year at 2.1%. And the month over month came out at 0% change after the previous release of positive 0.4%. Nothing really moving all that much off of that information. All right, so back to crude. Dude, we've got some overnight inventory to contend with here. We opened around here, and we are, currently trading lower. We are opening with a gap to the downside from yesterday's low. Recession low yesterday was 63.96. If we hold below that, we could see this market continue this push to the downside. There are visual targets that we have yet to reach in regular trading hours. We've got 63.65, another point of chill, another point of chill below that, 62.93. And then we'd get all the way down to weekly kickoff low 62, which is right near another point of chill, 62.01. We'll see how this plays out, and we're going to get into this opening range trade. Jay, what are your thoughts on crude oil this morning?
We do have, I'm looking at that 200 moving average on the 30-minute down at 63.56. That might be an interesting level to take a trade off of. Yeah, we'll see here. We will see here.
We do have this trend line with 1, 2, 3, 4 points of contact off of that. And, we just, the profile yesterday was a P-shaped profile. We lost open interest. That was short covering yesterday. That move was squeezing shorts out of the market. Those shorts are now, they're not buying it anymore. We know that, at least not for now. So pretty much a trend day to the upside with a P-shaped formation indicating short covering. We have to see how this plays out. I think there might be a pretty good probability of an opening range trade working our way today in crude oil as well as gold. We got a good one in crude yesterday. Why not 2 days in a row?
I feel like when they start working in crude oil, they're pretty consistent, right? We had maybe a month ago, we had a run of maybe 3 or 4 days where that opening range trade was a pretty good trade for those days. We got a pretty wide opening range here, 14 tick opening range on the 1 minute. And it looks like it's going to end up being the 5-minute opening range as well. It is the 3-minute opening range. But we will be looking at the 5-minute. It's 63.86 at the high, 63.72 at the low for the minis, JD.
Yep, I got an 87 high in the micro. I'll just work 88s to get in. What was your low again, Jay?
72.
72. Okay, I've got 73. So I'll work a 71 bid below, or offer stop below. All right, I'm working our stops to enter above and below. 63.88. 63.88 to the upside, stop to enter the upside, stop to enter on the downside, 63.71.
See, guys, I told you the market likes to make a liar out of me. Look at gold.
Bouncing off the settlement here, 17.5 settlement in gold.
I feel like I probably should have 10%ed something in gold on that last dip. Haven't adjusted, haven't lineated it yet. Still working a bid below to cover some at 2R. That'll give us a free trade on gold if we cover a couple.
We got a 62% short tilt in gold, 80% long tilt in crude oil here. I wonder how many people are trading crude right now.
You know what happens when that crude tilt? You know what happens when that crude tilt? It's 80%. We haven't seen it in a while either. It's been a minute since we've seen 80% in either direction on the tilt in crude oil. But for a while, it was a pretty good indication of potential reversal. Once that tilt peaks its head above 80%.
Let's keep an eye on that. What price is crude trading right now? Turnaround Tuesday is 63.81. I'm going to write that down. Let's take a look. 63.81, 80% long. All right. No trigger yet on that 5-minute opening range trade. Gold is selling just a little bit under settlement right now. Dolby says, dude, it's crude. Yeah, 80%, 69% positive. They're long from 63.79. So about a tick in the profit right now. Interesting stuff here. Before we get into these NASDAQ charts, JD, we got some news. The Super Bowl is tomorrow. Football season
Super
starting,
Bowl.
but the Super Bowl for our financial markets is tomorrow. What do we got, JD?
We got a nice article from Reuters out. Nvidia set for a $260 billion price swing after earnings. That's what the options markets are indicating right now. According to Reuters, options traders are pricing in about a $260 billion swing in Nvidia's market value following the chipmaker's second quarter earnings expected tomorrow after the bell. So options implied volatility roughly 6% swing after the shares in either direction following the results, which would be reported after the markets close on Wednesday. All right. So here's a quote from Chris Murphy, co-head of derivatives trading at market maker giant Susquehanna. The ripples out of Nvidia might be more interesting than the actual move for Nvidia. He went on to say a lot of these really high flyer speculative AI names have come off a lot, but Nvidia is basically back below its all-time high. So they're expecting swings on both sides of the market. Options models are pricing in swings on both sides of the market after Nvidia earnings. So should the chip makers' expectations, should the results exceed expectations, Murphy said that would support some of the harder hit, more speculative areas of the AI trade. Over the last 12 quarters, Nvidia is, where did I just put that? Over the last 12 quarters, Nvidia's implied earnings have averaged 7.7%, while the average actual move is closer to 7.6%, according to data from Orats. So expecting quite a bit of movement after Nvidia earnings tomorrow. Again, those are out after the close.
Got a couple of price objectives from some of the bigger banks. Bank of America's price objective stands at $220 for Nvidia. Morgan Stanley lifted its target slightly to 206. And Stifel raised its target to 212. So that is pretty good for a stock that's currently trading about 180 right now. So we're looking at another $20 to $30 move to the upside. I'd be down for that.
Impressive. Looking forward to it. We'll be covering that also. Probably during at the buzzer with Coach Jay. We'll be going over Nvidia earnings tomorrow.
Yes, sir. We will be having a watch party.
Look at that.
Did somebody say party?
Party?
Somebody say party?
You trying to tempt me with a good time? I'm in.
I'll order some wings. All right, let's take a look at these NASDAQ charts. So what are we looking at?
All right. So this trend line off the all-time highs, 1, 2, 3, maybe 4, 5 points of contact, showing some signs of rejection. Nowhere near did we get to the all-time high as close as we did with the S&Ps. The NASDAQ kind of presented itself as a little bit of a stronger market during the regular trading hour session yesterday. While the S&P has lost 11,000 in open interest, the NASDAQ added 3,500. Now, we're going to check that direction when we get to the 30-minute charts. Balanced state remains. Basically, this is off the all-time high. So, I mean, you can just see the range bound that we've been in, high to low, a new high, higher low. I like that. And now we're up against this trend line. So interested in seeing how the market moved yesterday and getting a good gauge on where that open interest came in from. It's not huge, but it's an impactful number. Again, an estimated additional 3,500 in the NASDAQ while we lost 11,000 in the S&Ps. Telling a little bit of a different story. Jay, what are your thoughts?
Telling a little bit of a different story, but a similar story, Hoag. If I'm looking at that Friday candle, again, that Jackson Hole candle, 50% of that is the low of the session so far today. 23,376. We tagged it in the overnight session. So I'm looking at that as if we are going to get a pullback for buyers to step in. Did we get it already, right? We'll take a look at the 30-minute chart, but that's also right where that 200 moving average is. But then again, same thing that I'm thinking about in the S&P, Hoag. Today may be a range-bound day. I hate to say and I have to watch my own bias as a trader, where I am a better trend momentum trader. I hate to say that range bound days don't present opportunities because they do, right? You call them cash register days all the time. But today
Mhm.
feels like a day where we're looking to identify the extremes of that range. It might be 23,500 at the high, down to 23,375 at the low, about 125-point range I'm looking at. And again, I could be wrong, but I don't know how much directional movement I see today, the day before Nvidia earnings, unless
Right.
there's some headlines or something that come out and move the markets. But if it's a
Sure.
120-point range in the Nasdaq, I think there's enough opportunity to find in that. But it feels like a patient day. Maybe wait for the first half an hour, first hour before looking for opportunities. But there will be some for sure.
Of course. Always opportunities. Stay locked in, folks. Stay locked in. All right. Here we go. So the range from yesterday. All right. Here's that trend line on the daily chart. I know it comes in a little bit off of sometimes a little bit. We did kind of play with it yesterday. Doom has the same chart on his. His was placed a little bit differently. His was actually a little bit higher. So the fact that we were unable to see any continuation or anything happening up there was, I think, enough for some sellers to come into this. But the open interest that we added yesterday, looking at the volume was really stronger on the way up than on the way down yesterday. I'm thinking that additional 3,500 contracts and open interest, we added some longs yesterday at a really kind of a bad level, if you ask me. This trend line up here was I think it was probably retail. I think it was probably shorter time frame, weaker hands, pea shooters like me, looking for the big breakout to the upside that just never happened. One of the things that did not happen was we didn't get the late spike at the end of the day. Again, the NASDAQ for some reason is now presenting as stronger than the S&Ps. Here's that move down to half of that Friday Jackson Hole bar. Jay loves those. You got the 200 session moving average down there. Do we see any overnight inventory? No. Look how flat VWAP is. VWAP is just flat. There's nothing going
Flatline.
on there. Yep. So, we're in range. Little chance of opening with a gap at all. I'm with Jay. I think, there's a lot of pending information that is going to move these markets drastically one way or another, or not. Could be a storm in a teacup. I highly doubt that, but you never know. So really just kind of looking, where did we get down to? So the singles closed in the NASDAQ from Friday's bar, those prints, they would close here at 342 and a quarter. But we've already done a pretty good job of repairing any unfinished business in the NASDAQ and in the S&Ps down in those levels. So I don't know. We'll see what happens. Jay, what are your thoughts here on the 30-minute chart?
Uh, My thought, Hogue, I wish I was awake at I was awake. What was I doing at this time? I was on slow markets with Dakota. Why didn't I buy off that 200 moving average? That's my first thought, Hogue. My second thought is looking for opportunity up near 23,500, potential rejection area. We did see it a little bit earlier today. If we don't see any buying up above that area, that looks like a decent spot to limit risk to fall back into this range. And then the same thing off that 200 moving average on the 30-minute, which is probably going to be down at 23,400 when we get there. Looking for opportunities there as well. If we don't see any selling continue below that level, that might be a good spot to limit risk to the long side. Of course, if we start to get some momentum, and I'm completely wrong about the range, I'm looking at 23,100s to the downside and 23,650s to the upside.
All right. Thank you, Jay.
Thank you, Hogue.
We really haven't broken out in crude oil yet.
I don't think so. No, we are still in that range. That's
Wow.
pretty crazy.
Well,
We're just sitting there.
let's see if we can beat the record for the 1 minute opening range lasting 57 minutes.
We're at 16 right
Wow.
now. Crude oil trading 63.79. Still a 78% long tilt. Let me refresh that just to make sure that is right. Yeah, 78%. They're holding on to it. One tick in the profit right now, I guess. But let's see what happens. Anything can happen. All
ACH,
right.
baby.
Still in that gold trade. No management there yet, JD, right? We still in the full position there. Gold.
Still in the full position, nothing done. I'm thinking about peeling a couple off at 1.5 R here. Just
Okay.
because we're stalling here, and we saw some decent buying coming in just a few minutes ago. Coming off a decently strong 15-minute candle. Let me switch back over to that gold chart. Decent buying off a settlement price. We're approaching settlement price once again. See what happens down here. I was talking about 10%ing that last dip in that last 15-minute candle. Missed our target price to peel a couple off by just a couple of ticks. I didn't do anything. I did mention 10%ing it, but I didn't because I was concentrating on that crude oil opening range. But if we get another move back down by settlement, I might peel a couple off. We'll have a free trade on then.
Nice. Settlement 34.17 half in gold there. James Slay says, "Keep your fingers off of it, JD. don't touch it." But,
don't touch it.
I'm
out.
I like the. I like.
It's hit or miss.
There.
Sometimes you don't touch it and it runs right back and spits in your face, and it gives you 2R and then comes back and runs your stop on you. You didn't peel any off to lock in a free trade or anything. It's kind of got that feeling right now, because
yeah, and it's not like the market state is directional in the longer time frame either. There's low probability of a trade going one way all day.
It happened to us yesterday in gold. Same exact scenario. We had a great trade on. We peeled off 2 for a free trade, and then came back all the way back up and ran through our stop.
Well,
Absolutely.
JD, you can always, you can always buy a couple for the break.
Yeah. We are at.
But that would that be Lennying?
Yeah.
Ooh. We don't want to be Lenny.
Right.
All right. Let's JD. We got one more news thing to get to. New Orleans great. Lil Wayne, Dwayne Carter, on his first album, The Carter, had a song called "I Miss My Dogs," which might be a fitting theme song to play for today. JD, what is today?
It is. Today is a very special day for a lot of us out there, because today is the year's biggest day for man's best friend. That's right. It's National Dog Day. Right in the middle of the dog days of summer, too. Dogs give their owners so much and comfort and unconditional love. So this is the perfect day to treat your pooch to an extra walk, a grooming, or an extra treat. National Dog Day was founded 2 decades ago by animal rescue advocate and dog trainer Colleen Page. She's founded several animal-oriented recognition days to raise awareness about the plight of animals and encourage adoption. The date of August 26th is personal for her. That's the date her family adopted their first dog from an animal shelter when Paige was 10 years old. Is there a dog in your household? Or are you thinking of adopting? National Dog Day. I have a rescue dog myself, a little rescue pit bull named Lila. Her name was Delilah when we adopted her. We shortened it to Lila.
We have a 90-pound black German Shepherd. Her name is Lacey. And yes, she will probably get extra love today. Not like she's missing anything, but she's a sweetheart. 90 pounds of love, absolutely no manners.
I got to give a shout out to my 70-pound bulldog, Daisy, and my sister's dog's staying with me right now, Sadie, who's like a 14-pound Boston Terrier. But if they fight, Sadie's winning every time. Daisy's a big baby.
All right, guys. I hate to do it, but I'm going to have to dip out a little early on you to make room for our fast markets counterparts. I'm currently sitting in our friend Jack Pelzer's seat in VMix, so I'm going to make way for him. If you want, though, I'm going to run through the schedule, or if you like, I'll run through the schedule real quick, and then I'm going to make a quick exit. Sound good?
Go for it, JD.
Sounds good, JD.
All right. Coming up on Fast Markets, we've got Chike. Chike's back. I see him in the green room right now. He's going to be joined by Andre, Jack, and Hoag. Hoag's coming back for the morning recap at 11 o'clock a.m. Central Time. Trade with Topstep featuring Coach J, Carlos P, and Dolby Time. Carlos P always brings it. That's going to be a great segment. Shoulder Tap is back, guys. Don't forget, Jack and Ben are going to be here at 12 o'clock Central Time for a Shoulder Tap. We're going to be roasting and toasting a couple of traders. Lunchbox Trading, we've got Coach D and one of her chameleonaires, Shay, back in the house. I'll be talking with them. We'll be talking VIP. We'll be talking trades. It'll be a great time. Power Players at 1 o'clock Central Time featuring Andre, Dakota, and me. I'll be back for the 1 o'clock segment. And then we're closing out the day in Power Hour with Andre, John London, and Dolby Time. Make sure you stick around for that. We'll be hamming it up and trading it up all day long here on Topstep TV. All right, guys, I'll keep you posted on whether or not we get triggered into a crude oil trade. But for now, I'm going to jet, and I will catch you all
right,
a little later.
All right. Later, JD.
Hey, it's that time, folks. I'm going to nag you. I'm going to make you do it. It's time for the trading checklist. Do your pre-market research. Market, trend, range, settlement, volume, open interest. What about your reference levels? Where are those levels that you're going to be looking to take trades? Where are those levels where you're going to limit risk? Once you get that done, do your morning routine, have your coffee, take a walk, have a coffee cake, whatever it is. You got your morning routine done, research done, plan reviewed, platform tested, strategy review, journal done, prep the workstation, you're ready. Start taking your trades. Gauge your confidence in every trade you're going to take. You want to make sure you're taking those A1 number one good setups, profit targets, stop price. You can put every trade in there. And at the end of the day, of course, you're going to review the trades. You're going to update your journal. You're going to get plenty of rest and be ready for the next trading day. Trading psychology resources. Yes, don't overtrade. Don't trade out of FOMO. Don't trade impulsively. Don't trade angry. All of that venom just clouds your ability to make good trading decisions. There we are with the trading checklist. Jay, always a pleasure, my man.
Always hope.
All right. So we are going to be getting ready for fast markets coming up here. It's going to be another fun one. Jay, as always, pleasure to be with you. Pleasure to be with you, JD. And it's a pleasure to be with all of you. I like to kind of talk about the top of the chat, mostly the same names, trying to get some more people competing to get that top spot up there. But Dan Trader won this morning. Yabbersmack, Command 86-2. I just want to call you Command 88. VAV, Anastasios, I saw you were back yesterday. I didn't get the chance to say good morning to you. You've been missing for a little while. We missed you. Glad to have you back. Jojo, there's a new name. Man Caves, Rich Quas, Shubham, Alexander Crane. Yeah, he was asking about Lacey. He's asking about Lacey today. So, yes, it's National Dog Day. Give your dogs extra treats. Give them extra loves. Give them extra walks. Give them a nice brushing, which Lacey absolutely hates, which is a lot of fun to try and do. But you know what, folks? We are going to be heading to fast markets here. Don't forget, stay humble, grateful, creative, centered in your trading today. Pray for peace every day. It is time for fast markets. Good morning, fast markets. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go get it.
Good morning, everybody out there. Sound the bells. Ladies and gentlemen, it is National Dog Day. This is Andre. This is Chike. I'm holding Rodney. Let's do this thing, Dre.
I thought the name of your dog was Andre for a second. I was like, wait, 1 minute. Hold up. Anyways, welcome everybody to TopstepTV. This is Fast Markets on the right. Number 51 on the big board. Chike in the house. Jack in the middle, myself. Yeah. We got Hoag jumping on here in a few. Let's get right into it. Chike, how's it going? Thoughts on the markets on this Tuesday? What's up, Chike?
Yeah, it's going good. Once again, good morning. And I'm looking for a sell-off today, so I'm expecting and anticipating a good sell-off. So I will be looking for shorts throughout the whole day, and potentially my entry, my 245 trade would be short, most likely.
Okay, very good. Looking for push to the downside. Some of that 245. We're talking about 15 minutes into the New York session. Cheeky, very mechanical with this trade. If then, we will talk about the setup as we get closer to that. Again, we'll keep an eye out for 15 minutes after the New York bell. Jack, happy Tuesday. Thoughts coming in to this market. Big news overnight, by the way.
Yeah, I had to change into another sweater because I forgot how much my dog sheds. But that's not the news from last night. Trump fired Lisa Cook, so we'll see how that shakes out. But this isn't sort of like Apprentice style where it's one and done. Expect a long, drawn-out process from this.
Yes, indeed. For those that are just catching up overnight, not overnight, yesterday, during the Asian session, Trump is effectively looking to remove Lisa Cook. We did see the equity sell off big time. It did eventually rebound, and gold took a big pop. We're talking about 7 p.m. Central Time. Gold popped a solid $30 or so, and then did stabilize. But we'll keep an eye on that story. I'm guessing it will not be going away anytime soon. Let's take a look at some of these prices. Look at the NASDAQ, 23,471. Got the ES trading 64.50. Gold trading 34.19. I believe the house account is short 5. Micro gold, yes, indeed, from 34.24. So in the money, about $5. Crude trading 63.79, about 20 cents off the lows there. And Dow in 45,313. We'll keep an eye on that Dow on this opening bell here. We see the Dow definitely likes to move one way or another, and then we're going to figure out if the if NASDAQ or the ES wants to follow. So we'll take a look how that goes. All right, Jack, any prices of interest in the ES?
Yeah, well, actually, kind of right here, right now. Yesterday, I was looking. It ended up closing the day there in that late sell-off. I was looking all day for that 64.55 level or thereabouts. I'm gonna wait till the bell opens so I can see some of the options activity in the SPX. We got more news on that later. Yesterday, Andre, was one of the biggest volume days, even though we didn't move that much in over at the CBOE. So we'll talk about that.
Kidding.
Options rule everything. Or
very good. What was that price again? 64.55? 50?
Yeah, or right around here. Ultimately, I mean, the big kind of levels, kind of near the high of the session so far. 64.67, let's call it, would probably be the SPX 64.50 level.
Okay, here we go. 10 seconds. Let's get ready to rock. Again, Chike looking for he's leaning bearish right now. And looking for his trade 15 minutes after the bell. Chike, let's get ready to rock. Markets are about to open here on Topstep TV. We are open. Let's do it. Little selling initially. Little selling in the ES. Little pop in the NASDAQ. Dow pushing lower here. Dow will typically be the first one to move, or at least aggressively here. All right, Chike, talk to me about this trade 15 minutes in. You're looking bearish. First of all, why? Why to the downside?
We've just been downtrending. Like, we did have obviously that pump on the 22nd from Powell's speech, but I do feel like we have some unfinished business below before we continue upwards. So I am looking for that sell-off, at least to like 23,334s. So 23,334, around there.
344. All right. Are you looking for a specific price, perhaps, to take this short? Or are you just going to see what the market gives you at about 45 after? How do you approach this? Are you looking for a certain price, or is this more about time?
It's time-based, so I don't really care what the price is. We could be like, for example, pumping a lot, and I could still take the short. It's more of just time-based. So I will be looking for where we are in respect to the 245. And I'll take that short as long as my strategy is not invalidated.
Good. Okay, typically, and also the risk reward. Typically, risk 50 to make 100. Correct? Is that still the risk reward on this setup?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Very good. Risking 50 to make 100. All right. Very good. Little pop here in the NASDAQ, 23,000. 64.95. Call it ES. Stepped on some highs there. 64.54 in the orders. Gold pushing a little higher here. 34.22. Nothing really on the tilt just yet. Big buy volume.
Closing in on settlement in the ES. Just about there, both in the NQ and the ES. We closed the small gap in the SPX, so now we can go. Let's see what happens.
See what happens indeed. What do we have on tap for the day? All right, top of the hour, we got U.S. consumer confidence. Top of the hour will be the first number. We did have durable goods. Core durable goods, a little hotter. Expected.
They're good.
Yeah, 0.2%. Month over, durables. All right, core came out hotter. Durables came in a little better. All right, it's fair enough. A little mixed bag there. Let's take a look here. We're above 23,500, trading 504s. Just printed 23,510 in the NASDAQ. New highs in the ES as well. 64.55 half.
515s looks like a nice short.
515.
But if I was to preempt my 2.5, it would be at 515s. But I've learned I don't preempt anymore. So
all right,
yeah.
Like the 515s. And typically, what's the size that you go into with this trade, Chike?
3M and keys. Yeah.
Very good. House account did just got short 5 micro crude from 63.71. Let's trade 63.84. 63.84. Dow. There we go. Dow pushing higher. New highs Dow. New highs ES. Everyone's moving together, all dancing together right now. It's been a minute since we've seen this. Anything on the ladder here? Jeez, guys, I have 515. Chica, you're gonna be disciplined. You're seeing your price right here, right now.
Yeah.
You still got 12 minutes. You still got 12 minutes. This is
I like it a lot, but I'm not gonna take it.
Like this. This is interesting. This is decision making time. You've learned from your
do have
back
the
testing.
30-year yields are inching back towards 5%. They had a bit of a spike last night, presumably off the Lisa Cook firing news. Bitcoin trading 110,000 in the spot market right now, just about scratch. What are we looking at? Mag 7, Nvidia up a little bit, Tesla up a little bit, everything else down a little bit, but nothing moving too much there.
Smart. I like that. All right, get Ho. Come on in, man. Good to have you aboard. You saw him in opening call, breaking it down. Hoag, we're about 5 minutes into this New York session. Thoughts? I think I know what you're going to say. Looking at the equities, up and away right now, Hoag. What are you seeing?
Well, yeah, the opening ranges in all three, the Dow, NASDAQ, and the S&P are all the dead-ass low of the day. We did open with a gap in the S&Ps. First thing we did was close the gap, basically right back to settlement. So what I'm looking for is we've got a bit of a rising pennant here. I want to see if we see some continuation back into the range from yesterday. Then I could see us kind of rotating inside yesterday's range for the better part of the day. But if we do reject, there's still some unfinished business to be done in the single prints that we put up on Friday. The single prints. In other words, some people would call that like a 30-minute fair value gap. We've come through most of it in the overnight session. I think there's still probably some more business to do in here. I'm trying to stay patient. I know we have consumer confidence coming out at 9 o'clock. Opening ranges are at this time the dead ass low. They have not been providing good opportunities for opening range trades in the equities. Let's take a look at the NASDAQ. NASDAQ did not open with a gap. It opened inside the range from yesterday. We did not have a late spike to the downside. One thing about the S&Ps is, I'm going to go back to this just for a second.
Sure.
We did have a late spike to the downside. We opened flat out below that late spike to the downside. So that is implying that the market is attempting to accept lower pricing. So the odds are we're going to have value lower than yesterday. Value low from yesterday is around 64, 65, 70. Or overlapping to lower. So I don't think that there's anything major where we need to start pressing sell buttons right now. Look for better trade location as the day goes on if you're looking for shorts. NASDAQ, a little bit different. No late spike to the downside. We opened in range below value. Well, value low, we're looking at around 23,524 in the orders, approximately. We're also kind of coming up against this trend line, which has been resistant from the all-time high.
Shit.
Point of contact, point of contact, point of contact, point of contact here. Another point of contact yesterday. No acceptance above it. Market pulled back pretty hard. So I'm liking the idea. Maybe we get a look back at this trend line, see if we fail to break out again and see this market rotate lower. Because again, there's still single prints, unfinished business in that print from Friday.
Thank you, Hoag. Chike, you see what happened right now?
Yeah, I know.
All good.
Nice, yeah, of course.
All right,
I'd rather miss the trade than have a trade where I win and I don't follow my rules. It just creates bad habits.
100%, absolutely 100%. Hogan, we'll throw it to you. Opening range. Go ahead, Chike, please.
Oh no, sorry. I was just gonna say over time, the P&L will balance itself out, and you'll end up losing more than you win. You don't follow your rules.
And just like that.
Chike, what was that level you were looking at?
515s.
515s. Yeah, I would have really liked to short from there. Obviously, it just wasn't in my 245 trade. I don't like preempting it. So, yeah.
Got it. I've got a similar level. The high of the single prints from the big move on Friday.
Look at that.
It's 23,507. Pretty close. Just took out the low of the opening range in the NASDAQ. About to do so in the S&Ps. Opening range trades in the equities have been terrible. We don't take them.
Yeah. They like to take out both sides of that. That's for sure.
Yes, they do. Take a look back and see if like a 3 or a 5 minute would be better. We'll see.
Go ahead, Jack.
I was going to say, once again, the big story, we have Nvidia earnings tomorrow after the bell. That's why, once again, I'm looking to the upside. I'm looking at 64.65, which I mentioned. That's the 64.50 SPX. I'm looking for areas that might be sticky if we get into sort of a holding pattern here. We didn't get it'd been telegraphed so much that we didn't get sort of a huge move out of the Lisa Cook stuff. It was kind of clear he was going to do that. Consumer confidence could be interesting. So we got that in 20 minutes.
Overnight when that headline hit, or yesterday, I should say, we did see a sell-off in the equities.
Sell-off in the equity, sell-off in the dollar. We got some spike in the outright bond futures. I'm sorry, not a spike. Sell-off.
Right. Damn, you're on the buyers. Look at this thing. Okay, markets are moving right now. Hogan, I got a question for you. Opening range, dead ass low. That means right when the bell rang, we went higher. Typically, we'd be looking for longs, but this time sounds like you are also leaning to the downside as well. What changed this time around? Because when I see that open in all three, ES, NASDAQ, and the Dow, huge green candle right off the bell, and typically be looking for longs, if I understand it correctly. What changed this time, Hogue?
Just the fact that we're waiting for new information. This Nvidia thing tomorrow is going to be big. The fact that we still have possibly some unfinished business to be done at lower levels in the NASDAQ and the S&Ps. I'd like to see us close out the single prints in the NASDAQ. That takes us down to 23,342. That level that we were just looking at with Chike, 23,507 is the upper end of those single prints. So we haven't really moved all the way through them. There may still be some business to do down there. The S&Ps did not take out the low of the opening range, so it's really hard for me to sell it.
Gotcha. Cross signals indeed. 23,504 last trade in the NASDAQ. Chike looking for a setup in about 3.5 minutes. It's a very mechanical trade. Might get those 515s again here at Chike. We'll see how that goes. ES trade 64.53. We got a number at the top of the hour. Let's get into some of the formalities here. Upper left-hand corner of the screen. See that hashtag fast markets, the hashtag power hour. You know what to do. Hit us up at TopstepTV on the X while you're at it. Give us a follow. See some cool. I love seeing the Trader Station setups. It's National Dog Day. Let's see some cool puppies. You rocking some Topstep swag. Get their names. We'll turn those around to you and show them to you in Power Hour later on today. Again, hashtag Power Hour, hashtag Fast Markets at TopstepTV on the X.
So, Andre, as we approach close to 5% again into 30-year yields, may I share once again what I nominate as the chart of the century? No, it is not Domino's versus Google. No, here it is. Andre, you know what we're looking at here?
30-year chart.
30-year yields chart. This is the 30-year yields. My information here only goes back to 1988.
That'll work.
But this pattern would have continued further back, I think, until the early 80s. But take a look at this. 30-year yields stayed in this channel here from 1988 until 2020.
All right.
32 years.
Wow.
That yield, when did it break out? What was that yield when it
broke out? Following the inflation stuff after COVID. So you can see starting in the absolute low was in 2020, right?
That makes sense.
We've been rising steadily since, but you see all this resistance at the 5% yield going back to October of 2023. We have not been able to meaningfully get through that, and that's where we are now. And you'll see that if you want to go way back, there's a lot of support around that round 5% level in 2011, 2010, 07. So that 5% is a huge psychological level, and above it is where things start to get, it's where it puts Bezant on edge. So there's my chart.
Like that. Take a look at the 30-year yield right now, 4.75%. Scratch that. 4.92% on the 30-year. Good stuff, Jack. Take a look at the 10-year, 4.28%. Top of the noon Central Time, we do have a 2-year auction.
That could be interesting.
Last time you said that, Jack, it was. Why 30-year? Why is your focus on the 30-year as opposed to the 10-year?
I mean, the 10-year would show something. I don't have my pretty lines on it, but I imagine, the 10-year shows a similar pattern. Not as extreme, albeit, but you can still see that same channel. Actually, the 10-year data here goes back to 1983. So, starting in 88 here, the 10-year shows the same thing. It's just not as exaggerated. You can see the 10-year spiked 16% back in 1981.
80s, yes, indeed. Good
Oh,
stuff.
sorry.
Yeah, so
there it is. Go ahead, Chike.
Yeah, so I was just gonna say that my 245 trade just got invalidated. I won't be taking it.
No good.
No.
Why? What, trades off. What?
So typically, what happens on like a day like today is I'll see, like, for example, I should be short right now, but what would typically happen is I would be short from here, and we'll get like a 50-point candle upwards, which would invalidate that trade for me, because obviously I have a 50-point stop. So it would be 50 points or greater, potentially, and then we'll get another move downwards. So I would have already been stopped before I get to my TP. So typically I don't trade on days like today, my 245 strategy.
What price?
That's not to say...
What price would you have gotten short from had you have taken it?
245, so 498. That's not to say it's not going to go short. It's just that more often than not, the statistics of me losing is much higher, the percentage-wise.
Like that. You would have gotten stopped out from the 498s. Very good. Okay, so where do you go from here now?
The only other trade. So the only other trade I would want to take today is 6460s in the ES. A short from there.
6460s.
6460.
Yeah, 6460s. Yeah, that's not to say it's not going to go short. Right. Like, it could still win. It's just a case of typically I tend to lose on a higher percentage on days like today. So if you are short from the 515s, I would say hold it. at least to the 410s.
If we get to 515s,
So
would you take the short? Would you take the short again, or no? Just completely off. The price irrelevant at this point. Time irrelevant.
Yeah, time's irrelevant now. So if we get back to the the 515s, I'm gonna see how price reacts there, and potentially I take a short from there. But I don't really like visiting my levels twice. Typically, my levels are one and done type of thing. So I do actually expect us, if we get to the 368s, to be bouncing off of those 368s to the upside.
Okay. 368s. Keep an eye on that. We are pushing lower. Great read. Yeah. Didn't chase though. It's okay. Didn't chase. The back testing, the strategy, the data says sometimes you gotta pass.
A trade not taken is a trade not lost. So like, even if I'm missing out on the trade, like I'm not making any money or losing any money. So I shouldn't really get that too worked up about that. Like, don't try to chase those trades.
I like to hear that, Chike. So many traders think, you know, if I'm not in the market, I can't make any money. Well, you can't lose any either.
Yeah.
Lean defense, Hoag. That's pretty much the name of the game. Gold is selling off. Hoag, we still in this gold trade? We are short. We were short from 34.24. We still in this?
Yeah, we're still short.
All right. Also, Topstep daily levels. Good to go. Yeah, Hoag? See him pinned at the top of the chat.
I've adjusted it in the sheets. I think we have to refresh it on the platform.
Very good.
There was a little bit of a discrepancy on the high from yesterday in the NASDAQ. We're going to get that fixed up for everybody.
Very good. Well, while they do that, and we'll get those refresh and update those Topstep daily levels pinned to the top of the chat. Click on that link. Have a little real estate on the screen open for those. We'll be referring to them throughout the day, throughout the hours, throughout the years. Also, the One Better Indicators tab, top of Topstep X. Click on that. Type in Topstep daily levels. Boom, slap overlaid right on top of your charts in Topstep X. Crude trading $63.88. S&P's ES trading $64.48. Gold trading $34.19. NASDAQ seeing some more downside pressure. 23,435.
S&P just got the opening range low.
They're selling this NASDAQ. They are selling this NASDAQ. There's cooking, says Leon.
Six of the Mag 7 turned red. We got Nvidia down 0.5%. Google down 1.3. Tesla is holding on, but almost scratch.
We're bottom out at more selling coming in here in the NASDAQ. NASDAQ 23,436. 436. It was Jay. Hell of a call by Chike. Indeed it was. Top of the hour. Consumer confidence. For that, President Trump cabinet meeting, 11 a.m. Central, so a couple hours from now. And we'll be scanning the headlines throughout, see what's coming our way. 70% short. Scratch that. 78% short. 78% short in the NASDAQ right now. Huge, heavy short tilt in the NASDAQ from 23,454. 78% short, man. That is a big one. 82% long in crude right now on the tilt. These are some heavy tilts.
10 minutes until consumer confidence.
82% long. We saw some heavy tilts in opening call as well in crude. 63.83 last trade there. And 78% short in the NASDAQ right now. Last trade, 23,451. Now 70%. We're seeing that unwind just a little bit. GK looking for perhaps a short up to 64.60, about 12 points away from that right now. Nice discipline. Yeah, okay, so you still wouldn't have gotten your take profit either in this if had you taken this trade.
Yeah, I would have. It would have been a 397s if I was to have taken it. So like on days like today, the reason why I don't take it is because I typically find that we move maybe 60 points in one direction, 70 points in the opposite direction, and we just kind of bounce around. And I typically get stopped out because of that. So we could see like some consolidation here before like a definite move to one direction.
Sure. Very good. And NASDAQ tilt has leveled out 50-50. We saw that 78% short in the tilt in the NASDAQ, down around 450s or so. That went back to 50-50 on the tilt. We're trading 23,480. Yes, 50-50 on the tilt number, the top of the hour. Hoag just being patient right now, yeah?
Yeah.
Look,
yeah. I think both Coach Jay and I kind of agreed that we're probably going to fall into some sort of range in the equities today. So we're really, I think, just looking at staying patient, letting the initial balance establish itself, and focus on those extremes for the opportunities. There's still, some potential business to be finished in that spike from Friday's Powell meeting. We're still in it, so we're right in the middle of it. Yeah.
What price are the extremes?
Okay, so the extremes of the regular trading hour session on Friday is, I think, really what we're kind of focusing on. So what we're looking for is these single prints. Okay, Powell started speaking, everybody bought it. There was a very little volume between these two levels. Let's call it 64.28 on the downside in the S&Ps, 64.72 on the upside. So we traded, through the upside. We looked lower, almost took it out in the overnight, but where it's sitting, I still believe there's maybe some unfinished business to be done here, and especially knowing Nvidia's coming out tomorrow without any other impetus or tweets or something like that. I think we're probably going to kind of fall into some sort of range today. Now, let me get you those numbers in the NASDAQ.
All right.
So the high end, 23,507. The low end, 23,342. We just traded up to that 507 level by Chike's level, and we're just kind of kerfuffling for the most part.
Right. And to retrace the Powell pump in the ES, we'd have to get down to 64.14 or thereabouts. All right, little pop here.
Someone lifted some offers there. Dow popped, NASDAQ popped, ES popped as well. Gold popped also. The last trade in the ES, 64.54. Well, 3 points off the high. Yeah, call it 3 points off the highs. For the session, 23,488. We went right up to the 500s. Lift the offer on that. Didn't see what market moved first there. We got number top of the hour in about 5 minutes or so. Get up to those 515s. We have seen some resistance up around these levels. Resistance, you ask, what is it? Resistance where the sellers want to put a stop, so to speak. Sellers want to cap the pricing for now. For last, I call it 15, 20 minutes. Up around these levels in the ES, 64.55, call it. In the NASDAQ, anywhere between 23,500 and 23,515. What was the volume on that, Jack? If you could...
Go into the seconds?
There. Yeah, was that ES or NASDAQ? I'm trying to...
Well, I'm sure it was both because there's so many things that spread them, but it looks like we got a 2K ES traded in a second.
There you go.
That ain't nothing.
Oh, what's Delta? Positive?
Yeah, it's positive 400 in the S&Ps and positive 80 in the NASDAQ. Nothing major going on there.
No, nothing major indeed. Number top of the hour, about 4 minutes. Consumer confidence.
We're looking.
What's expected?
Looking for something.
Consumer confidence. 96.5. 96.5 in consumer confidence is expected. Previous was 97.2. I don't know what to make of that number. It's purely just a survey. Just a little survey. Are you confident? Are you confident? Yes or no? Is the consumer confident? Chike still got your eye on 64.60s up in the ES. Still about 8 points away from that.
Not for now. I just want to see what happens to news. News could break through it, so I'm just gonna. I removed it for news, but after news, I'm gonna see where we are relative to 6460s and potentially take that trade.
When you remove it, were you actively working an offer up there?
Yeah, I had a limit there.
Oh,
Yeah, 6460s.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so on the left side, I've just put the trade that I would have taken at 645 to show you that, like, if it actually wins or doesn't win, if I would have taken it.
Neat.
So you'll annotate that. You'll annotate that paper trade.
Right there.
Love that, Chike.
Yeah.
And
so typically, like, you did see that initial sell-off, but like this is like a typical situation where, like, a day like today, like I might get close to the TP, and someone like me who doesn't will move my stop, so I don't move it to break even, or I don't trail it. So for me, I kind of have to find a way to limit my losses in a different way. So this is how I limit my losses, by just not trading the days that are statistically bad for me. So
love that.
Chike, in the NASDAQ, you're looking for 100-point profits and 50-point risk. What is that level in the S&Ps?
Oh, good question.
Oh, this level.
What's your R/R? What's your risk reward in ES?
What's your reward over risk in the S&Ps?
Oh, typically I'm looking for about 30 to 40 points, and I'll risk like about 10 or 5.
No kidding.
5%. But I don't take this the same trade on the ES.
Got it.
I haven't actually got around
Different
to
strategy,
seeing if it works. Yeah, I haven't actually got around to seeing if it works, or if it's viable on the ES. But one day I'll do that. I just once I automate everything, it'll be much easier to actually see certain markets.
How's that going? You're still flirting with the idea of automating this thing? Topstep X API?
Definitely. Yeah, definitely. Just I haven't got around to doing it because laziness.
No, it's not lazy. It's not. It's not lazy. No, you are not lazy at all. It's tricky, man. It's tricky. You gotta trust it. You gotta trust it. If it constantly tweaking it, constantly testing it.
Yeah, that's the thing as well.
Very good. Number 60 seconds. Consumer confidence. Let's get this out of the way. 64.52 last trade in the ES. NASDAQ 23,493. Gold 34.22. Again, house account short 5. Micro gold from 34.24. Look at crude, $63.87. Short 5 from 63.71. See what this number brings us here in 30 seconds. Not seeing much on the ladder. Hoag, I'm not seeing much upside or downside ES ladder right now.
No.
NASDAQ?
No. They're I mean, with Nvidia coming out tomorrow, if you're a major investor, you're a speculator, you're whoever you are, you got to be thinking about protecting.
In line pretty much. Bit of a beat. Expected 96.5, actual 97.4. Here we go. A little bit more confident.
Yeah, slightly more confidence.
We are confident. We are confident here. We'll see if we get some
locked in.
see if the sellers want to step in here. Up at these levels, 64.55. All right, Chike, so the number, we got the news out of the way. You got that limit offer in at 64.60 now? Everything good?
Not yet, but
nope,
I am eyeing it. I am eyeing it. I like it a lot, so.
You do. Jack, you like 64.60.
Yeah.
What's your typical size in the ES?
1, yes.
1? Very good.
At the max. Yeah.
Let's see if we get there. Take a look at tilt. Still heavy long tilt in crude. 82% long tilt. Average price 63.82. So they're about 12 cents in the money right now. These prices here in the see a lot of selling up here in the ES for the last 1, 2, 3 since the bell rang. 64.
Just for folks at home, consumer confidence basically. The break-even line is 100, so anything above 100 is more optimistic, and anything below is more pessimistic. But as you can see, we're just kind of around 100.
So we're just moderately confident or less
Yeah.
moderately confident. Patrick McCausey in the chat says, "Come on, you weak ass buyers." Hey, they're trying. They're trying here.
Wooden buyers.
Yeah, crude pushing a little higher. We've got 83% long now on the crude tilt. $63.97. I've done crude
Just
trade.
stopped out on our crude shorts.
Constantly seeing sellers. They keep tapping on these 64, 55s, and 57s in the ES. As it keeps tapping on these, right? 23,500, call it. You get some wicks above it, but sellers do jump back in. At the 2,000 lot, lift the offers before the number.
Cheap
short up here?
No, we just got stopped out on the crude shorts.
Yep.
$148 loss. Shaving Nick. Still short 5 MGC 34.2470 the house.
That's purely the opening range trade, hope purely mechanical, right? Opening range is set, and we got to buy. We got a buy trigger or a sell trigger outside of buying above the highs, selling beneath the lows, and catch the breakout, right? Momentum.
We've had the chat voting for the length of the opening range, which is about $5 or 5 minutes now. They pretty much always vote for the 5 minutes.
What are the other options?
Yeah.
What are the other options?
3 or 1 or no trade.
Why 5? Why do they always go 5, Hoag?
I don't know.
They want the biggest range. An hour.
Yeah.
They would do an hour.
Chat wants the 5. I always see that. 4,000 people watching right now. Click subscribe, please. Click a thumbs up. Click the bell. At number 51 on the big board. Chike in that house. Showing fantastic discipline. Marking out. I love that. Putting those paper trades. If I would have taken this trade, what would have been the result? Very good stuff. That kind of just reinforces, right? It reinforces, hey, that no trade was the right call. When you see that, of course, you're going to miss some trades, but there's going to be some losing trades as well. But that just reinforces, hey, you got a good read, your system and strategy. You're pretty locked in there, Chike. Love that. We need more of that.
Yeah. It's better just to have metrics to actually measure yourself on, rather than just going off of your head, because you typically only remember the big winners or something like that, but then you don't your mind kind of filters out all those bad stuff that you did, if you get what I mean.
I do get what you mean. I love how you said taking a winning trade with a bad process. That's very dangerous.
Yeah.
Tell the story a lot. Damn, sellers really do not want this to go higher in the ES. Early days trading in the prop space. Saw a trader next to me make $5,000 in a day. Trading 1 and 2 lots in euro dollars, whatever. And they asked, "How'd you do it? And they looked at how he did it. He made $5,000, and they said, "You are fired, my friend. You are fired because the way he did it." And it was nice knowing you. Never seen something like that before. It's a big eye opener. That this is not sustainable. You got to stick to your process. This is a game of longevity. 71% long in the NASDAQ right now. We're trading 23,501. Thanks, buyers. Oh, what do we like for downside target in this gold? Short from 34.24. What do we like for a push to the downside? Last trade 34.21. Where do we see this thing going?
So for downside, I wasn't really a big fan of being short this morning. The opening range is still the dead ass high. You can see it, this gold bar on the gold market right there. Because we were talking yesterday. You were asking me yesterday, Andre, is there more upside room to gold? And I said, hell yeah.
I
because
agree.
we've got this gap, this session gap, right? So the session gap low. Yeah, well, let's see here. Let's check this out. 34.1870. That's the low. Where have we been kind of basing today? 34.1870. We got down to settlement, which was what his settlement was 34.17.5. A lot of confluence here. And, you know, I'm looking for this market to go up and finish filling that session gap from a couple of weeks ago. And that's all. I mean, to fill that gap is a considerable move. It's 34.77.30. Are we accepting inside the gap? Well, to a degree, yes. We opened in it. We opened with a gap. We've closed the gap. We're having trouble reaccepting value. But if there are downside targets, I mean, we've got that same bar from Powell's speech, couple of levels of you know, kind of single prints that I would target to close out those single prints. We'd have to go down to 33.78.80, but there's a lot of space down there. If we do head that direction, there's probably some business to be finished down in this area. Again, 33.78.79 area up to 34.0290 or 34.0960. But we've got to get there first. If we reject down here, then we may see this market kind of push back through this session gap, which goes all the way from August 8th to August 11th. Kind of a weekend gap, but it didn't gap for the weekend, but just overnight session gap.
Good stuff. 64.04 last trade in Crude. And they are putting the cap on here in the ES and the NASDAQ, right? These prices so far first 40 minutes of trading.
Having trouble getting above it. I like the 65s.
You like 60s as well.
Yeah.
Not there yet.
Well, Chike, please interrupt if you get it. Go ahead.
I said if I do get 60s, I would have a stop of 66. So,
all right,
60s. Stop is 66. Very good.
If you do put on that trade, let me know. But in the meantime, let's hit a few news stories. It's past 9 o'clock right now. We got the number out of the way. Yes. Well, we already covered it. Big news from last night is Trump tells Fed's Cook she's fired. She says he doesn't have the authority to do so. This will be a good soap opera going on for the next couple months at least. But as I mentioned before, Lisa Cook was appointed relatively recently, and the the term for these Fed governors is 14 years. So if you're gonna replace someone, there's a lot of timing juice left there. We'll keep following this story because there's going to be a lot of legal hullabaloo. So we'll see what happens. Going through the numbers from this morning, the durable orders, we said mixed bag. They came in a little better than expected. To increase our econ knowledge, durable goods are, things like washing machines, stuff, basically things that last more than 3 years are durable goods as opposed to
durable,
as opposed to like a Wednesday Addams shirt you buy at Target. I don't know. Those things are more
not durable.
Not durable. 3 years from now, you're not going to want that shirt. So
no.
Nice for the economy if you see the durable goods rising. It was a pretty good number there. As I mentioned, the bond yields on the 30-year kind of spiked last night. And right now we are trading 4.94. As I showed on my chart of the century earlier, we have had a hard time over the last 2 decades ever getting above 5%. We've done it a few times since 2022, but every time it has just kind of gone above it and then settled back in. I don't know if we have any bond traders out there, but real important level coming up there. Lastly, you knew I'd talk about it. Options market volume was reported at 78.2 million contracts today. That's yesterday. Oh, that's the 22nd. All right. 78 million contracts. This just goes into my thesis. Options are ruling everything. SPX options alone on the 22nd trade 4.3 million contracts. Options are hot. I promise, Andre, I'm going to dive more into the Robinhood stuff and see if we can get any answers about the volume there.
Yes, absolutely. Well, the earnings, I like that. How did Cook, by the way, Jack? How did Cook end up in the crosshairs? That's a new name here in the
Jimmy Cook. Oh, Lisa Cook.
Lisa Cook. Yes. Sorry.
Well, first
That
and
was
foremost, so
was
Lisa
Powell.
Cook tends to vote. Is one of the folks on the board more strongly aligned with Powell as a voter.
That's got I figured.
And an individual that I did in fact go to college with has been looking deep into the books. I mean, we could all agree what they're trying to do. They're trying to get
Stack
them
the
out so
deck.
they can get people little cut rates. We'll see what happens there.
We're gonna cut rates. We're cutting rates.
They're gonna cut rates.
More cutting rates. Hey, we got 71% long in the ES. Chica, we got up to 64.59 quarter. Are you working that offer?
Yeah. Yeah, it's just sitting there.
Yeah. Oh, man. A nice fill. Again, the stop would have been 64.66. Just yet. We got some longer tilts here. ES 71% long. NASDAQ 70% long. We did see 78% short in the ES. For 54.
So close, Chike.
Came very close, yes.
Yeah. I thought we still can get there. But this is that kind of like chop that I didn't want to be in, because like if I did take that trade going up and down, it's just not really favorable for me, because I could easily just get stopped if it goes up to the 549s on that 245 trade.
All right, let's take a look. What do we got here on the ladder? Not seeing much. Hoga, yes, did see some size coming in yesterday. The NASDAQ and the ES. Nothing just yet.
Nothing today. Nothing much.
We're seeing these range.
We are locked in.
We are locked in. We're seeing this range. Look for the extremes. So we're about 45 minutes into the trade right now. New York session.
There's 64.40 for about 440 in the S&Ps down below.
That was
a little bit of a bid there.
There it is. Get tapped up.
The NASDAQ.
Look at that wick in the NASDAQ. Look at these wicks on the 5-minute. It is wicky right now.
Yes, violently unchanged. We're half a point above settlement in the ES right now, but
we might get those 60s. Jack, are we working off for 64.60 with Chike? How do we want to approach this?
I don't like to have offers just sitting in the market, especially bids. But once again, if it was bonds different, I think even in the long run, your Q position doesn't matter that much especially if you're trading NQ, which most of you are. I feel like the danger of just having an order sitting there outweighs maybe the fill you miss.
Actually,
I'm ready.
That actually happened to. Sorry. Yeah, so that actually happened to me on Friday. I think it was Friday. I had a order sitting. I can't remember where anymore, but it was during that Powell pump where he at 3 o'clock. Yeah, so I had an order sitting all the way up at the the 368s, and I wasn't we were 100 points away, so I wasn't expecting us to get there. But literally, it just shot up, and I think I got slippage for about $500 of slippage.
Yeah. That's gonna happen.
It wasn't nice, but yeah, I forgot what I was doing at the time, but I wasn't paying attention to the markets.
Chike.
I forgot about the You gotta stay focused, otherwise it's gonna lose money.
Well,
because I planned to remove it at 3, just before 3, but I got distracted and I ended up not removing it. And it just shot up 100 points.
Learned.
Unless you have bracket set or something, I especially hate leaving bids in the market. That's been always, because God forbid something terrible happens, that can obviously sell off immensely very quickly. I was there for the flash crash.
But
increasingly with sort of how tweets fly and announcements are made, I don't like leaving offers in either, because it can pump very quickly on some piece of news in a way that maybe it hasn't as much in the past. So it's the same thing. Like once I have a trade on, you'll see me usually, unless I'm away from the desk or something, I'll leave a profit target in, but always I'll have a stop loss. But you know, you might miss that extra juice. If you're there at the screen, might as well just see what happens. There could be some piece of news and you miss out it going 5 times in your favor.
Getting closer. Feels like they want to tap those 64.60s. We're about point and a half away from that. Dow grinding higher. New highs, 45,381. NASDAQ. Very wiki when we get up to these 23,515 where we're trading right now, up to 520. Buyers get exhausted. Sellers come back in. You might want to grind this thing higher. Last trade 64.57. House account again is short 5 micro gold from 34.24. $5 in the money there. So Chike, what was the lessons learned from that? Lessons are costly, right? Lessons are, there's no such thing as a free lesson in trading.
No such thing.
You learned.
Yeah, lesson learned. I got to stay focused and know your needs.
You're very good at that.
And know your needs as well.
That's right, guys. Where do you know your news? Come to Topstep TV. We'll got you locked in here for all the news breaking all across the globe. And we are in the clear for now. The president has a cabinet meeting at 11 a.m. Central, so about an hour and 45 from now. 64.57. Oh, you're looking up around 72. 64.72 would be the extreme of in the ES. I do believe carryover from Friday from the Powell event.
Yes. Yeah, that's the upper extreme of the single print. We've already been there. It takes a little bit of the sting out of that level, but could be a good target too.
All right, NASDAQ.
We're heading up to those 64.60s.
Yeah, I want to see how this plays out. Grinding high here. New highs, NASDAQ. I jumped the gun on that one. Got closed 23,524, about 2 points away from session highs. I might get some stops up here in the EES. Closing on those 64.60s. 2 ticks. Pulling teeth. We'll go first here. We'll be the NASDAQ. We'll be the ES. Hey, Bill Smith, hold that thought. We will. We'll explain that here. We'll see if this trade plays out, but we'll explain single prints here. Good question, by the way. I guess that wasn't a question. That was more of a statement. You're telling us to explain. You're not asking us. You're telling us. I like that. It gets close, Chica. It gets close up there. Good discipline, man. You don't even, not even 2 ticks. You won't even take it. I love it.
No.
No, it's Leon not dumping. It's not dumping just yet. This is tilting the crude. Tilting crude still heavy long.
Billy asks, if the long end continues to rise, would it not be wise to cut rates? Yeah, and that's no matter what Powell says. The bond market forces everyone's hand. It's like Michael Myers, not the comedian, the guy with the knife. Yeah, the one thing that'll for sure change the like if the 10-year rate starts rising significantly, yeah, they're not going to cut then.
Nope. And to the flip side, sometimes when we see yields going down, the Fed can kind of just stand pat. Like we have seen for a lot of this year, the market do the work for them, or the market will force their hand. It goes both ways. This is the they're gonna grind this thing higher. Well, they're trying to, right? Keep getting wicked out up at these prices. So that being said, I love this tip of the week, Chike. This one is right up your alley, man. Take a look at this. Keep emotions in check, Chike. I think you're one of the best at this. Emotional control is crucial for successful trading. Don't let fear or greed drive your decisions, Chike. Take breaks if you're feeling overwhelmed or stressed. How do you keep your emotions in check? You're very, very methodical. You don't get phased too much. Always got a little smile on your face as well. How do you keep your emotions in check? Is this something you can work on, or are you born with it? You're young, but it doesn't matter. You're very good at this. Were you always like this growing up? Or
yeah.
Something you had to learn?
I don't really like... Nah. I didn't really have to learn it. I just don't really get like angry too much. Like, just people that know me just know like I never get angry. Or like I don't really get like... Nah. Like, I'll get annoyed, like, obviously, if you're like doing something like stupid, but like, I'll never like, it never really lasts. Like, so
I love you.
Yeah.
You can learn a lot from me.
And like, also, I saw this thing as well about like, apparently, you're only in that emotional state about like 40 seconds, and then after that, you're kind of like choosing to stay in that state, if you get what I mean.
No kidding. All right, hold on. Are you in this trade? 64.
Yeah, it's like some whole psychological thing.
40 seconds.
Nah, I think they reached it, but I didn't get filled. I was not like at the front.
You're in now.
Okay, I'm filled now. Yeah.
Short one. She gets short one ES from 64.60. I love that. We're going to talk about that. 40 seconds is all it really lasts, and then you choose to stay in. All right, NASDAQ pushing higher here as well, 23,543 half. New highs printed. Yes, continue to catch a bit of a bid. 64, 61. What's the target? What's the downside target, GK? You going for 40 points on this?
No.
All good.
I'm just aiming for, for the lows.
I got in for 1 ES with GK there.
I got a good price there. What price did we get?
60. What'd you get, GK?
All right.
60, 50, 65, 0.
Halves? Oh, GK getting a better fill. I like it. I like it.
Well, he went in and sold off a little bit right away.
Yeah.
All right, let's see how this plays out. Hoag, room to the downside. I know you like the shorts up. These are the extremes.
Yeah, we're in the neighborhood.
I want to see. Yeah, I want to see NASDAQ reach the 50s and then sell off with us. But might not get it. We'll see.
We might not get it in deals. Yeah, we've seen selling every time.
Yeah, you can see it.
Yeah, go ahead.
You can see that. You can see how that 245 trade is played out.
Not good.
And that's one of the reasons why I wouldn't have preempted it. And obviously, the fact that it's not a trading day for me for the 245 trade. Even though we did have that 70-point sell-off, like all of this is just noise because really and truly, it's either going to reach my stop or my take profit.
What did you like about the 60s again, Chike?
It's a good level.
Like that. You won't tell me. Oh, you won't tell me. I love it, man. I love when you do this to me. I love it. Let's keep at that. It's a good level. All right, so 23,540 last trade in the NASDAQ. I like it. Hey, man, hang on your strategy. Absolutely.
Hey,
take a look at.
You got secret sauce. You don't give it away.
Now, when you say you're looking for the low of the range, GK, like the shorter term range, or are you looking for like the lows of the day or the session in the ES?
I'm kind of just seeing how this trade develops. So for now, I'm looking for the lows of the range, but depending on how we get there, I'll adjust for the low of the day.
All right, sauce is loose.
Sauce is loose. You hang on to that. You don't need to tell us. You got the trade. You're showing it. You're doing it. You're putting your money where your mouth is. That's exactly what's going on here. The good level. Putting that in the book. Why do you like? Oh, it's just a good level. Love that, Chike. Everything else is chilling right here.
It's chicken bones and tea leaves. Andre,
Thank you.
That's where you get
exactly. That's exactly what it is. Nothing on tilt the body. Oh, we're cooking here in fast markets. We are absolutely cooking here in fast markets. House account short ES as well as Chike. While you're at it, click like, click follow, click subscribe, click notify. Keep clicking and clicking and clicking. So we get this push to the downside here. Some big numbers being put up by some of our live traders. We'll bring those to you here in a moment. And I'll see if this trade cooks. Let's let this trade cook a few here.
VIX is below 15 ahead of Nvidia earnings.
Oh, yeah. Nvidia earnings after the bell. Tomorrow at the buzzer. Make sure to join Coach Jay, Coach Paul, maybe some other folks here will be joining them if they allow us to crash at the buzzer. But we did it last quarter. Always a good time getting the wisdom. They'll be all over that coverage and after the buzzer after power hour. 83% long on that crude tilt. Continue to grind higher. 64.14 last trade in crude. They are continuing. That average price they're long from 63.92. Well done. Those longs. If you are long crude, well done there.
3 minutes till we get the initial balance set.
All right, let's get that set. All right, we got today's live leaderboard. Let's bring this in. We are bringing you live play-by-play. Look at this. We got some big numbers being put up already on the number 155. Allen up $21,000 today already. Oh, we got Kuno up number 5 on the big board, up 11,000. Thomas up 8,000. Dominic up $414. And we are about 1 hour into the New York session. Already seeing some big numbers being put up there. Make sure to hang on to those profits. Hang on to those profits. Lock in those profits. Very, very important. Especially on a Monday, but today's Tuesday. Well done. I like that. We'll keep updating that throughout, but there is your today's live leaderboard. Stuff, James. I like that. It's good. Looks like it wants to go. Longs continue to grow a little bit on the tilt here in the ES. Now 67% long. John Ross says, easiest long in a while. Easy where? What was the easiest long? Crude? Easiest long in a while. No, the easiest long in a while was when the president came out and said, buy the stock market. That was the easiest long in a while. There's never been anything like that before. Well, that has been a while, maybe. So I'll give you that. What market are you talking about there, John Ross?
They can only reply every minute.
Also, that being said, we heard the president speaking yesterday. They took a 10% stake in Intel. I don't know if it's happened yet. They're talking about it. They said they're open to doing more those type of deals. We're going to keep an eye on that. Again, the cabinet meeting in about an hour and a half. See if they do touch on that a little bit as well. But government's open for business, and they are looking to get long. Intel was being one of them, so we'll see. John Ross. Moving here. NASDAQ staying a little strong.
Yeah, so that trade would have got stopped. 245 trade.
Hell of a no trade. Hell of a no trade. No FOMO.
Mm-hmm.
I would have been freaking
to
out.
The tick as well.
Yep. I would have been freaking out. Crude continuing to grind higher here. 64.13. We got about $1 range in crude. Low of $63.57. High of $64.52. Everything else, let's chill it right now. Bottom of the hour. Initial balance is set, correct, Hope? First hour?
Yes.
What do we do with it? Okay, so talk to me. What are the ranges in the initial balance? So let's talk about the ES. We're House Account and Cheeky are both in the ES. We're an hour into this New York session. Opening, you heard Jack refer to initial balance is set. Essentially, initial balance is the high, low price in the first hour, correct?
First hour, yes, of the session.
What are those prices?
We're looking at regular trading hours. So the IB low in the S&P is 64.44.50, 64.44 half. IB high 64.61.75. NASDAQ IB high 23.548.
Yep.
And the low 23.427. That is the range for the first hour of the day. Why is it important? Well, when you're going to have a day that's likely to range, it's likely to stay pretty much inside of those IB levels, the IB high and the IB low. If you're going to have a day that's going to find continuation, if you didn't buy the low, you may be able to buy an extension above the initial balance and use that initial balance high for a potential risk limiter. I'm going to put these on my charts. I put them on my charts every day, and here it is. Here's the IB low from yesterday. We're going to put that right there. The low of the 830 bar. We're going to take this one. We're going to move this one to the high of the 9 o'clock bar. There is our initial balance. We were talking earlier during opening call about the market possibly being a little bit range bound today, and this gives us an area of potential reference. Potential reference. Look at this. We got Chique in the house, short up a little bit higher than here. We've just put in the initial balance high. The market's already rotating lower. If we're going to be expecting range-bound trades, the initial balance high and low can be really useful areas for you.
What's the low again, Hogan? The ES? Perhaps is a downside target?
64.44 half.
Oh, that'd be nice. We'll take that. 44 half. All right, Jack, got that.
That's kind of where I like it too. I see some support down there. 43 or whatever, like low of the range. I think I would take it off a little before then, but I'm gonna hold, Point Break again, Chique.
Point Break. He doesn't know that movie. He doesn't know that movie.
I know, but I do. I get it.
Chique doesn't watch. He doesn't know that movie, man. I'm still thinking about that 40 seconds. 40 seconds. We're actually pissed off. We're pissed off for 40 seconds. And after that, it's just we just continue to keep that going. We keep ourselves in the
spin. You kind of like replay the situation in your head, and that's what causes you to kind of stay in that.
It's so state. True.
But like the actual uncontrollable part is like maybe 40 seconds max, something like that.
No kidding. Yeah, man, you're a smart kid, man. You're a smart kid. All right. A lot there. All right, with that being said, okay. We talked about the drama. We talked about the news. It is a story that's continuing to grow between the president and Cook of the Fed. For those that we did see big market movement yesterday in the Asian session off of that. For those that are asking, let's get you caught up to what's going on and what the implications may be from this. This is fascinating stuff going on. Let's bring this in.
When executives start to try and meddle with central bank independence, that comes at real cost.
Experts say President Donald Trump's unprecedented attempt to fire a Federal Reserve governor could affect average Americans. Lisa Cook's termination is likely to end up in court. Trump can only fire a Fed board member for cause, and Cook faces no legal charges. In a letter, he claims she, quote, may have made false statements on one or more mortgage agreements.
She and Jay Powell are holding the economy hostage by not cutting rates.
If Cook's seat becomes vacant, Trump can nominate her replacement. He's pressuring board members to cut interest rates beyond what they think is good for the economy. If he succeeds, the Fed would have less control over inflation.
If you have a job, if you have money saved, if you have children, any kind of commitment to this country doing well in the future, this should be of concern.
Investors do seem concerned based on overnight drops in stock futures and the U.S. dollar index. Those reflect retirement accounts and spending power. Beyond economics, analysts also see impacts from Trump's broader campaign to punish perceived enemies.
There's going to be many other people that he's going after as well, but I love it.
Critics say they're worried about how far he'll go.
What is the threat now to the average American?
I'm Amy Kiley reporting.
The last 10
your
seconds.
children.
Yes. And I love it. What's the threat to the average American? I love that. Oh, they doctor that up there. But, there is something to be said about that. If they do somehow successfully. So Trump, Jack Trump, he can appoint the fill-in, if you will. If Cook does get the axe.
No one. I think he tried to give her the axe. I don't think anyone really knows what goes on now. Incredible. I would guess it'll be tied up in some legal things for a bit.
Yeah, indeed.
But won't we please think about the children?
The average American. How about that, Chike? That's what's going on over here. It's freaking wild, man.
Yeah.
It is wild.
My son's almost 4 years old, Cheeky, but he came to me and he said, "Daddy, how are these interest rates so high? Why aren't they thinking about me?
Why haven't they cut rates?
I need a bridge loan."
Yeah, the FOMC policy meeting that is September 17th. September 17th. There's 3 more for the rest of the year. We got September. It's October 8th. December as well. All right, last trade in the ES 64.57. Hoag, you great call. I'm coming right back to you. Crude continued to grind higher. 64.21 last trade. In gold 34.23. NASDAQ trading 23,537. We got house account short and Chike short. 1 ES from right around 64.60. Hoag, question in the chat. Asked about single prints. Not question. Demanding a statement. Explain single prints. What are they? Talk to me. What is a single print? What is a single print?
Okay. So I look at single prints. Some people call them fair value gaps. Some people call them, single TPOs. It's based where I'm looking at it from market profile. So this is Friday's regular trading hour session. When Powell started speaking at 9 o'clock, the market significantly moved higher really quickly. Okay, so where the single prints are on this chart, let's make this really big, are from this high to the low right here. So we're going to extend these to the right. So now, this was Friday. Where are we now? This is a 30-minute chart. So Monday's range was, let's go here to here. Okay, there's Monday's range. Here's the overnight, which traded basically right down to close those single prints or single TPOs or the fair value gap. Almost got there last night. We're also contending with a 200 session moving average and a 30-minute chart down there. But this kind of looks like the market had more business to do down here. And even though it happened in the overnight, I'd prefer it to happen in the regular trading hour session. But this kind of tells us that, okay, these single prints have been used up now. We spent some time there. Everybody that has been interested in conducting business here has now had the opportunity, including the regular trading hour session for today. Now it's basically filled in the business that may have been left behind on that big push to the upside. I love the longs along the bottom here, especially when there's a moving average involved, like especially the 200 session moving average that pushed to the downside last night was news driven, and it was pretty decent volume, but it's put in the low. It's kind of closed the single line of TPOs or the fair value gap, you want to call it. You want to call it single prints, whatever you want to call it. It means the same thing. But that's what we're looking at when we're talking about single prints. Now you can see this on my other chart here. So these are levels that I will note. So these are those levels. Okay, this is the upper end of the single prints. This is the lower end of the single prints. We just saw those on the other chart. Okay. So sometimes you'll see the halfway mark. Okay. Which is right here in the longer time frame. In the overall. Okay, this is the entire daily bar from Friday. Look what else lined up there nicely as well. The halfway mark of the entire daily bar. So you've got the halfway mark of the entire daily bar. You got the 200 session moving average. You got closing of the single prints. Now you're starting to see the market roll a little bit higher. I'm not looking for any big move to the upside. As a matter of fact, I think we're looking pretty good on these shorts. But that is why we call those single prints, single TPOs. There may be business left to do there.
Low volume traded that price. Low volume traded that price. Market may want to go seek that out and say, hey, Last time we were here, we didn't get much love at these prices. Let's go give it a test. Let's go check out those prices again and see what happens.
Oh.
Fair value gap,
Andre,
did I really hear you say that?
made me all-
I can't.
It made me all feel all warm and fuzzy when you said we didn't get much love at these levels. So we're going to go back and see
this
what we
price.
find.
I'm not gonna lie. I almost short circuit. You said fair value gap. I almost short circuited there, Hoag. I didn't know what.
What about the love?
How was that? I'm a Hoag. I said, my goodness, what has happened to Hoag? He's evolving, man. Dude's been around. He's seen some shit. I'm telling you. Listen to this guy. And
Still
still
a Rose,
stuff
by
from
any
him.
other name is still a Rose.
I'm still learning stuff from him, day in and day out. Fantastic stuff there, Hoag. Take a look at the NASDAQ here. Rolling over ever so slightly, about 30 points off the highs, 23,552. What's up, Chico?
You see, if you go to my screen, you see how that perfectly hit my stop. Well, it would have hit my stop and then just reversed.
You're talking about the
245 trade.
245 trade. Love it, man.
Yeah, the paper trade. Yeah. So.
What was that?
I just
nice trade. Trade not taken is a trade.
Yeah,
not
I just
lost,
want to see. Yeah, I want to see how we react with these 15s to the upside, but I do think we sell off at least the 40s.
You still got your one eye on that trade, huh? The trade you didn't take. I like it.
Oh no! I just want to see how we react. But I'm not taking a trade on the NQ anymore.
Oh no, we're in the ES right now, Jack. We are short from 64.60. Let's take a look at the calendar, the schedule, if you will. Whoa. Oh, scope rating agencies. Who's scope rating agencies? I've never heard of scope. Are you familiar with them, Jack?
That was new on me. That was a headline that had me. Yeah.
We touched this one?
I mean, I don't know what to make of it. Scope's rating agency. French government collapse. Most likely outcome would be credit negative.
I'm not. That might be. There might be something lost in translation. I'm not. That's
It's different.
Yeah.
Like if you talk about like a U.S. government collapse, is different. Like I think that's something to do with their parliamentary system.
Okay.
I don't
it
think
would
they
most certainly
think
be
it's like
it would most certainly be credit.
they're not getting out the guillotine.
Okay. It would most certainly be credit negative. All right, 64.56. Last trade in the Scope rating agency. Anyone know Scope? Anyways, a little pop here in the NASDAQ. 23,533. 23,533. That 40 seconds, you got me thinking, Chica. Okay, so 40 seconds. So do you still have uncontrollable emotion? Do you still feel that 40 seconds of uncontrollable emotion? You still, we all do, right?
Yeah. I do, but
Who do
like
you support?
a lot of the
Who do you support?
a lot of the
Who's your football team? Who's your football team?
Oh, Arsenal.
Arsenal. Do they piss you off? Does your emotions last longer than 40 seconds for Arsenal?
No, they do. Yeah, they do. Yeah.
Well, they just won 5-0.
We don't talk about that though.
Okay, okay. So there are exceptions. Very good. There are exceptions to that.
Yeah.
Okay, good. The
500 lot jumping in there on the offer.
Yeah.
7 3/4.
Yep. Nice catch there. Saw the trade filled. Phil
Yeah.
on the offer. 64.57. And the orders filled 500 times on the ask. Look at the downside there. Still got that 400 lot down there at 64.40. It's been sitting there for most of this New York session. Crude still 77% long. We did see it as long as heavy as a 83% long tilt. The NASDAQ about an hour ago, we did see 78% short in the NASDAQ. We're trading around 23,450. We saw that unwind pretty quickly, pop about 60 or 50, 60 points. Doom. But Green Street Hooligans is a fantastic movie.
Yeah, just we don't let Arsenal slander slide around here.
Okay, you heard it. No slander of Arsenal. Well, I did see people saying Liverpool. You'll never walk alone. I've seen people talking about that as well. One thing. Okay, so we found it. We found it. Arsenal, of course, top of the table right now. You like how I said table? In the States, we say standings, GK, but the top of the table.
What is
here.
it?
And then 2. So you guys got 6 points. Tottenham, Liverpool. Top 3.
Reminder, football starts in earnest this weekend. We got Texas, Ohio State, and I believe unless it gets solved, that game could be blocked on YouTube TV. I'm getting a little nervous. Hopefully they get that
I saw
resolved.
that. Yeah, I got that. Oh, London is blue. Seeing some Chelsea supporters entering the chat here. Oh boy, it is getting tired up now. Man, you. Oh, very good. Okay. You're it. We got number 51 on the big board. Chike in the house. All right, Crude has kind of rolled over a little bit now. 64.06. Yes, pushing a little bit lower as well. And we like those 44 halves, Jack. Kind of got our eye on that downside level.
If we get some, like, I'll play along with Chike, but if we were to be blessed enough for this to get to the mid 40s, I would be thinking about taking it off, or certainly not letting it come and take my stop.
Yeah. I have my TP at 48 so far. 48, but I just want to see how we get there. Typically, I'll be looking for 40 points. Just the type of day it is. I'm not sure if those 40 points will come. So,
yeah,
just keeping an open mind.
You say 40
leaning
points,
towards a tighter range today.
You're talking 40 ticks? 40 ticks, Chike, which would be such a 10 points? Or are you talking about 40 points, like 40 like...
Yeah, 40 points, so like down to the 420s.
Okay, okay, understood.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Gold pushing higher here a little bit. 34.26. Overnight high 34.28, about $2 away from that. I'm gonna keep. Now we got gold. So we got crude selling off. Gold pushing higher here. What's cooking? What's cooking? Lester in the chat says this market is wicked today. Shake my head. No, stay patient. We might have something cooking here because we got gold might be popping. What was that about? Yeah, gold, and then we got crude. We did see 83% long crude. Now we are at 72% long.
Okay.
Where are we going to take this thing?
Also, if you're in the New Orleans area, you can go see Northwestern opens up their season at Tulane.
There it is. There
still get tickets, prime tickets for $6.
Why do you laugh? Why? Football school. Beautiful new facility. The facility's good to go up there in Evanston?
I don't think until like next year or the year after. Good. It's kind of amazing that they built this $1 billion stadium at the exact time that, I'm a realist,
Coach.
Andre. With the transfer portal and the NIL, Northwestern will never be good at football again. But they'll
You guys have
nice
a lot
stadium.
of money. You guys have a hell of a lot of money. That endowment is no joke, man. That endowment is no joke. And associate coach Fitzgerald got the axe as well. Very, very interesting how that played out. Anyways, let's get back to these markets here in the NASDAQ. NASDAQ, it seems some buyer step right in there at 23,536. 536. Top of the hour coming in about 10 minutes. Number 51 on the big board. Chike in the house. No trade right there. Nothing on the ladder, the downside. That 400 lot still down there in the ES. Rallied around 64.40. Some follicles picking up a little bit. Dow continue to grind lower here. Maybe the Dow wants to make the move to the downside here. I was feeling a little heavy.
Europeans presumably back from holiday, so we have 40 minutes until that close.
Oh, that's right. They corrected us on that yesterday. Not a holiday. It is a holiday. Was it a holiday yesterday? Was it a bank holiday in England?
Yeah.
Okay, so it was.
Yeah.
You got some of you gave me good information, some gave me bad information.
I take my bank holidays on the American calendar.
I know. It's weird.
All right. Yeah, one coming up this Monday.
Yeah, it's so weird that our country's like imposing our holidays on the rest of the world. It's true. For trading, absolutely. Again, next Monday, markets are closed. No Topstep TV as well. Enjoy the time away from the screens. You get pushed lower here. Yes.
Maybe a little good news for shorts up here. We do have a failed upside auction in the NASDAQ, which we'll confirm in about 9 minutes.
Just 9 minutes? Awesome.
No, we're cooking here. Fast Markets is cooking. Come on, push this thing lower. Anything really up and off.
Target would be for the initial balance low.
What price?
23,427.
Downside. You took a
I'd be
short up
low
here.
in the S&Ps, 64.44 half.
That's what they're looking. I know Chica's guys eye on 48s, Hoag. Jack as well. 48s in the ES. So we're about 8 points.
Learning your
away from
secret
that.
sauce, my friend. I'm learning your secret sauce.
Remember when I asked him why he likes 60s? It's like I just like the level. It's so good.
Someone just must have like gave me a little tip.
Yeah, right. Get out of here, man. That's what you're doing. Get out of here. Oh, I love it. Why do you like them? It's just a good level. All right, Crude has continued to push lower here. Now beneath $64 even. Sell off about 30 cents in the last 20 minutes or so. Holding pattern right now.
A lot of contracts traded in this area in these few ticks. So at 64.56 quarter, 10,000 contracts are traded there.
Yes.
12,000 at 64.56. 10,000. I mean, this is the level of congestion. 60,000 contracts or so in about a point range in the ES. We're at the very top end of that right now.
So, Jack, when you see that, I see that as well. Look at the volume profile here on my Topstep X ladder. We're seeing tens of thousands of, 40, 50,000 contracts trading at these prices, congestion. What does that tell you? You're short right now. Chica is short.
It means they're very acceptant of price there, but if we can push through, it makes me feel very tingly inside if we can push the next 2 points lower.
Gotcha. Hoag, correct? Like, we're seeing a lot of, Jack saying, congestion. If we push higher or push lower, we may get some follow through, perhaps, Hoag, if we can get out of this, out of this 3-4 point range right now, this congestion, Hoag. Kind of what it leads to, right?
Yeah, it's just a lot of liquidations, executions. It's pretty much the middle of the range. The volume point of control is a little bit high in the S&Ps, not so much in the NASDAQ. That kind of concentration of volume is a little bit lower in the NASDAQ, down around 23,497 is the point of control. Volume point of control in the S&P is 64.56, which is right in the middle of that, right? So of all that volume right there, it's spending a lot of time there. That's part of why all that volume is piling up. But there's some good rock fighting going on in that level right now.
There is.
Mm-hmm.
Delta's positive 2,600 in the S&Ps, positive 700 and about 700 in the NASDAQ. So Delta is pretty much congruent with direction. We're not seeing any kind of divergences there. Not seeing any real evidence of any bigger iceberging going on in this area. The deltas at price are pretty much just even. So it's not like there's any huge accumulation going on there or any squeezing of shorter time frames. It just seems to be an area that is facilitating trade, and that's the job. That's the job of the market, is to facilitate trade.
Come on. Yes, it is 50-50 on the tilt. So, okay, it's finally Crude tilt has leveled off ever so. Pretty good amount. It was 83% long, now 66% long, as we did see pullback in crude oil. Gold grinding higher here. It's 34.27. 34.27. House count is short again from 34.24. Took that opening range trade.
We overstayed our welcome on those shorts.
Maybe.
It fell
just retesting.
Are you talking about gold or are you talking about ES?
Gold.
That thing fell off. We'll bring in JD for this perfect transition. JD, come on in here. Let's talk about that trade, because you guys took that opening range trade in gold, and we just fell off. What's up, JD? Happy Tuesday, my man.
What's up, guys? Happy Tuesday. Hoag, I couldn't agree more. We definitely overstayed our welcome on this gold trade. We were talking about peeling a couple off at 1.5 or 2 hour. Didn't do it. Ended up holding on to the whole thing. And we're about 6 ticks away from our stop price right now. Turned right around, spit in our face, just like we said it was going to do. And
turn around Tuesday.
We didn't turn around Tuesday, right? Rough trade in gold right now. We're still in it, though. We're not out completely yet. But I don't like the way it's ripping on us. I'm looking at a 15-minute chart, and we just look like toast. Yeah. All right. Let's take a look at yesterday's best. Top 5 live funded P&Ls from yesterday. Here they are. Up at the top, CFT0718. He used to be number 1 on the big board. He's number 213 on the big board right now. $12,649 in total profits. We were talking about him quite a few times, coming in with our live leader updates, live funded trader leader updates throughout the day. He slowly made his way up the list from $7,000 to $9,000 to $12,000 ultimately in profits. So a big shout out to CFT0718 for a great day yesterday. Wang, number 22 on the big board, $7,001 in profits. Benjamin N, number 18, $4,724 in profits yesterday. Nestor G, number 6 on the big board. We talked about him a couple times yesterday. He was on our P&L list. He was on our payouts list. Another $2,700 in profits trading the live account. And an anonymous hamster coming in 5th place, $2,597 in total profits for Mr. or Mrs. or Ms. Anonymous. All right. How about some payout numbers? Yesterday's top 5 live funded payouts. Decent numbers again. Number 15 on the big board, James T. up at the top there, pulled out $50,000 from his live funded account, put it in his pocket. That's how you line your pockets, folks. That hard-earned money from the live funded account, $50,000 payout on a Monday. What a day. Srilatha, number 193 on the big board, $35,700 in profits. An anonymous squirrel, $15,360 in payouts. Mark L, number 78 on the big board, $9,000 payout. And Stephen D, number 3 on the big board, also with $9,000 in payouts yesterday. Big shout out to all these live funded traders, Pro Ball traders, each and every one of them.
600 lot came in again, 58 in the offers in the ES.
Yep. They've been stacking them right around here. I saw that first one.
Why is 500 the preferred number? Let me think about this. I'm doing some math.
It is.
What is...
Crude continues to sell off here. Crude rolling over here. Crude... About 20 minutes ago, Crude was trading 64.22. We're down about 40 cents from there. Trading 63.86. We'll grind higher here. There goes the NASDAQ. NASDAQ might... We got the dot pushing higher here. NASDAQ rolling over. Hey, something's cooking here. 64.56 last trade in the ES. Got that 500 lot, 600 lot up at 64.58. I was gone short. GK short, both from 64.60. GK got 64.60 half. It's Phil.
So 500 ES hedges about 160 million in nominal exposure to the S&P 500. I'm just trying to see if it came out to some kind of round number.
Oh, for notional?
Yeah, like if you were like, I'm trying to think about. I've just been curious because it's like these 500 lots that always pop in. That seems to be the big size du jour. Like it's rare to see 700 or 800 or 300.
True. It is. What Jack's talking about on the ladder here, you get level 2 data or not, level 2 data on Topstep X on the ladder up at 64.58. There's about 500. The 500 lot offered in there, and the remaining 65.66 algos and locals or retail traders are in there as well. Typically, we'll see those size orders come in 500 lots. Pattern recognition. Our Crude continually sell off. Crude's gunning for the lows now. 10 cents away. Crude is It was down about 50 cents here in the last 20 minutes. Gold grinding higher, but crude on the move to the downside. We saw the 83% long tilt, and we are seeing that back to 50-50. What happened to crude? Look at the wire. Nothing.
Get some acceleration. We're right about 64.40 in the SPX, and I have 64.40 as like the highest put level. So maybe we can accelerate through there if it doesn't bounce.
GK, you trade ES and NASDAQ. You ever dabble? Like, did you trade crypto? Is that how you got into this?
Yeah, that's how I got into it. So I developed an algo for trading Solana, and I did that for a couple years. And that's mainly what taught me kind of what like I needed to know. Then it was another 6 months of like adjusting to features.
Sure.
And then yeah, got funded after 6 months.
That's fast. I will say that's fast. Well, you did have your background in trading. Yeah, that is quick for funding. Well done. You love it?
My first
you enjoy
payout.
this shit? You love this? Chica, you love trading?
Yeah. I look forward to Mondays now. I never used to look forward to Mondays.
Right? Okay. When did that change? When did you start looking forward to Mondays? You start getting paid, obviously, but besides that.
Just in general, like as soon as like I switched to Topstep, like I don't know, just like some excitement about Mondays started to come in. So it just hasn't changed since.
Man, love it. Look, I'm smiling. I got Chike smiling. Number 51 on the big board. Like, short in the ES. What's up?
Yeah.
Gold not
oh no,
done.
but like
Go ahead.
oh no, nothing.
Crude continues to sell off. Keep an eye on this crude. Crude down about 60 cents in the last 30 minutes or so. Crude, only thing really moving. Crude's still selling off. Who loves crude? Okay, crude is getting absolutely smoked right now. What is going on over there? Nothing else is really reacting. Gold kind of grinding higher. NASDAQ not doing much. ES not doing much. Again, crude down 60 cents, 70 cents in the last 20 minutes or so. We got that 600 lot here in the ES offered at 64.58. What's going on? What happened over there? New highs gold. Grinding though, not getting pumped higher here. Nothing on the wire. All right, let's see how this plays out. We got London close in about 26 minutes or so. We got the housing house short and a Chike short in the ES. We're the only thing really moving right now, but we came to you yesterday with some exciting updates here at Topstep X. All our leader accounts, but I'm not going to say it because I know Ho can do it better than me. Ho, come on in. Show the peeps what we're doing, what we did. I think use it to their advantage. Thank you, Ho. Mute.
So yes, there have been some changes to the risk management for the follower accounts when you are using the copy trading. I'm going to go through a little example and show you how this is going to work. So I'm going to choose a lead account. We're just going to make that the lead account, and I'm going to attach 2 other accounts to that lead account. So we're going to save those, enable. All right, so we've got the accounts set up. Now, what about the risk settings? So this is the lead account, right? So I'm going to go with a $1,000 daily loss limit and a $2,000 daily profit target. Now, what is going to happen when we get there? I'm going to have it liquidate, and I'm going to have it also liquidate. Now, this is the lead account, right? This is the leader account. All right, so I'm going to save that. Now, we're going to look at one of the follower accounts. So I've got a $1,000 daily loss limit and a $2,000 daily profit, and I'm going to put this same number on this first follower account. Oops. 2,000. Okay. Now, what do I want to happen? Do I want it to liquidate? Do I want it to do nothing? No, I think on this account, if we get to the personal daily loss limit, I want to liquidate and block. If we get to the profit target, I'm going to liquidate and block. What that's going to do, if we reach either the daily loss limit, personal daily loss limit, personal daily profit target, it's going to liquidate the position in this account, and it is going to block the account from trading for the rest of the session tomorrow. Well, on the new session at 5 p.m. Central Time, the risk settings will remain the same. You will still be at the same risk settings, and you will still be attached to the leader account. Now, on this next account, I'm going to do this a little bit differently. I'm going to go with the $1,000 daily loss limit, personal daily loss limit, and I'm going to go with the $2,000 daily profit target. But on this one, I may want to trade this one again. So I'm just going to put liquidate instead of liquidate and block or do nothing. We get to either one of those, it's going to liquidate the position. It is going to disconnect this follower account from the lead account. You can always put that back on the next session. You can always add that again, but just know that when you get to your profit target or your daily loss limit on this account, because you've chosen liquidate only and not liquidate and block, that it is going to disconnect you from the leader account. You'll have to re-add that again, either that day or the following session. So the difference being, if I'm going to liquidate and block, it's going to block me from trading this follower account for the rest of the session, and it will remain attached as a follower account for the next session. If I go liquidate only, it is going to liquidate the position. I will still be able to trade this account, but it will no longer be attached to the lead account. Now, there's different ways that you're going to be able to use this. Maybe you can use kind of get out of one of the accounts at a little bit smaller profit target, a little bit bigger profit target, and then out of your follower account whenever that gets out. So just know when you go liquidate only, it is going to disable or disconnect the follower account from the leader account. I'm going to hit save on this, and we are going to be set for the trading day. This is a really cool thing because you're going to be able to kind of adapt strategies to different time frames. You're going to be able to maybe take bigger or smaller profit targets on some of the leader accounts or the following accounts. But just be aware, if you have liquidate only, it is going to disconnect that account from the leader. You'd have to re-add it again. If you hit liquidate and block, it is going to block that account for the rest of the day. But on the following session, it'll be open again, and it will still be attached to the leader account. Hopefully that is clear. Of course, we can always talk about it more and more, but I think it's a really cool tool to be able to adapt some of those strategies for a shorter time frame, longer time frame, and ultimately some big profits hopefully for you. There it is.
Good stuff. Yes. Exiting the trade. That would be awesome. It's testing out exit strategies, letting winners run, perhaps cutting losers early, or just tweaking the R to R. I think when they first updated us on this, that would be one of the first things that came to mind. How can I use this to my advantage? Well, testing out R to R. If I have 51%, 52% win percentage, all right, we'll try to keep that R to R, base hits, try to keep that to 1-to-1. And if I'm going 30, 40% win percentage, I got to let that R to R, I got to let that reward run. No better place than to test it out right there.
Absolutely.
So, great stuff.
I think it's a wonderful opportunity, especially for those that are trying to kind of get used to holding trades for longer periods of time. You get out of your first one at 1-to-1, you try and get the next one at 1.5-to-1, the next one at 2-to-1 reward over risk, and I think it'll do a lot of good to build those muscles to be able to stay in some of those winning trades a little bit longer.
Absolutely. Well, I got that down. The Crude did continue to sell off. Finally bottomed out, made new lows, 63.28. Gold pulled back about $3. Go ahead.
Oh, someone asked where I'm from. I'm from London, in the UK.
Getting a little push lower here too. Right to VWAP in the session. Yes. We got through that congestion area finally.
Yeah.
Hopefully that's.
I just want to see NASDAQ. I want to see NASDAQ break
ahead.
below the 15s. To know that we're going to that TP. Yeah, 515s. Once I see that, then I have like confidence in that move.
Oh, they love it. Yeah, boy. Another London boy. That's right. He's from London. They're asking where you're from. He's from London. You heard him.
I'm tempted to tighten up my stop on this now. Is something below the high of days or just above the initial balance, Hoag?
Yeah, I am Nigerian as well. I was born in London. I'm half Nigerian, half Greek.
Greek as well. Look at that. Get to know Chike. Doesn't get mad either. Incredible. And trained. Can I ask you again, how old are you, if you don't mind?
22.
Incredible.
22. Yeah.
When did you make your first? How old were you when you made your first trade?
First trade, 18. 18, yeah.
Was it around COVID? This I had to do with around the COVID time. What got you into trading? What were you doing before? Well, you're a kid, but what? What were you doing before?
I was school.
Yeah, sorry, man. Sorry. Go back to school. Yep.
Yeah.
Any of your friends or mates, as you call them, are any of them into trading like you? Or they think you're crazy?
Yeah, the person who introduced me, but like, I don't really talk to him anymore like that.
Why? What happened?
I got just went different ways. Like he stayed in London. I went off to uni, and we didn't really like keep communication up.
Oh, fair enough.
Yeah, I still play basketball with him sometimes. So yeah.
Oh, all right.
But I introduced two of my other friends to trading, so they trade with me most of the time.
Are they watching right now? Would you like to say hello?
Probably not. But yeah, shout out to you guys.
That's my guy. Sorry. I know a lot of him questions. He was 17. I should have let him finish, but what was he doing before this? He was going to school. I knew right when those I got caught up in there, right when he asked the question, I'm like, well, he was in school. Let's see if we can get a push lower. Jack, you did move your stop. Did you tighten up the stop? We're in the money.
I'm thinking about it. I haven't done it yet. And here come the lawn patrol. So I may be on mute a little bit, but it'll only be for a minute or two.
Okay, sounds good there. Question about failed upside downside auctions in the chat. We were talking about NASDAQ, right? We have a potential. Well, can we confirm we had a failed upside auction?
Yes.
Show us how.
Let's look at it.
Go full screen. Go full screen to NASDAQ if you can. Look at those charts. That's what Hoag's looking at, folks. Look at that. That's the.
Well, you just got to keep track of a bunch of things here. So, okay. So I saw a bunch of questions about this and what creates or how do you confirm a failed auction. So when the initial balance is established, and again, the initial balance is the first hour of the trading session. What just happened in the NASDAQ was the market looked above the initial balance high, was rejected relatively swiftly, and then that 30-minute bar closed back below the initial balance high. That creates a selling tail. Some would call it a selling tail. Some would call it a failed auction. Some would call it an auction fade. They all mean the same thing. Price was viewed as too expensive. Buyers wouldn't buy anymore. Sellers took over and pushed price quickly back into the range. Okay, now that is technically a failed downside auction. When does it confirm? It confirms when that 30-minute bar closes back below the initial balance high on the 30 minutes. 30-minute is the one that I've been using for years. So when you have that 30-minute bar close back below it, that's the confirmation of it. Well, it did close down below it, but that just cost you in trade locations. So when we were talking about it, when we were up here, the possibility of the failed upside auction, it wasn't confirmed yet, but if we wait for confirmation, most of the time it's going to cost us in trade location. So if you saw it happen and you saw the market struggling above the initial balance high, maybe not even be able to get back above that, that's going to be good because that's going to limit your risk. So if we were, let's say we saw the failed upside auction before it was confirmed and we kind of pre-did it, right? So we got into the trade, let's say 23,454. I'm sorry, 545. Well, where's our risk? Our risk is if we put in a new high. So we're looking at about 10 points of risk for potentially, a pretty decent profit, because typically the profit target for a failed auction would be possibly the initial balance low. So we're looking at 548 to 428. We're looking at 120 points of potential profit for 10 to 15 points of risk. That's what makes these so tasty. We've also got something similar here in gold. Now we've got gold potentially leaving a failed upside auction above the initial balance high. Now, gold's a little strange because it opens at 720 and the confirmation of this failed auction will be at 10:20 Central Time, not 10:30 Central Time. So you got to be paying attention because these are 30-minute bars based on the half hour. So if in a few minutes we see that the 30-minute bar on the 20, it's on the 20 and the 50 in gold. If we close this in just a few minutes, below the initial balance high, that creates a failed upside auction, helps you limit risk, and the target could be possibly all the way down to the initial balance low, 34.1690. 34.1690. No guarantees. Nothing works the same way ever twice. When you get the right answers, the market's going to change the questions. But we've seen several times in the past couple of weeks, particularly, and we've seen this for forever. We've seen some pretty good trades coming off of failed upside auctions or failed downside auctions. There was one last week that the house account took, I think, Doom took, or Dakota took, and everybody on screen took that trade, and it turned out to be a very, very nice, profitable trade. No guarantees again, anything can happen. But there's your basic idea of what a failed auction is.
Wow, there you go. How about that? Click thumbs up, click subscribe, click the bell. All right, we got the London close in about 11 minutes. Shout out to Algonquin, Illinois, for those watching out there. We got
Algonquin.
Algonquin.
Metro country.
Yes, 64.53 last trade in the ES. House account short and Chike short from 64.60. Oh, look at Dow. Dow pushing here. Dow might be pushing lower. It's 45,292. See if the ES wants to wake up and go with it. Nice job there, Hoag. Build upside auction.
Thank you.
GCI. That's
Mark,
right.
I'm glad.
And we talked about, you preempting it, right? Preempting, you're going to sacrifice trade location to catch the move. And we saw that, essentially what Chike didn't do in that 15-minute, 8:45 here in Central Time, 2:45 where he is in London. He wasn't willing to sacrifice trade location, and he paper traded, and it was the right decision. It was the absolute right decision to do. So we're seeing convoys. You're seeing that TopstepTV. Great stuff. Let's see what happens here at the bottom of the hour. Again, President at the top of the hour is going to schedule to have a cabinet meeting. Keep an eye out for that.
Just let it play.
Yeah. So you get the longer
back
in this
into
trade,
that congestion zone.
Yeah. You don't get phased by how long you're in your hold times don't phase you.
No.
So
I don't even remember when I entered this trade. When was it?
I love you, man.
Like 3:30 around.
Mm-hmm. Question yesterday. So it was a holiday. Well, I guess you were trading still yesterday, but on a holiday. So next Monday, bank holiday here in the States, markets are closed. What does a Chike do when not trading? Basketball. I know you like hoops, right?
Yeah. Yeah, a bit of that. I'm trying to get into golf.
Nice.
Tommy Fleetwood.
Yeah.
Tommy Fleetwood just won.
Yeah. I really enjoy skiing as well, but like, I don't really go much.
You come out here in the States, we will take you skiing. Up this Aspen, Colorado, Snowmass, Colorado, we will take you skiing. I can assure you that. We got to get you out here. You've never been to the United States, correct?
No, I've never been.
We're going to change that. We're going to absolutely change that because you
But
are
do you
one of our
think, do you think the
favorites.
US is better than the Alps?
No, the Alps are better than the Alps are better.
Yeah.
Not even close. The Alps are much better. Insane. 64.56 last trade, been consolidating. Look at all that volume trading, Jack. You heard the congestion Jack was talking about. You can see on your volume profile on the ladder in Topstep X, you're seeing it 12,000, 15,000, just up and down from 64.56 down to 64.54. Just tons of volume trading there.
We're pretty far from rollover. I was thinking maybe all this accumulation or this high volume area might be kind of perhaps a little bit related to rollover, but I think it's still a little early for that. December contract only had 3,600 contracts yesterday, and we're looking at 100,000 contracts that have traded in this little zone here.
Mm-hmm.
Still
got a
7
couple
minutes.
of weeks.
Yeah.
Delta's 2,900 positive in the S&P, is 700 positive in the NASDAQ.
Look at this. Yep,
Nothing shocking there.
Yeah, bounce right for VWAP.
We saw that heavy delta. Okay, no earnings. Let me take a look at earnings count. I believe all the earnings were pre-bell today. Again, tomorrow, the big one, the big kahuna, the Super Bowl of all. We got Abercrombie before the bell tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah,
that's good.
Yeah. Royal Bank of Canada before the bell tomorrow as well. After the bell, the big one. All right, the big one, the Super Bowl, Nvidia after the bell. Also, we got HP, we got Snowflake. There's some other big ones in there. CrowdStrike, I should say, yes. But the big one, Jack, Nvidia earnings. Is this what we need to get back to all-time highs in the equities?
It can do it. Their forward guidance is going to be especially enlightening, more so than the numbers themselves. They're expecting quarterly earnings of $1.01 per share. Let me take a little look-see here. Revenue estimate, $46 billion for the quarter. That's a pretty penny. But we'll have to take a look at whatever their guidance is going forward.
Yep, indeed. Also, will they touch on the 15% cut that the U.S. is going to be getting on those chip sales? They have to talk about that, right?
I would be shocked if that does not come up in the Q&A.
Again, Jack, can you refresh us what exactly that deal with the United States, with the chips that Nvidia is selling to China specifically, that the United States is going to take 15% off of top line?
Yeah, so they have a chip, their China chip, so to speak, and a lot of places do this. It's basically a chip that complies with the export controls, so it's a little dialed back version of what you get in the good old U.S. of A. They negotiated a deal where I guess the U.S. is going to get a 15% cut of those sales, but at the same time, you have China, I believe, urging their companies not to use them. So it would be interesting to hear what Jensen thinks about all that.
Indeed, tomorrow after the bell at the buzzer. Check it out. We do have a response now from Cook's attorney. Jack called it. We will file a lawsuit challenging firing. There you go. We got 5 minutes till the bottom of the hour. Also, the London close. Do a couple of announcements. I haven't heard from a man. No, this is not the hard-hitting news just yet. Just some stuff. Let's hear that sweet voice. James Harden, come on in. What's happening, my man?
Hey, everybody. It's Jay, and I'm here with things you need to know. And first, we goofed. We told you Robin Dane would be here today. Well, we had some scheduling changes late last night, and Robin Dane will actually be here next Tuesday, September 2nd at 1 p.m., but that just gives you, the viewer, more time to get your questions in for Robin. So join us next Tuesday at 1 p.m. with Robin Dane and Hoag as they sit down and answer more of your viewer-submitted questions. If you don't know who Robin Dane is, Robin has worked with professional traders, hedge fund managers, and performers to build confidence, discipline, and mental toughness. Now she's here taking your questions live on Topstep TV and sharing practical strategies to strengthen your trading mindset and staying sharp when it counts. Don't miss it, because in trading, mindset matters as much as the markets. We're going to drop a form in the chat for you to keep submitting questions for Robin, then be back here on Tuesday at 1 p.m. to see if your question is answered live with Robin and Hoag. So that's Mindset Matters next Tuesday, September 2nd. And also, while you're feeling internet savvy, head over to Trustpilot, leave us a review. We are a feedback-driven company, and we cannot make changes without your inputs. If you love what we're doing, we want to hear it. And if you don't like what we're doing, we want to hear that too. So please, we love 5 stars, but we'll take what you got. Go to Trustpilot right now in chat. Leave us your thoughts. Leave us your opinions. And as always, thank you for being part of the Topstep crew. Back to you, Andre.
Thank you, James. Absolutely. Please fill that out. There you go. Link pinned.
We're just talking about a failed upside auction in gold. It is not a failed upside auction.
The
Might
Oracle
see
has
some continuation to the upside.
Yes, definitely.
Only got
64.55.
another 30
Look at
minutes.
this. Yeah, look at this, man. Look at all this trade.
Mm-hmm.
They like this price here.
Yes, they do. Someone called this the point of control, Hoag. Someone called this the point
Yes,
of
they
control.
do.
Why is the control? Look at all the volume. At the volume, equilibrium, if you want to call it. This is just where the market wants to be. Buyers and sellers have essentially agreed on few prices here from
15,000 contracts at 64.56.
Also, okay, so what we got coming up today? Oh, shoulder tap is back. But before we get to shoulder tap, that's at noon central. We do have trade with Topstep Coach J, Carlos P, and Dolby Time. Carlos P always bringing the goods. Then Jack and Ben with shoulder tap, making his triumphant return at noon central. After that, we got lunchbox trading with JD and Shay with Coach Deanna. And then, of course, power players. Yes, the power player of all, Dakota, myself, JD. And then to take us into At the Buzzer, we got the Power Hour, John London, Dolby Time, and myself, of course, at the buzzer. After that, and slow market, 7:30 p.m. Central. But yes, shoulder tap is back with Jack and Ben. That was good stuff yesterday, Jack. How did it feel? Were you a little rusty? Was it like riding a bike?
It felt
How did
good.
it
We had a
go?
good, clean card. I really liked. We looked at Guan's card, and I really liked. He was going for big days, but he was holding. I mentioned it on, but for those that didn't see it, right? His average winning trade was 4 hours. His average loser is 2 hours. And given those big days, I love seeing the length of time on the losers, if you can believe it, because it means that this is not a person who is. Oftentimes, we will see people that put up big numbers, but it's like, okay, your average winning trade is like 5 hours or 8 hours, and your average losing trade is 48 seconds, right? So if that's the case, we generally know that you're kind of full porting into it, whereas Guan seems to be managing his risk better.
Great point. They're not chasing, right? You said 2 hours. Losers were 2
I
hours.
like-
Winners were 4.
Yeah.
I like how the NQ broke below those 15s. I feel like there's some potential there for the ES to follow now, and we get those
Back in
48s.
VWAP.
VWAP indeed. Okay, finally got what. Here's the patience. Talking about patience, we did see that we are trading 23,509. London has closed. Let's see if we got that in the rear view mirror. Back to VWAP, like Jack said, in the ES at 64.53, give or take. We are now getting beneath all that volume, that congestion, Hoag, in the ES. Got to push through it right now. We can get beneath.
Yeah, we're kind of low of value in the S&Ps now. I'd like to see us give up that VWAP overnight session VWAP. And if we get that IB low, we'll be looking good.
Yes, we will. Put it out there for you. We talked about it. We want to stay beneath. So you're Chica, you're always watching NASDAQ, ES, NASDAQ to see what leader and lagger. You're trying to see what moves first and what reacts.
Yeah. I like to I watch bonds as well.
Bonds. It's yeah, you're getting this down. You're figuring this out. Crude might be tapping on some lows again. It looked like it wanted to push lower again. Trading $63.39, 10 cents off the lows. Saw the heavy tilt, heavy. We're talking 83% long tilt in crude, and that unwound, and we did see crude prices push lower as well. Can we get a push lower here, Jack? Are we working a bid?
No, but I know where I would like to take it off. I would like to take it off because, like, initially coming in here, where I'd want to be looking at buying is kind of around this 44. I expect us to be kind of range bound with the Nvidia stuff, so I would like. I heard Chike mention 48s. I'd be very happy to maybe take it off there, but we'll see how it reacts. Right now, I'm most concerned with us. Not concerned, but would love to see us stay below that congestion range between 56.5 and let's call it 54, where we're at now. We're kind of at the lower end of it. If we could leave that behind, I would be a happy man in a Patagonia.
Happy man in Patagonia.
Yeah.
Let's see if we could. NASDAQ might have to move this thing first. Grinding lower right now, 23,505. Beneath those 15s. Overnight VWAP in NASDAQ is 23,488, so about 25 points to go to get there to the downside. ES is pretty much stuck up against it right now. That 500 lot down there at 440 in the ES, 6440. Now the NASDAQ is going to be, it's a little stubborn right now. A little stubborn indeed. Again, we have the 2-year, we have a 2-year auction at noon central. That'll be right with shoulder tap. Jack, you said keep an eye on the 2-year. Did you say that? It might be interesting.
Could be. I mean, at least you should always be aware of the bond auctions. I think
Absolutely.
Given the uncertainty around how many rate cuts this year, the 2 years closer to the front end of the curve, right, than when we have a 10-year auction or a 30-year. Those tend to move more. There's a little more variability, but I don't know. 2-year could be interesting.
There you go. To your front, yes, near to the front of the curve. 30-year out on the curve. Volatility out there. What is the 2-year yield right now? I know 10-year was around 4.25% or so.
3.69% is the current yield on the 2-year. Yes.
It is. Okay. Not an inverted. We had an inverted yield curve for so long. We'll talk about that later. That's boring right now. We'll talk about that some other time.
It's not boring if you were playing the steepener. I'll tell you what. That was
no, it's not boring. It pays really well too, Jack, because it's not that boring. But we got some trades.
It's boring. Put on more size. Not financial advice.
Not financial advice. All right, here we go. Into the 400s. Chike 23,499 in the NASDAQ. Let's see if the ES does want to follow. God, it's just pulling teeth. Pulling teeth here. 64.52 last trade in the ES. Oh, we got that level down there at 44.48. I do believe that is initial balance. I'm not going to make this easy.
No, initial balance low in the ES is like 44 half.
Exactly.
Oh man. Looked like we had it going. Then the buyers step in the NASDAQ. Gold continue to grind higher here, Hoag. 34.30. Just low-key grind. There's your zombie rally. What's a zombie rally? It's quiet. It's kind of sleepwalking higher here. You're seeing that in gold right now. Since the opening bell rang, New York session, we were trading about 34.17 or so. We're up about $13 right now in gold. So crude sell off.
Yeah, once that failed upside auction in crude, in gold did not prove to be true. Shorts were off. You're only long now. And there's that upside that we were looking at yesterday, Andre. You were like, is there more legs to the upside in gold? And I said, hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
We're heading there now.
Hell yeah. Locked in today, Hoag. Absolutely love it. On the tilt here. Stubborn. They're not going to make this easy, Chica. They are going
VWAP's
to.
been a problem.
Yes, it has.
It's gonna go probably. More likely than not, it goes. But maybe another 20, 30 minutes for the trade.
You're putting the timer on 25 minutes. All right. I love when you do this. I love when you do this. GK now is number 51 on the big board, showing patience, executing his plan, not taking the trade, not chasing price today on that call it 15-minute into the New York session mechanical trade. Trade off. I've seen it work many times. Risking 50 to make 100 points in the NASDAQ. Did not take the trade today. That was a great decision. Would have been a loser. Would have stopped out.
Yeah.
Yep. Would have been a painful stop.
Yeah, literally to the tick. 49s would have been the stop, so we only got to 53s as the high. So
come on, yep. And now like right back in the congestion. Jack right back into it. Just kind of sucks it right back into it. The magnet, if you will. Like I say, essentially market participants are saying, nope, that's not where price got a little too cheap. This is where we're agreeing on the price. Look at the ES. You see all that volume accumulating on the profile, your volume profile on your Topstep X ladder between, like Jack said, 64, 53, call it up to 56s. So all that volume trading there. We took a peek beneath, and the buyer said, nope, that's not where price should be. Price should be back in this 3-point range for now. Right, we'll see how that plays. We can't stay in these ranges forever. See if we can break out. We took a peek beneath. No, not so fast.
It's going to be hard to get out of this area.
What will it take, Hoag? Obviously, volume, news.
Yeah.
If we get no news, Hoag, if we get no news, what will it take?
Telling us that the market is doing a good job of facilitating trade here.
Sure
as long
is.
as it does a good job of facilitating trade here, it's going to probably just kind of flop around in here. We need price to start looking for new levels to facilitate trade. Once it's all used up here, that's when we'll find out.
Market is doing its job, is what it's saying. People say this is boring.
It is doing its job.
Market's doing its job right now. It's doing exactly what it's supposed to. Dow popped a little bit higher here. Oh, I like how Cato said it in the chat. Stay patient, GK, and strike when the moment is right. I like that. Well, he did strike. He did stay patient, and he's back in. Trade is still valid. His eye on Crude. Man, right back into it. Jack, did we move the stop, and where to?
Not really. I moved it up ever so slightly. I mean, I really wouldn't want to see like the new highs of the day. What do you say, Chica? You had like a 6-point stop on or something?
Yeah, 6 points.
I tightened up a little bit to be with Cheeky. I had a 10-point stop initially.
What's our unrealized looking like right now?
We're up $200. We've been up as much as, close to $400.
We're going to range this thing. Definitely. Hey, trade's still valid. Risk has been set. Got a downside target. Keeping the math on our side. Coach Hoop says top of the hour may give some more clarity. Top of the hour may give us clarity. Indeed, again, President has a cabinet meeting. Let's see what's on their mind. Oh, again, the new tone out of the president and the administration is they're looking to invest in straight up buy stakes in U.S. companies. They did it with Intel, and the tone was they're not done there. They're not done there. We'll see if any other names get thrown out today. Jack, I haven't heard any new names or even whispers of perhaps new names. But we'll see where they want to take this thing because it sounds like they are not done and they are open for business.
Yep. Don't know what else to say about that.
Well, we're going to stay tuned for 11 o'clock cabinet meeting. We'll see what new names do get tossed around there, if any at all. At all. Arkin after the bell later today.
I just hope this is a little bit of a further out view that if they're gonna have to do this, that it is pretty strategic. Like, the Intel thing, I get the idea of why we have a vested interest in them, but like, I would not love to see the federal government
taking over companies,
crowding out
sounds
too
like.
much investment. Well, just because already one of the big features of like investing in markets today is with so many things private. And this is what leads to these persistent high valuations too. There's not like a very big universe of publicly traded equities. And because they stay private much longer, the public misses out on a lot of the gains too. Like, so OpenAI is going to IPO probably, like at $1 trillion or something.
Yeah, we'll see. It's
there's a lot of money. What it means though, like there's only like 5,000, maybe a few less, like publicly listed companies, and there's so much money chasing into them that I don't know if we need. I don't know if we need like more in there.
Competition from the government.
Yeah, it's tricky.
We just trade it.
We do just trade it. That's a hell of a backstop, though. Intel, get along.
I say let private companies stay private.
Agreed.
All right, a few more minutes here in fast markets. Gold continue to grind higher. Continuing to grind higher. Are they squeezing the shorts? We'll find out, but it is just grinding higher. New highs, 34.31, now 34.32 just traded.
Austin, just because like I'm confused in the mechanics, I guess I just haven't read enough into it. But what does it mean that they took 10% of Intel?
I don't know. Your guess is as good as mine. Guess is very much as good as mine.
I mean, like, I have no idea. No idea what that means. They took the shares from someone.
Yeah, for every buyer there's a seller, right? Or you can just commandeer them. I don't know. This is a new one for me. I guess we'll find out. We'll stay tuned on how that plays out. But hey, I saw James come in with the Trustpilot and Robin Dane announcements. I want the good. I want the meat and potatoes, James. Give me the hard news. Give me the good stuff, James, because only you deliver the goods.
Hello, Internet. Welcome to the news that you need to know to get your days going. We're going to start with a story that I call Never Work a Day in Your Life as long as you do what you love and it'll feel like your life is complete. That is, unless you're John Williams, who says, I don't like film music much. That's right, John Williams, the composer behind Star Wars, Harry Potter, Indiana Jones, Schindler's List, and countless other movies with classic soundtracks, says, I don't like it. At 93 years old, what a time to realize you've hated your life's work. It's a little bit more complicated than that, though. It's not necessarily I never liked film music. It's that he's a composer. And he finds that making 8 to 9 minute tracks that have to fit a mood and a theme and shots and editing just isn't the same as creating a 45-minute uninterrupted piece where you sit there and twiddle your thumbs and get taken away to a beautiful soundscape. But still, big words coming out of Hollywood's biggest composer. 83 years old, still kicking. That's pretty incredible. I don't know. He may not like it, but I don't even care if you don't like Star Wars. That music is iconic at this point. You hear it, you know exactly what it is. And he created that. We should be so lucky that you leave something so last. Everybody knows exactly what it is within the first 3 notes. That was a nice story. Here's a horrifying one. In Canada, surgeons are using patients' teeth and implanting them into where their eyes would be to restore their sight. Now, this is a very rare operation that most surgeons don't even know about, says the doctor from the story. But there are patients out there who have been blind since birth, or some accident happened or something like that. One of the patients has been blind for 20 years, and she's now skiing out on the Alps, Colorado, wherever she may go. Yeah, and it's actually a pretty simple procedure in theory. You take a patient's tooth, hollow it out, implant a video camera, essentially, and then they hook that up to your optic nerves that are still alive, and then you have a tooth in your eye. But you can see, and you can drive, you can read, you can live your life.
Wow.
Why a tooth, though?
Why a tooth? Great question. A tooth, because tooth have dentine, which is the hardest substance that the body produces, making it the ideal casing to bridge the plastic lens and the patient's eye. And also, you don't another reason why they use a tooth is you don't run the risk of your body rejecting it. because your body has already produced it. It's your tooth. So there's no fear of rejection.
That. Ask and answer, James Harden. Hell yeah, that's my guy right there. Great job.
There you go. So, yeah, there is if I'm not going to link. You can search this article. You can find it. There is a picture of like when you have the tooth in your eye. You know what? It's best you don't see it unless you want to. Hey, but you can see.
Oh, come on, you're doing so well.
Looks like you could been awake for 85 hours. But talking about not being awake, that has no segue into our last story here. Gearing up for the NFL season, 2 men have been arrested for breaking into Paycor Stadium, home of the Bengals, and attempting to steal a barbecue smoker. Because if you're gonna steal a barbecue smoker, do it from the NFL. Who cares? I first saw this story thinking it was going to be another story of 2 guys camping out in a bathroom for 48 hours so they could be at the first preseason game or their favorite game. But no, they wanted to go in and steal a barbecue smoker. Do what you love, gentlemen. You got to smoke those meats somehow. There's no better place than Paycor Stadium.
Look at him.
Very cool.
Jack, you jump into Soldier Field. What's the first thing you're taking?
One of the McCaskies.
Great question.
Great answer.
Great answer.
Anyway, if you're gonna steal something from a stadium, make it cool. Make it a good story. That's all I got for you today. We got headlines coming soon. The cabinet meeting is starting any moment. So I'll get out of the way and back to these markets. We'll see you guys later.
Thank you, James.
Thank you very much, James.
Not gonna lie, Chike. I didn't know why the tooth either. I was thinking the same thing. Why a tooth? But there you go. So they put a camera. I did not know that was possible. That is pretty cool. Sound gnarly at first, but hey, that is that's fascinating.
No, I don't think the McCaskies would pay any ransom. We may have to rethink this plan.
No,
I should have asked if they remove your teeth from your actual mouth,
as opposed to like a cadaver, or
or whatever. Yeah, so wouldn't you be like toothless then? Missing a
better
tooth.
toothless than blind, I guess.
Yeah, you are. This is well, I just one tooth. Maybe just one. But great question, Chike. Piqued your curiosity, huh? This story really got you. Out of all of them, that one got you.
Yeah.
All right, guys, I'm going to sign out. Get ready for prep. GK, good to hang with you. Gentlemen, always a pleasure. We'll see you soon.
Awesome.
Good stuff, Hoag. Good stuff. Nice breakdown from Hoag today. Talking about failed upside auctions. Talking about points of control. Talking about opening range. Really bringing it to you today. So check out Hoag. We got a morning recap coming up after this. A few more minutes. We got Chike, number 51 on the big board. We got Jack. Still in front of $1 Million Cowboy. Man, he is thoroughly enjoying his time in Jackson Hole.
I am.
Got to get back up to those mountains, though. Ski season's right around the corner. Let's see here. Chike, you'll stay in this all day. Will you get up from when you have this trade on? You've got your, you got your risk, you got your target set. Will you get up and walk away? Will you monitor this from the mobile, or will you stay and watch? Or are you just doing this because you're on TV and you're hanging with us?
Probably gonna go eat.
Excellent. I like that. What's on the menu? What's on the menu, Chike?
Pasta. Carbonara.
Pasta.
I ordered it.
Really?
Yeah. I ordered it before I came on, but I actually didn't get to eat it yet. So
is it cold now? Oh no. It's cold. We made your
I'm in a bad habit right now of like ordering every day. I gotta break out of it.
All right, let's explore this a little bit if you don't mind. Whoa, okay, where else do you go? Okay, Italian. Where else do you order from?
Oh, I like Greek food. Yeah.
Same.
Where else I go? GBK's. Gourmet Burger Kitchen.
This is every day. Are you 5 days a week, 7 days a week? You got
Bills.
Very good, man. Well, thank you so much.
No, not every day. Not every day.
I'm gonna break the habit. All right,
Andre,
well,
I got
your food got cold. Go ahead.
Of Alpine subs for the boat on Sunday, and Yeah, so I've been working my way through the leftovers for this is the second day. So for 3 straight days, I've been eating Alpine subs, 2 meals a day.
Very good.
Not bad.
Especially those. Yeah. It didn't get soggy at all. Bread didn't get
It's got
soggy.
a little soggy at this point, but I'm
Bread's
big
getting
into
moist.
not wasting food. So
Fez.
there you go.
Yeah, that's very good. I like that. Chike, when you come here, we can get you some Chicago pizza. Not that deep dish either. The good stuff, the thin crust. It's the good pizza when you do get out here. So you'll go eat, you'll walk away. But how do you monitor this trade? You watch on the mobile, or you come back to the?
Oh yeah. On my phone. On my phone. So I typically like to monitor on my phone when I'm not at my desk, but like I would never place a trade from my phone because I have all like my analysis tools.
Sure.
And I don't have the screen real estate on my phone as well.
Exactly. So you can monitor. You can manage these trades from anywhere, right?
Yeah, you can monitor.
That's mobile friendly,
Yeah.
right there on your phone. Monitor. Manage
Saved
the
me.
risk.
Yeah, it saves me a couple of days, like from time to time, just like monitoring it on the phone.
I've only
let's
placed
say
one phone trade in my life, I think, Andre, and you will not be surprised to know that that's 5-alarm panic mode. It was not a good thing.
It's never a good thing. It's never a good thing. What was it? What exactly was it?
This was years ago. It may have involved a certain electric car company.
I gotcha. Yep. Were you on the right side or wrong side of it?
Oh, I was very much on the wrong side.
Oh, the trade that never ends. Chike wants to know what happened. Okay. So, Chike, you got your target at what, 64.48? Are you working the bid down there? Short one ES from 64.60. You working the bid? Set
Yeah.
forget. Okay, let's take a look at some of these prices. Got about a minute and a half left here on fast markets. Again, house account short from and GK 64.60 in the ES. Last trade 64.56. Take a look at the NASDAQ. NASDAQ trading 23,516. Take a look at the range. Tight range today, about 120 point range. Low of 23,427. We hit that right out of the New York bell. And then that consumer confidence really got this thing moving higher here. We got gold pushing here, grinding higher, 34.33. Tight range there, about $17 range in gold. Crude trading $63.44. Saw that heavy long tilt, 83%, and that thing just went down like a rock. Okay. Also, we have the president's cabinet meeting to schedule to begin at the top of the hour. We will be all over that. Keep an eye on any headlines coming out from that. Yes, indeed. We'll keep an eye. What comes out from that? Okay, Chike, thank you so much for joining us. We're going to get this turnaround. We got morning recap coming up next. We'll see Jack later on today. A shoulder tap is back. This is very exciting stuff. Chike, absolutely fantastic stuff. Morning recap coming up next. Trump cabinet meeting after that. Topstep TV, let's go. Market's about to break out. Come on.
right, welcome to the morning recap. Interesting markets today. Markets prior to the Nvidia earnings tomorrow afternoon. Had some pretty decent opportunities. House and Chike are still short. The S&P is not really seeing what I would be hoping for that continuation down to the initial balance low. We'll look at all of that very shortly. Hopefully you are having a good trading day and keeping things on the plus side. 0 for 2 for our opening range trades today. We overstayed our welcome in these shorts in gold, it would appear. So what are we looking at as far as context is concerned? Very small range yesterday, very small range. The market opened with a gap, closed the gap, no acceptance of value. The market is continuing now to push to the upside. We were talking about a couple of targets on the opening call. First target has been met, the naked point of control here at 34.3330. Next target, weekly kickoff high, 34.53. Also, another naked point of control. You may notice quite often a lot of these weekly kickoff levels are near or at naked points of control, naked points of chill, comfort levels from previous trading days that have not been revisited, always on my radar. So we did see a potential failed upside auction in gold. That potential failed upside auction did not play out. When that's the case, we don't start looking for shorts again. Very often when we see a failed auction fail or a successful breakout above the initial balance high, the market continues to push to the upside. But our opening range trade brought us into the short side today. We were looking at it this morning, and thank you all again for voting for the time frame or the time of the opening range trade. We broke the opening range, 5-minute opening range break, shorted us 5, MGC 34.2470. When we were sitting down here near these lows, we talked a little bit about maybe taking a couple off. We were looking for a little bit more for a 2-to-1 reward over risk on 2 of the contracts to kind of make it a free trade. Unfortunately, we did not get to that target. We were unable to get there. Initial bounce low. Turnaround Tuesday, folks. Turnaround Tuesday. We got the opening range pushing lower, turning around, taking out the high of the opening range, and continuing this push to the upside. I don't know how far this is going to go. You may have heard Andre and I talking about gold yesterday. Andre's question was, hey, do you think there's any more legs to the upside in gold? To which I answered, heck yeah, there is. And we're seeing that playing out today. Hopefully, been able to take some profits on some of those for all of you. Crude oil didn't really give us much today. We were looking at, a really good trade yesterday. Got out right up here near weekly kickoff high. Overnight inventory was short. The market ticked us into the short for the opening range trade by one tick. We ended up short on the 5-minute opening range trade, 5 micro crude oil, 63.71. We weren't in it that long. The market took us out at 63.96 was our stop. 25 tick stop, $150 loss. No big deal. I think we're pretty much getting pretty close to back to break even on these opening range trades for the month here. We will check that out and update everybody on that tomorrow. All right. So what are we doing now? ES. Context. The market opened with a gap. The gap closed. We've been basically spending most of our time inside the late spike to the downside, which tells me that the market is still attempting to accept lower pricing. We talk about value. Well, if the market were to close now, value would be outright lower yesterday's session. Value low from yesterday, down around 64.65. We've got value high right now about 64.59. So outright value lower. As long as we stay down here, we're going to have that outright move of value lower, which is, in essence, telling us that, price is moving lower. It's being accepted over time. We are spending a lot of time inside of this late spike to the downside. The base of that late spike, 63.5. House is still short 1, ES 64.60, as well as Chike. Both accounts are short 1ES. Let's see how this plays out. Looking for maybe a bigger move to the downside. We've been able really only to get to value low from today's session. Also, the VWAP, the overnight VWAP, has been supportive for price as well. See how this plays out. The reason we took that trade, and again, no trades in the NASDAQ today, but the NASDAQ did provide some information for us. The NASDAQ, as we were talking about during the session, has a failed upside auction. The market opens. The first hour is established. The market looks above it and is rejected on the 30-minute time frame. That is the failed upside auction. Some people call it an auction fade. Some people call it a selling tail. No guarantees, but it's just one of the data points that I look for opportunities. And it did provide a pretty decent opportunity, getting us pretty much close to the regular trading hour session, today's value low, but nothing beyond that. Nothing beyond that. Usually I'm going to look for this market to rotate a little bit deeper than that. Unfortunately, that just did not happen. We're still in these trades, and we will see how they play out. So thanks for the questions during Fast Markets today. Questions about Delta and initial balance, failed upside auctions, downside auctions. They've been really, really useful. And for all you IB haters out there, sorry about that. But why don't we get into today's quotable quote? I really like this one. Ernest Hemingway with a great quote for us today. He says, "There is nothing noble in being superior to your fellow men. True nobility lies in being superior to your former self." We were talking yesterday on screen about people not competing with others in trading and always working to get themselves in a better place, to better themselves. Very, very few things are as difficult as trying to figure out how to day trade futures. And the goal is always do a little bit better every day. Better yourself. Don't compare yourself to other traders. I did that for a long time, and it really is toxic. You are you, and your goal should be to be better than your former self, superior to your former self every day. That is our quotable quote for the day. Thanks for joining me for the morning recap. We've got Coach Jay, Carlos, and Dolby coming up with Trade with Topstep coming up. Hey, don't forget Shoulder Tap is back. That's going to be at noon today. Folks, so much for you here on Topstep TV. I'm very proud to be a part of it. Hopefully everything we're doing is helping you to get better as a trader, being superior to your former self. This is Topstep TV, folks. Let's go.
All right, welcome back to Topstep TV and Trade with Topstep. You guys know me, I'm Coach Jay, but we got two of our favorites here. We got Carlos and Dolby Time here with us. Guys, how you doing today? Carlos, we'll start with you.
Doing good, doing good. Just trading my VIP combine. Just like $200 off the profit target for today, so doing well.
Good stuff, man. Good stuff. Dolby Time, good to have you back. I know you've been back for a little bit, but this is our first time on air since your vacation. How are you doing, Dolby?
Doing great. Doing great. It always takes a little bit of time to get used to the markets again after being on vacation. But nothing wrong with taking your time. Also, we have Nvidia in earnings coming up, so that it's a whole nother layer of stuff to get prepared for. It changes the market dramatically, and I think we've all felt that this week. It is a market that has been in wait. And it's waiting for the most important day of our lives, Nvidia earnings.
If you were looking for volatility, it's right around the corner. Nvidia earnings tomorrow after the close, and they are sure to be a show. Carlos, you said you're $200 away on your VIP combine right now.
Yep.
What were the trades that you took today? Anything that you're scanning, looking at the markets right now to potentially take the trade? We do have the house account still short in the S&P from 64.60. I took that trade during fast markets with Chike. Looking for a target much lower, but still holding on to that trade. But Carlos, what are you looking at right now?
So right now, I was considering getting in short at these wicks here, but didn't take it because we were just getting on air. But I was considering going short here, so now I'm just going to wait. As far as trades I took earlier today, I did take a short pretty much at this level before, actually. It was at like 5, let me see here, like 532. Yeah, so it was around here on this candle right here, and I got this big move down. So caught the bulk of that. That was where a bulk of my profits came from. So now just gonna be patient, right? Don't want to rush just because I only need $200, right? Don't want to rush that to reach the 50% mark for the day. I'm just gonna try to play it slow, get a good trade. I size down a bit, and just make sure we lock in that good day.
Awesome stuff. Yeah, 2,800 is a great day. VIP season 3 just started, right? So all the traders got access to their accounts on Sunday. Carlos is trading in that VIP account. But if you take any trades, let us know. I think Dolby Time, you got the house account up. So we may be following you into that trade, supporting your trade there, Carlos. Quick roundup on the markets. S&P trading 64.60 half. The NASDAQ trading 23,543. Gold had a nice little rally there towards the end of fast markets, trading 34.3350. And crude oil, a little bit of a sell-off earlier, trading 63.40. We did see that long tilt in crude, got up to 80% and sold off from that point. So tilt got heavy, boat got heavy to one side, Dolby, and it shifts the other direction. Other direction.
Scary trades are the best trades. Everything is scary in crude oil and uncertain. So there's probably a lot of good trades everywhere. Crude's been crazy. it's kind of come alive again, but there's just so much going on in the world, and it's always been one of those markets that at any point in time, geopolitical stuff can come out and either really, really help your trade or really, really hurt it. Sometimes there's just not much you can do about it. Remember way back in the day when crude oil was the bee's knees and everyone was trading it, I got slipped in crude during a unannounced news event for like $300. So that's like 30 ticks. So that pretty much wrapped up my day. And I was at like 8:47 or something. Wake up fresh, and then get slapped right in the face with one of those, and it's like, well, guess we're done. Go back to bed.
Grand opening, grand closing. We do have a Trump cabinet meeting happening right now, so we will, speaking of crude, actually, out of that cabinet meeting, Trump praises oil prices being close to $60 per barrel, 63.37 last trade in crude. That cabinet meeting is going on, so if there are any headlines that we need to share from there, we will send them to you. Also got Apple holding a September 9th event to introduce new products, aka iPhones with a slightly better camera.
Same thing we've been doing in the last 15 years.
Right, with a slightly better camera. All right. Yeah, Carlos, if you take any trades, do let us know here. Let's talk a little bit about your VIP. You are a mindset hunter. You're on Coach Ray's team. How has it been? You know, there was about a 2-week period where we had all the teams set up. All the coaches were having meetings, preseason meetings, we'll call it, right before everyone got into their accounts. How's it been so far in the VIP program? What are you learning from Coach Ray? Give us all his secrets. I am a rival coach, so I'm going to take all of his strategies and implement them myself. So tell us what's going on over there.
Yeah, no, it's been great. And to be honest, I didn't realize it had started. I knew they picked the teams and all that. I guess it started when the combines were given out. So I kind of missed like the first week. But once I realized that I was actually in the Discord and everything was up and running already, I was like, oh, so I caught up, he had us write our trading plan and just details about ourselves. And for me, it's one of those things where, having to write out your trading plan makes you kind of realize, I guess, moments where you may be like, am I actually following my trading plan or not? Right. As I was writing out my trading plan, I'm like, with how I've been trading lately, like, I know I'm saying this is what I want to do, but is this what I'm actually doing? Right. So it was cool to kind of have the reflection, because obviously, I think most of us, a majority of us, right, without that outside motivation, right, to write your trading plan out, you most likely don't write it out ever. Right. So it was definitely a little eye-opening for me to actually physically write it out and see it and read it and then reflect on my own trading and say, like, okay, I'm saying I'm going to do this, but I'm not. So that was pretty cool. And also just looking at the recorded sessions, being that he also hosts the old sessions, I was really just an introduction, right, talking about what to expect and all that. So I'm definitely excited. The community that we have in the Discord is very supportive. Everyone's very open to discussion and open to criticism, and also posts their wins or losses. So it's been pretty cool to see everyone else's progress in these combines. So I'm definitely excited to keep going in this.
Nice. Good stuff. We'll get back to that in just a minute. NASDAQ did just make new highs on the day, 23,556, 75 new high there, new high in the S&P as well, 64, 63, 75. The house account had a CYA somewhere up near 64, 66. We are seeing a long tilt in the S&P and the NASDAQ, 65% long in the S&P, 62% long in the NASDAQ, 60% short in gold. Last trade in gold, 34, 32 half. Some more comments from the president. I think oil prices will break $60 a barrel soon. If you guys are remembering, about a week ago, JD talked about the largest net short institutional position in crude oil. I think he said ever, or since 2009. It was one of the two. I got to confirm that with JD. But you hear that, and then you hear, I think oil prices will break $60 a barrel soon, from the president, who also told us to buy stocks in April. We see what that reaction was. Oil's trading $3 above $60 right now since 2009. Thanks, JD. Largest short oil position since 2009. We got the president saying oil will break $60 a barrel soon. He
so
thinks.
Is this like go all in? Is that what we're doing then?
I mean, do with that information what you will. That is not financial advice. But when that guy talks about markets, they tend to move, right? We heard it in April and in May. initially in April was now's a good time to buy stocks. In May was you better buy stocks, and then we made all-time highs not that shortly afterwards. So we'll see what happens there. I think it's more just information, and we'll watch how the markets respond. Also saying that we are leading China in AI currently. Ishmael saying new highs in the Russell. The Russell has just
Bro,
been
I'm
rallying.
over AI. I'm over it.
Yeah, Adobe.
I'm over it. I don't care anymore. I don't understand where all this. I swear, man.
Is AI the new metaverse?
Bro, I don't know. I think it is. I think it has like use cases and that are like very specific, and that's awesome. But I think like the in general stuff, I don't think it's good enough, man. I don't think it's good enough. We just had a like JD. So we released like the new feature, right, for Topstep X. And this is it's an interesting plug here. So we updated the leader follower account settings in Topstep X, and you know, one of the team members had written up like what was going on, and so I think Robert threw into Chat GPT, and it returned a graphical summary, but like 20% of the words like weren't even spelled right. Like, what?
Yeah.
Is it take another $1 trillion so we can spell right? I mean, maybe I just sound stupid, but like crazy
No, it's a good point.
valuations for like kind of basic stuff. Like I don't know. I don't know, man. It's
There's that, Dolby, and then you get the videos of like, you know, I saw one video. It was just like it was almost like a world war with like all the world leaders, and they
Yeah,
had all their
crazy.
faces, and then it was like you can do this, but you can't spell banana correctly,
Like,
right?
yeah, right. Or how many R's are in strawberry? I think that was a meme for
Right.
a while. I couldn't figure that
Right.
out. Also, I don't think people like AI art. I'm just putting that out there. I'm gonna go on a tangent. I think people see AI art and they're just immediately disengaged. So I think it might be useful for like, I don't know.
Well, I think
creating
they
ideas
look
or
at it as
stuff.
your
It's just fake.
art, you know, should be from a person's creativity, you know. So that's really their argument against AI art. It's like, you know, obviously
Yeah.
the AI art can make mistakes, right? With the fingers, it can never get fingers right,
Right.
like the hands. But it's just that argument, right? You're taking away something from like that an actual person can do, right? And their creativity, especially when people
100%.
use it for like concerts, like promotions, whatever marketing. They look
It's
at
like
it as,
cheap,
you know,
too.
as lazy.
It looks cheap.
Yeah.
People don't like
Yeah.
it. People don't like it. I know. We just
Yeah,
had
I think that-
Travis on yesterday, and he likes it. He does music and does really cool stuff for music. But as soon
Right.
as people find out that it's AI music, they're just like, I've been hoodwinked. I'm out. Like they still need to see the artist in the art. If you remove that,
Yeah.
like no one cares. It's like, great, a machine made it. Great, machines can do a
Yeah.
lot of stuff. It's not nearly as impressive as like a 16-year-old Alanis Morissette, you know, writing banger pop songs. Like that is truly impressive. Truly impressive.
Yeah. Agree. I think you're saying this as a creative, Dolby. It makes a lot of sense, right? Where art is supposed to be, you know, it's supposed to be from you. It's supposed to be from your lived experiences and all that other stuff. When it's just like a collection of everyone's lived experiences, and then we, you know, just randomize it, roll the dice to see what we get. Maybe you don't feel that same emotion. I think, that, like you said, though, there are definitely use cases for it. I saw someone in the chat just said, you know, they built a listener for TradingView, where it's a tool like anything else is, but yeah, I think there's an oversaturation for sure. We heard Sam Altman say it. Right? There's definitely a bubble in the AI space, and he's leading one of the biggest AI companies that there is. But yeah, there's going to be a lot of companies that we don't talk about a year from now that are leading in the AI space right now, and I think that's we're going to see that.
Yeah, whatever. Maybe I'm a Luddite.
whatever use they provide. maybe just a little bit. But that's okay.
Totally fine. I'll eat that one. Totally fine. I don't know. The hype is out of control. Absolutely out of control.
Absolutely. All right. Any trades you're seeing right now? Go ahead, Carlos.
Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to call this out real quick. I saw someone in chat say that Gabe Garcia, he submitted his first payout request. I just want to say congratulations. That's awesome.
Oh,
first time is always
amazing.
Always feels the best. Yeah, so congratulations, man.
Don't spend it all in one place. Unless it's not that big of a payout, then maybe you can. I don't know. I bought a new computer with my first payout. It was awesome. Had my eyes on one.
Upgrade the system.
That's what I'm saying. It was really
Yeah,
good.
reinvesting is always a good idea.
Yep. It was good stuff. Good stuff. I guess seeing this big old Dorito right now, obviously, because that's like my whole world is Doritos, apparently. But that's what it looks like in the NASDAQ right now. Lower highs, higher lows. Maybe we get up to I'm on a 30-minute in the MNQ. Maybe like 23,580s could be interesting if it wants to break out of the Dorito high.
We got a little little
just
size on the
hanging out
dom
up
up there.
Mm-hmm.
Got 87 offered at 569. So maybe we go get those, Dolby, and turn around. But yeah, this is pretty much the kind of day we expected.
Mm-hmm. That's why you got to do your homework before you start trading for the day.
Yep, absolutely. A ton of comments coming out of the coming from the president right now. We're doing absolutely amazing. We're doing amazingly well in steel. Government jobs are down and private jobs are up. He's talking about Ford. New job numbers are going to be through the roof from new hiring. So a lot of comments coming out of there. Just understand that, you know, we pay attention to the comments coming out of the president because they have the potential to move the markets. Do you trade solely based on those comments? I don't know how you trade a repeatable process that way, but they can definitely move the markets. Quick check-in on prices: 23,541 quarter in the NASDAQ, 64.61 quarter in the S&P. Believe the house is still short there. Tilt pretty much 50-50 across the board, except for a 62% short tilt in gold, which is trading 34.20.
I'm really curious about his comments on oil. I'm like really curious. Where does he want it to go? Because like anything under 60 a barrel is not great for U.S. oil producers. Our break-even price is not nearly as low as, say, like the Middle East or Saudi Arabia, where they can just like take a plastic fork and stab it into the ground and get oil.
Right. What was the range? Dolby, did you watch Landman?
I did not. No, I should have though.
I forgot what the range was that they said they wanted to keep oil at.
I looked it up.
I gotta look that up. Somebody in the chat knows.
I looked it up in Perplexity. I might just put in like AI, obviously, right? So it's a new search engine.
Right.
So like Permian Basin is around, for new wells, it's like 61 to 65, and it can go as low as 38 to 42 for existing wells in the Permian Basin. It's as low as $33 a barrel. This is just the break-even prices. Bakken or Bacon in North Dakota, new wells break-evens between 50 and 60, sometimes even above 83 for certain operators, so they would be in the red for under 60. Eagle Ford in Texas, new wells break-evens roughly 66 to 67. Denver Julesburg, based in Colorado, around 80 a barrel. And then Powder River Basin in Wyoming, 58 per barrel. So anything under like 55, and I don't know if U.S. oil producers are competitive.
Emery just said that in the chat, right? He wants to temper inflation, and the easiest way to do that is to lower oil.
Yeah.
$55 is the line in the sand. $40 would be bad for the U.S. So there we go.
It's a weird balancing act, right? Because I was going to follow up, and Emery's right. Like one of the ways to lower cost is to get energy cheaper, because oil is in, oil rules everything around me. And it like truly does. It's in literally everything. I mean, it's not in your food, but it transports your food, and it touches a little bit of everything that you consume. And so having lower oil would be better, ideally, but who knows if they end up even passing along those costs, you know what I mean? Like how long is it going to take for them to lower prices because the competition is lowering prices? Or are they just going to pocket that extra margin on lower costs? So I don't know, man. I do not know. But hey, oil gets under 60, that's gonna be crazy. That's gonna be crazy times. Yeah, Brad, we're still seeing really high gas prices too, man. We're still paying like $3.80, almost $4 in Chicago.
I just think historically the prices of things just don't come down.
No, everything goes up and to the right, typically.
Forever.
You're paying $3.80 for what type of gas? Regular or premium?
Like regular unleaded.
Really? Wow.
Oh yeah,
New York.
Chicago? It's terrible.
Yeah, New York right now it's at like $3.10, I think.
Wow.
Around there.
Yeah. Wow, that's really good.
I think I paid like $4.20 for premium the other day.
Nice.
Yeah.
Oh, premium.
Shout
what
out
are you
to Eddie
driving?
Horn.
What are you driving, Jay? Premium.
a Nissan Rogue. But it's I just put premium in it because I don't know why.
It has an insatiable appetite for the
Shout out
good
to my
stuff. Feed it its good
Exactly.
stuff.
Shout out to my Nissan Rogue though. I love that car.
Dude, I miss when
That's awesome.
premium was like around where regular is now. It used to be like 310, 320. I remember like when I first got my car like 10 years ago. Now it's like you said,
Yeah.
you're paying like over $4. It's like
Mm.
crazy.
Yeah. Absolutely. Dakota drives a Lambo. Yeah, Lambo with a Civic emblem on the front of it.
Yeah.
All right. Any trades you're looking at right now, Carlos? We are kind of just chopping around in this range. We saw you on the Thunderdome. I think that was a week or two ago. Trading in
Yeah.
this range. Have you learned anything about this time of day for your own trading or anything like that? How are you looking at the markets right now?
Yeah, I just think being that it's a lower volume time, I think one thing I have to be comfortable with, which is hard for me, right? Trading in the morning session, or like I guess at open, right? It's way more volatile. It's just being able to sit in trades longer. Being that I'm a scalper, I don't like to sit in trades too long. And when you're at this time of the market where it's moving like this, where it's like this 5-minute candle has basically been like less than 5 points, that can start to make me question the trade, get antsy, right, and make me want to get out. So one thing I'm going to try to do is just stay in trades longer, right? If I notice that we're in a lower volume time, just know that if I feel like I got a good entry originally, if I feel like I'm on the right side of the market, it just may take a little bit longer to develop compared to when I'm usually trading. That's really my biggest takeaway, just to continue to have the confidence in the trades and not get out too early.
What was the you want to go over some of the trades you took to get your P&L to, was it 2,700-ish or 3,700?
Yeah, so I actually started down, I think about like $800. I had like 2 losers. I ended up coming back on a short, basically to like break even on a short. So I had like those 2 trades. To be honest, I don't really remember where they are. It had to have been around here.
Yeah.
But with where I got the bulk of my money, I actually made $2,700 was on this move here. So I shorted at 532, and then I added another 3 contracts on the break of this candle low, and so that netted me basically like the $2,800. So if you see, it was like 1,500 on one, and then almost 1,300 on the other.
Okay, nice. How do you Oh, go ahead. I'll ask you a follow up in a second.
Yes, I was just gonna say, as far as adding, I don't usually add, but that's something that I'm trying to, I guess, get more comfortable with, right? When I know that I'm on the right side of the trade, when I feel confident in my entry, right? Once I have a decent profit, right? I'm not adding to losers, but adding to winners. That's something that I want to try to add to my arsenal, if you want to say. Just because there have been many situations where I've told myself I should add here. I like this ad, and I don't, and I end up missing out on profits because of it. So being that this is, a combine, and also, the VIP combine, I want to take this time to challenge myself, right? Maybe expand the way I trade and the way I think about trading, right? So to me, adding to winners is a big part of that, right? And it
100%.
worked out today.
So hard to do.
Yeah. I mean, to me, I just think because I'm just all in, all out, and I'm not in trades long, adding to trades sometimes just feels like, okay, but if it goes in the opposite direction even a little bit, then I'll get nervous and I'll just get out, right? So like here, I think when I added, I was only up about $600-700, but I was confident that we would at least come down to touch 21 EMA. And when we broke that, that was my confirmation to hold the trade even longer. So adding just made sense in the moment for me. The way I saw the trade playing out, I had a great entry, pretty much almost top wick this candle, and it was moving my direction. So I'm just trying to get more familiar with that, more confident with that, so that once I'm in an XFA and I have good balance and I have like a buffer on the day, let's say, or I'm in a good trade, being confident to add when it's appropriate definitely can make you go from having a good day to then having an amazing day, right? Because let's just say if I didn't add, I would only be up the 1,500, right? Which is still amazing. It's not that it's bad, but I would have missed out on basically another 20 points of profit with 3 contracts. So
yeah, there's a lot of good stuff in there. I mean, for one, you're using the trading combine appropriately, which is to practice being uncomfortable and trying new things, which is awesome. And I guess my follow-up is, did you write it in your trading plan to have a system to scale up in a winning trade? And what would be the rules for that?
To be
Great
honest,
question.
no. This was actually something that I thought of like kind of after the fact, after I wrote it. Because again, like when I started trading this combine, I wanted it to be a challenge, right? Because in the end of the day, like I'm not saying I'm nowhere near being an amazing trader or anything like that. But if I wanted to, I could get lucky in a combine and pass it in 2 days, trading max size and just get it out of the way. I don't want to do that, right? I want to treat this like it's an XFA, like it's a live account, right? And like you said, like I want to challenge myself to expand my trading skill, right? And this is the perfect environment to do it, right? I have Coach Ray, where he's there to help and give advice. I have everyone else that's in the Discord, and just and myself, right? So this was something that kind of came up with afterwards to challenge myself, right? To expand the way I trade. And just because this time I added 3 contracts doesn't mean that it's always going to be 3, right? It was just more so the confidence level in the trade that I added basically doubled my position. But I've considered even just depending on situations, right, adding 1 or adding 2, right, just to kind of get that extra boost if it's moving in the right direction. And most times that I've had situations to add where I didn't, were situations where I had a good entry, price came up, let's just say halfway to where my entry was, and then started to reject again, and I felt like we were going to get another flush, almost like what you can see here, right, where price on this candle where I got in came down, came up a little bit, but then 21 EMA was here, point of control was here, and it was rejected off of it. That would have been like another area where I would have considered adding. And in the past, I wouldn't have, but I would have told myself if I want to add, this is where you add, and I just wouldn't have done it, right? Almost basically out of fear. So that's what I want to try to break. Pretty much that fear of when I see an opportunity to add or continue on with the trade that I was in, to actually let it play out the way it needs to play out, and
Gotcha.
maximize my profit potential.
Carlos, I got some follow-up questions to that. I do want to get back to this because I do like the idea of adding to trades. But we're going to throw it to JD really quick for some on this day. Today is August 26, 2025. But we're going to go to the Wayback Machine. JD, what do we got?
In the Wayback Machine, we've got a good one today. In the spirit of TV, on this day, August 26, 1939, the very first televised Major League Baseball game is broadcast on station W2XBS, the station that would eventually become WNBC TV. Announcer Red Barber called the game between the Cincinnati Reds and the Brooklyn Dodgers at Ebbets Field in Brooklyn, New York. The significance at this time, television was still in its infancy. Regular programming did not yet exist, and very few people owned television sets. In fact, in the city of New York, there were only about 400 household television sets in the year 1939. It wasn't until 1946 that regular network broadcasting caught on in the U.S., and only in the mid-1950s did television sets become more common in the American household, making leaps and bounds in the last 85 years in broadcast technology. I'm impressed. On this day,
Awesome stuff.
1939, first baseball game.
Thank you.
First Major League Baseball game broadcast.
Thank you for that, JD. You said Brooklyn Dodgers. I had to throw on the Brooklyn Dodger hat really quick. Also, televised baseball, the perfect thing to take a nap to. Sorry to all our baseball fans, but I love going to games, but it's hard for me to watch a baseball game on TV.
It is.
It's a great sport to go watch it live in person, though. But thank you for that, JD. All right, so Carlos, back to adding to your trades here. So let's say I'm assuming that you're adding to winners in this case, right?
Yeah.
Do you consider the overall? Do you consider it as one overall trade, or are you looking at it as multiple trades if you're adding?
To me, it's just one trade.
Okay.
I mean, at the end of the day, it all contributes to the same P&L, right? So I'm not necessarily looking at it like, oh, all right, I got my first entry at 532 and the other one down here at wherever it is, and I'm only up 10 points on one that group of contracts and up 20 in the other. I'm not gonna look at it like that. I think that kind of also complicates it, at least in my eyes. The way I look at it is just, okay, where's my new average? What is how is my money going to move, right? As far as like per tick and per point, how much money am I making? How much money am I losing right now that I've added? And then just taking it from there, right? I feel like if you try to look at it as two separate trades, it's going to get confusing, at least in my eyes, right? Maybe people who've done it more often are used to it and can do that. To me, I kind of just treat it as one trade and just go from there.
So then to that point, if you're adding to it, are you okay with, does your point of invalidation for the trade change?
That's a good question.
Right, 'cause the ad may make your average, yeah, right. The ad may turn your average to a point where it's above a point of invalidation. So do you let the trade become a
Yeah.
loser at that point, or how do you manage it? Right, and just curious, right, just like working through this whole process because
No, this
I
is a
like
great
adding the trades
conversation.
too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think
How
that's
do
a
you
great
approach that?
question. I think it's a great question. I think for me, the way I looked at it, because even in this trade, when I averaged in, it worked out pretty much immediately. But I did have the thought of, what if it didn't, right? Where do I want to get out? Because it's true, I can leave them the same stop, but basically, like let's just say in this situation, since I doubled my position, my loss would be doubled at that point. Am I comfortable betting on that? And to be honest, being the way that I want to add, right? Because I actually used to add to losers back in the day when I was first starting, right? I think everyone kind of goes through that period. And obviously, to me, I don't
Yeah.
think adding to losers is really an effective strategy or a long-term strategy to use. So I stopped that entirely. But being that in this, I want to add to winners, I would most likely just have to make that trade in that situation is break even. I think if I'm in a situation where I'm going to double my risk and I'm adding in a position where I'm already up, let's say 20 or 10 or 20 points, and I want to add into the trade, I don't want to then turn it into like double the loser, right? If we get a move
Got
in the
you.
wrong
Yeah.
direction.
Right,
So to
right.
me, I just think if I'm doubling down on the trade that I'm in and I'm in profit, it's because I truly believe that it's going to go in that direction. And if it starts to show me that it's not, I'm either going to get out at a smaller profit or I'm just going to get out at break even. I'm not going to let it turn into a loss.
It kind of
Nice.
changes the trade a little bit because it almost goes from like a trade you can hold because your stop is in a point of invalidation, and if you size up, it almost becomes like a momentum trade. Like you have to go now.
Yeah.
A trade that
If you
has to
don't-
work,
Which is
right?
like
Yeah.
something
has to work
which is
now.
something I'm comfortable with because that's really how I usually trade. So that's why it kind of felt natural in this trade to do it. And it felt good because I'm used to that. That's kind of like what I want to see, right? When I get into trades, I want to see that momentum in my direction. So that I guess that's an attitude I'm used to. So it works out for me to trade that way, right? And obviously I'm still testing, right? This isn't long term at all, right? I have to give it some more
Yeah.
time, some more
100%.
test
It's
it a little
hard.
bit
Get some
more.
more data on it.
Exactly.
I think it's
But
I
it
think
did feel good.
I think it's super hard to do, Dolby, especially because you like Carlos said, ideally you want to be adding to a winner. We had Lance on about a month ago with MP, and he said you want to lean heavily into your high probability setups, and that's what it kind of sounds like you're doing here. But then that does change that average, right? So now again, you have to hope that this is not hope, but this has to be one of those high probability trades that does play out, right? They're not 100%. So sometimes you're going to add to a trade and it's gonna go against you.
Yeah.
Carlos, I heard you talking about pulling back to the moving averages and things like that. Do you consider one of the ways, and when I try to add to trades as well, and sometimes I have success with it, sometimes I don't. One of the ways I like to look at putting on another contract is if I wasn't already in a position, would I take this trade? Right, where sometimes people think it's just like, hey, yeah, I'm in 4 contracts, but if I was in 8, I could make double the profits. And
Yeah.
then you're adding at maybe at the high of a long move where we're going to get a pullback from there, right? Where if you were completely flat, would you even take the trade at that point? And then buying on a little bit of a pullback. But yeah, interesting conversation. I know a lot of times we're talking about, how quickly can I take profits? How can I scale out of a position? But scaling into one that works, that's a really cool way to use that VIP combo.
Hardest thing
Yeah,
to do.
and I mean, even just based on what you said, right? Like even just reflecting on or how I added here, I shorted up here, had the move come down, and this move here where we broke down past the 21 EMA, past the put of control, next candle opens up reaches those levels where they're intersecting and rejects, that is another like trade I would take. That's a trade that I would see, and I would be comfortable, let's say, shorting there. So there is value to what you say in the sense that like a good way to look at it is if you would get in this trade, regardless if you were in one or not. I think that's a great way to consider adding because, like I said, now that I reflect on my past trading, there have been many moments where yes, that was the case where I would get into this had I not already been in a trade, but because I was in a trade already, I didn't want to add, and you miss out on potential profits, right? So it's definitely a great way to look at it for sure.
Good stuff, man. Good conversation here. Dolby, I keep hearing you say it's the hardest thing to do.
In trading? I think so. I mean, everything already is the hardest thing to do in trading, but I think that is the hardest of the hardest thing to do is add into a winner, especially with momentum. Because, I mean, most people don't even do well just being up. Like, I think a lot of people, whether they know it or not, actually feel more comfortable when they're down in a trade versus when they're up in a trade. And then pushing that pedal down a little bit more to add in more risk when you're already uncomfortable. It's so hard to do, and like then your average gets messed up. Maybe you have to start accepting more risk. You know, maybe you're trying to do this strategy in a market that doesn't quite work for it. Like, adding into the NASDAQ is way different than probably adding into ES or crude oil. You just don't have that volatility that can come and mess you up super fast. It is so hard to do, but it's what gets you, some more capital, some more money if you do it well.
Absolutely. Yeah, market conditions got to facilitate.
Yeah, that's exactly what I say. Definitely
market conditions got to facilitate the ad, right? Where if you're adding in a range bound market, you think it's going to break out, and you're like, oh yeah, here's the breakout. I'm going to buy it at the high, and it's like, nope, we're actually in a range. So you're adding at the worst possible spot. That market conditions got to facilitate that. Let's see. Speaking about market conditions, prices real quick: 23,542 last trade in the NASDAQ, 64.63 last trade in the S&P. Gold trading 34.3220, and crude oil trading 63.39. Again, we did hear some comments from the president about him thinking that crude is going to be below $60 a barrel soon.
Wild.
How soon is soon? We will see what the markets say, but pretty much no tilt across the board, 50-50 across the board. So not much to talk about here. Pretty slow markets. Start over to JD real quick. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So real quick, before we go to the news, Dolby, this range, how would you approach this? Right? Because there is opportunity here. We saw Chad and Alfie 2 weeks ago in the Thunderdome kill this range and trade it really well. What range are you looking at? What are some prices that you're looking at?
I mean, there's a couple of ranges going on right now. The one that I'm looking at immediately is on the 5-minute, and we've just been stuck in a 20-point range. I'm assuming that if I go to a slightly larger time frame, say like the half hour, then we have a bigger range that we're looking at, which would be say like 500s up to 550s, using a little bit of rounding. So that's probably the range that we're looking at. Also, if you are going to be a range trader, I think one of the most important rules, and also maybe one of the hardest to follow, is you're always trying to find the biggest range to trade during the day. And so that could theoretically limit your opportunities, but that's where the most value is to be had. So maybe you only see like 1 or 2 ranges on large time frames, but if you can find those and you have the patience to wait for them, those are the best ones. So we have a 30-minute range, 500 to 550s, and I think maybe that's why we're selling off a little bit. But then if you zoom in, you're like, oh, we have a 5-minute range. We can go along that. And it's like, well, it's a 5-minute range at the high of a 30-minute range. So which time frame is going to, dominate out always leads toward the larger time frame, especially on a day that's already going to be leaning towards a more range-bound market regardless. So that's kind of the theory there. Try to find the biggest ranges you can and take your shots on those, not the small ones. It's a brief lesson in range trading.
Good stuff, Dolby Time. Let's throw it over to JD real quick. I did ask the chat for, I think I'm going to trade in my Nissan Rogue next year. Asked the chat for some suggestions, and we got some news about Korean Air and Hyundai.
We sure do. They're joining some U.S. major investment. So 2 Korean companies announced major investment in the U.S. They announced this yesterday. Korean Air says it plans to buy 103 Boeing airplanes. Is also purchasing engines and a maintenance program from GE Aerospace and CFM International. Total price tag for Korean Air is $50 billion, $50 billion investment in the United States. The Hyundai Motor Company, or Hyundai Motor Group, says it's increasing its investment in the U.S. from $21 billion to $26 billion. Earlier today, South Korea President Lee Jae-myung met with President Trump in the Oval Office. Business officials from Korean and U.S. companies were also in attendance. All told, Korean businesses are expected to invest $150 billion in the U.S.
Oh, we lost JD.
Oh no.
Said 150 billion and they cut him off. It's like this guy's giving away our secrets. But that is a ton of investment from Korea. We also were getting some comments from the president just recently. EU, Japan, and South Korea trade deals are done. We kept the same deal with South Korea. There we go. So we got some more trade deals being done. Markets don't really care too much about those. Looks like no reaction. Dolby, we are trading that range, right? 550s down to 520-ish, 530s. Let's see what happens here. But Carlos, you got $2,800. $2,800 in your definitely. So you don't have to risk a whole lot up there at the high of that range. $2,800, Carlos, in your VIP combine for the day.
Yeah.
So I worked with Coach Ray a lot, especially towards the end of last year. Started this year on a program that we did for some Topstep traders. Have you attended some of his VIP sessions? I know you said you missed the first week or so. I know Coach Ray has a very specific risk management suggestion that he has for his traders. You know, I like that you're being assertive with this Topstep account, with the VIP account, right? Where you're knowing how to be, step on the gas when the market says it, right? How do you look at downside management of this account?
Well, I think I treat it pretty much like any other account I would, right? Like I use the same stops, right? On points of invalidation. Same contract sizes from 2 to 3. I did consider using 2 just to kind of slow down, right? And stick to 2. And just really take it slow. And being that again, I want to make this something that's working on my trading, not necessarily, I'm not trying to run this combine up to, or once I get to the next pay, run it up to 100K, right? It's like I want this to be a learning experience. I want to take advantage of the fact that I'm in the VIP program. So if that means taking it slower, right, doing things the right way, then that's what I'm going to do. And if the opportunities arise to maximize my profits like today, then also not being afraid to jump on them. But I mean, I'm not trying to change too much as far as I guess how I, my risk and what I plan to do per trade. Just more so just definitely just mentally just taking it slower and being sure of what I'm doing.
Gotcha. We got a comment from Angie, right? And maybe some good conversation here. I'm confused why traders at this level, and Carlos is talking about your level, are in the VIP, right? I think, and we say it all the time, there's always something to learn. I don't think anyone, if level 10 is the highest level of a trader, I don't know many traders that are at level 10, especially, traders that we see on Topstep TV. You might see a great trader on Topstep TV and they understand that there's still something that they can either learn or improve. So Carlos, for you, you're a pretty good trader. We saw you on, XFA leaderboards earlier this year, pulling a ton of money out of the markets. If there was one thing at the end of the 3 months of the VIP program that you could say you improved and made you a better trader, what would that one thing be? Right? It doesn't have to be a P&L. Yeah, ideally, you make 100K in the next 3 months. But if there's one thing that you could take from these 3 months, what would you want it to be, and what are you going to work towards in those 3 months?
Yeah, to be honest, it's definitely not anything related to P&L or anything like that. I think for me, the main thing that I want to work on, because it's something that I think I've been struggling on, is just the mental side of trading, right? The psychology that's involved in trading. It's funny that this person chat messages why is someone at this level in the VIP program, and it's like you said, right? You can learn at any level. There's always something to learn and something to improve, right? But to be honest, right, this later half of the year has been sort of a struggle in my trading, right? Yes, I've had a lot of success. I've had huge days in the market, and I've had a great time, days like that. But just because I've had those days doesn't mean that I don't struggle. Doesn't mean that I'm a perfect trader. Right. And doesn't mean that I go through periods of time where maybe my confidence as a trader isn't at that level. Right. I'm someone that, yes, I can say verified proof. It was on TopstepTV that yes, I've had $20,000 days, I've had $15,000 days, whatever you want to say. Yet, based on my trading, let's say in these past few months, my confidence isn't of the trader that's so, you would think that has made that type of money and been able to take, tens of thousands of dollars in payouts. It's not there.
Got you.
Right. So one thing that I want to work on is just making sure that no matter where I am in my trading, that my psychology stays the same. Right. My confidence always stays the same. And no matter whether I'm in a drawdown period, no matter whether I'm, winning a lot, make sure that my psychology stays where it needs to be, right? It stays grounded enough to where, yes, I can have a $20,000 day and the next day only make 500 and be happy. And also be confident enough that, yes, I've had 2-3 losing days in a row, but today is a new day and I can come in and attack the markets and, have a good day today. That's really what I want to work on and be able to say at the end of these 3 months that I've improved in that aspect. And I think that's why it's also a perfect case for me as being on the mindset hunters, right? Because that's literally, I guess, their whole idea, right? The whole idea of the team. So it was a funny thing when they picked the teams, and I saw that I was very happy about that because that's truly what I want to focus on. Yeah, exactly. That's really something that I want to focus on in this program. So definitely happy to be on board.
Good stuff, man. Well, take full advantage of it. You got a great coach over there with Coach Ray. He's probably the coach that I talk the most shit to. But it's out of pure respect for Coach Ray, because I love that dude. I love what he does. So we got a good one over there. We got a couple minutes left here. No trades right now, but that is okay. There's still a ton of opportunity, ton of time left in the market. Still got 3 hours left to trade. Remember, we do have Nvidia earnings after the close tomorrow. So the market may just be waiting for that. Not really much on the economic calendar for the rest of the day. But of course, while the president is speaking, there's always a headline around the corner. Dolby time, you got anything before we go for the day? You want to air the rest of the day?
I don't know. I think I'm probably on for like maybe power hour again.
Gotcha.
No, I would just, we got Nvidia coming up. So that's going to really just change the market. Obviously, we're all feeling it. There's not a ton of opportunity. There's probably some on some shorter time frames if you want to get a couple ticks. But we're just waiting and hanging out. So hopefully, if you did trade, you made some money. If you didn't trade, good for you.
Awesome stuff. Carlos, you got anything before we go?
No, just excited for the VIP program. Like I said, and I encourage anyone else who's in the VIP program, no matter what coach you're with, to really just take it seriously, right? It's a great opportunity. Of course, it's awesome that you get a free combine, you get free resets. That's all great. But really focus on the real reason why Topstep is doing this, and it's to better you as a trader, right? And really give you that shot, right? There are a lot of people that always, they want that shot. Give me a free. If I had one more reset, I'd be able to, make money in this account. Truly treat this like it's intended, right? Treat it as something to better yourself as a trader, to really improve. Take the advice that the coaches are giving you, really let it soak in, and and make improvements to your trading. If you do that, I guarantee you that you will come out of this VIP program a different trader by the end of it. So really take advantage of it. It's a great opportunity that Tops is doing, and I'm very grateful to be on a VIP team. So thank you guys.
Nice.
Awesome stuff. Thank you, Carlos. Well, coming up next, the return. It is the return. Second day in a row now, we are bringing back shoulder tap. We got Jack and Ben coming in for a little shoulder tap. Then after that, we got JD, Shay, and Coach D here of the Chameleonaires talk about their VIP experience. And a lot more Topstep TV ahead. So shoulder tap coming up next. Make sure you hit that thumbs up button if you haven't done so already. This is Topstep TV. Let's go.
Hello, everybody out there. Welcome to Shoulder Tap. I'm Jack, joined by Ben. Big day. You were saying the leaderboard's flying around here. We'll talk about one trader in particular. Just an update on the house account trade. In the green room, Chike told me you got to hold this. So we are. It's about 1.5 points against us, so we'll see how that shakes out there. Ben, how you doing today?
Doing well. Another day in paradise, as they say. Yeah, pretty happy we're doing this consistently again, Jack, and got a little streak going 2 days in a row. So we'll keep it rolling. Give you a quick update on some of our P&L leaders. I was surprised by the magnitude of some of the wins that we've got on the live boards today, just given how relatively muted it's been, in price action in some of the equities. But got Allen up cool $21,000. Hasn't traded a while. Looks like he's probably done for the day. Kino's up about $15,000 at the moment. Gitan up $12,000, and Abin up almost $11,000. A few other people up nicely too. So really impressive given the lack of volatility. We did see a few people capture some of the move in equities. There was a spike. I actually didn't look at it to see if there was news or some sort of announcement that came out around 7 o'clock Central Time last night, Jack. But a few traders captured a piece of that, and a few traders got smoked on that. I would give something I've noticed. I know we've got so many things to talk about now that we've got Shoulder Tap back, but something I've noticed is a lot of traders, live and otherwise, will come in and trade, right at session open, 5 p.m. Central, and just dive in head first. And there's nothing wrong with doing that if you have a strategy or that's part of your system, and there's maybe your setup is activating. It's one of the advantages to trading futures that you can trade in that overnight session, and there's decent liquidity there. But doing it day after day, and especially if you're hitting your daily loss limit before regular trading hours in the equities even open up, I think it's shooting yourself in both feet before the starting gun even goes off in a lot of cases.
Yeah.
Most of the best, generally speaking, most of those best trading opportunities are going to occur, 7:30 a.m. to the end of the session, regular trading hour session. So I think it's important to exercise caution and patience. A lot of traders are kind of just jumping in as soon as the markets are open, rather than being patient, waiting for some real volatility or opportunity to present itself.
Well, in that case, too, the news last night was Trump saying that he would go ahead and fire Lisa Cook. She's back with the lawyer response, so that story isn't going anywhere. But we do have a story, Ben, in that we got a card today.
Yeah, we do. Let's dive into it. So we've got Steven. Let's pull up the trading card for Steven here. He's trading with us from Lehigh Acres, and Steven had a really hot start at Topstep. He's only been with us since January. Did very well in combines, and then in the XFAs. Has really not even purchased that many accounts at Topstep. Got into live, but sometimes, I don't know what Steven's background is from a long-term standpoint. If he is relatively new to trading, but has gotten into this live account, and you see the average daily P&L there is negative $700. Been in the account for a while. It's pretty much just been losing money, day after day. I think there's some reasons behind that, and while there is some level of a transition from sim to live, that can be some difficulty that people struggle with. They're largely the same, from an environment standpoint. At least the X's and O's, right? Executing trades against the levels, largely the same. I think there's a psychological factor. We refer to it as the big leagues, and that may have played a role here with Steven as well. But pretty black and white difference between the performance and the simulated side, and then the transition to live. So the reasons for that ultimately are inside of Steven, and we have some controls in the background, some measures that we can take as a risk team to try and help Steven, protect him from himself, scaling down if need be. But ultimately, if you're not seeing the markets right, and Jack, I assume you're looking at the trade reports there. This is, I've called it chasing the dragon before. I think that's very much what this trader's doing, just trading a little bit too large and going for those really big swings. They're just trying to hit a home run every single day. And even some days, that it's evidenced by some of those P&L highs. He's had $4,000 winning day, $5,000 winning day, $6,000 winning day that ultimately turns around on him and goes daily loss limit. It's pretty brutal psychologically, and it's similar, kind of on the opposite end of the spectrum for what we talked about yesterday and what was leading to that trader success, right? Walking away at P&L highs or very near it. If you're just saying, oh, I want to make up losses or I want to have a big winning day, that is in this style of like day trading and in futures markets, that is a very, very high, practically unlimited pursuit. And if you don't set some targets for yourself, I'm really glad that we have things like the personal daily profit target that you can implement inside of the platform, because that helps you, that can help you. And I would recommend that for Steven with what's left of the balance. Implement something like that so that you're at least capturing, a $5,000 winning day when it's presenting itself. Ultimately, I think what needs to happen here, though, is radically scaling back, changing to micros, trying to piece together a winning day and then a winning week. And then when you're seeing the markets well, then scaling up to a full E-mini, scaling up to multiple. When you're in the 50K account, $1,000 of drawdown on one NQ contract is only 50 points. There's quite you can see that move on a flash news event. Trump said he's going to fire a Fed chair, off the cuff, and all of a sudden that trade is nuked. That can happen. It will happen again. It happened last night. So trading small, especially when you're not seeing the markets well. Ultimately, Jack, I want to kick it to you and get your take. But one other thing, I was going through some of the order history. I noticed I've called it trader vertigo before, where you're kind of just flipping. You literally don't know which way you're oriented from a directional bias, and you are just long, get stopped out, flip to short, get stopped out, and you're kind of going back and forth without any real rhyme or reason, and you're chasing the markets. It's a really tough place to be in from a psychological standpoint, and you'd be much better off just shutting it down, if that's where you're at mentally. So it's been a tough stretch for Steven. There's still the opportunity to salvage the account. He is still active in the account, but without some pretty significant changes, I don't think that will be the case for much longer. So that's what we've got, a true shoulder tap for the audience today. What are your takeaways, Jack? I'm sure you've seen stuff up and down the trade reports you'd like to speak on.
I don't want to be too hard on it, but of course, when you have $1,000 loss limit, you don't really like to see, if there's 62 days, the average losing day in this account is $1,000, and you do the math with 6% winning days. That means that you're just kind of hitting the drawdown every time. This to me just screams over leverage, and I kind of shudder to think, because I can't see whatever the unrealized P&Ls were on some of these days, but I have a feeling that they were quite high. With $1,000 loss limits, you need to think about how much you can actually take out on that. And at 6% winners, the average of 4K or even 8K a day isn't going to do it. Just randomly picking, assuming you're not over leveraged, you should hit a 10-to-1 trade about 9% of the time. And with that would mean I would expect to see a $10,000 day at least without these with these sorts of winning day percentage. Also, it's sort of the opposite of what I talked about yesterday with Guan, where I really liked that his average losers, even though he hit a lot of daily loss limits, they were lengthy trades. Whereas I do see a lot of the and it's gone trade, right? Okay, you clearly put it on, you're out in 2 minutes. If you're out in 2 minutes, you're over leveraged. I would really encourage Steven to kind of size down. You can widen out whatever your targets are, but also just be cognizant of how what are the limits to, if your limit is sort of infinity essentially on a trade, you're betting at that point that's the last time this price is ever going to trade, right? You got to take profits at some point. So clearly needs to size down would be my piece of advice here.
Yeah, that's the big takeaway. I think you're right too, especially on the unrealized P&L side. It's going to be I'm sure there was probably a point where he was up $10,000 on some of these trades, and to not book that or to be up $6,000 realized and then continue trading it into daily loss limit, it's twofold, right? You lose the P&L and you also lose confidence. You really get down on yourself, and you end up in a place where most recently, like I said, it's kind of just almost in vertigo. Like you'd be better off like programming your system to invert whatever your next move is, and you'd be profitable. So there's not to beat up on Steven too much. Again, we've seen successful trading from him in certain environments. So we want him to get back on track. I think the easiest way to do that, or the way to survive until you get back on track, is to size down in a really radical way and build back up, and over time.
Exactly. I mean, and also like kind of changing the odds midstream. Like there's nothing inherently wrong with going for a 10-to-1 trade, but among the mega YOLOers, it's like you start out with that and then you double down again with, you make 10K and now you have an 11K limit, and then you double down trying to do a 5-to-1 on that. You start entering the realm of things that are very, very unlikely to pan out. So hopefully Steven takes this as a learning experience. But Ben, thanks for sharing that with us.
Yeah, absolutely. Glad we got to do it again. I like these drop-ins and looking forward to more segments. I'll see you tomorrow.
All right, Ben, we'll stick around. We're going to take a quick break, and then Lunchbox Trading, JD Shea and D are in the house. They're in the green room right now. So don't go anywhere. This is Topstep TV. We'll be right back.
And an even quarter bid, half bid, the orders bid, even bid. Now I'm a seller. Quarter, half, the orders, and even.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. Welcome back to TopstepTV. This is Lunchbox Trading. I am JD. Over there on the far right, you've got Coach Deanna, head coach of the Chameleonaires, Topstep VIP. And in the middle, we're bringing back one of Dee's proteges, Shay, a member of the Chameleonaires, Topstep VIP Season 3. We tried to have Shay on last week, but there was just a lot of news flying around. And we ended up cutting to a stream of White House press briefing and some other stuff. But anyway, we got Shay back today, and we're going to talk about VIP and some other things. But Shay, welcome to Topstep TV. Thanks for joining us today. First thing we always like to ask our new visitors on Topstep TV is, how did you find Topstep, and how did Topstep find you? What's the backstory, Shay?
I found Topstep through doing some research, watching YouTube videos, and came across Topstep TV actually after I had started trading with another company and watched
Oh,
the
really?
stream for a couple of days and then switched on over and haven't left since. Been a little over about a year now, I think. So
Nice, very nice. I won't ask you what the other company was, but I'm glad you found your way over here to Topstep. So welcome, and yeah, congratulations on making the VIP team. You must have been watching for a while. You filled out enough check-in forms and whatnot. Got yourself enough chances at the draft, so you did well. You did well. All right, guys. Coach Deanna and Shay. So, D, you were talking. You're in a gold trade right now. Let's talk about that for a few minutes, and then we'll get into some of Shay's trades from earlier. So, what are you looking at in gold right now, D?
Yeah, it's only a small trade. Again, we're still in August, and everything is still pretty slow. So, I was looking to long gold all day today, and tried it a couple of times. Very small size, just one micro. And eventually caught the long that I was looking for. I've been holding this for a while, let's say. It's been hours at this point. And I'm going to keep holding it because I am expecting it to just keep drifting towards the ADR high, towards the implied volatility to the top side, which is sitting actually around 34.47. And gold is this is a weird product where on some days, once it makes up its mind to go into a single direction trend day, it just keeps going even past settlement. So I want to see if we can crawl back up over the previous high from that news last night that Ben was mentioning. So I would like to see it back up over 35.35 and holding at least a 15-minute green candle above that. It's a mini sort of swing trade based on the daily chart development. So if we have a look at the daily chart, you will see that there's a lot of lines on there. Jesus, see? Okay, so this is less of an eyesore. It's in this like stair step formation. So it keeps going up, then consolidates, then up, then consolidates, then up. So I noticed that, and I've been really looking for gold longs for a few days now. Yesterday I didn't trade because I was off. It was bank holiday Monday over here. But basically I would like it to crawl back up to 34.58. I have my pretty ambitious target, but again, the target is not just random. I'm not sort of high on hopium trying to get like 300 ticks out of this trade. It is based on implied volatility. So we'll see what happens towards the end of the day. But for now, 145 ticks in profit. We'll see what happens in 5-6 minutes when COMEX settlement is over. And if we're still not breaking the structure to the downside, I do plan to hold this until the cows come home. And they haven't been home for a while, so,
Yeah, I don't know if you were watching earlier this morning when we put on our opening range trade in gold. We triggered a short, and we had a real hard time getting below settlement price, right?
Yep.
Around here. 34.17 half settlement price. We just kept bouncing off it and bouncing off it. We didn't take any profits. I had a bid in at 2R on our trade. It missed us by maybe half a buck. And Hoag and I were talking in the background, like, should we just take some? Should we just take some? And then we ended up holding and turned around, spit in our faces, ran our stop, and here we are.
Yeah, so my first thought with gold was that we opened above value, and COMEX was the open above value. Now, LME opened inside value and pushed away. I also look at the gamma environment. We are still in positive gamma, which means price will be more controlled, slightly to the upside. And I also saw that we were above all of the relevant GEX levels from last night. So that kind of put me onto the long side of things. I wasn't really looking for shorts. And took a couple of stabs, but the third time lucky, right? And I got it. So yeah, may it continue.
Very good. Very good. Very good. All right, Shay, you're also in the markets today. What's going on in your world? What markets are you looking at? What are you trading? What's your favorite thing to do?
I have been mostly focusing on the MES lately. It's just a little bit easier for me to follow than the NQ and stuff like that. So I'll switch back over to the MES. And I kind of look for fair value gaps mostly. I think is what you call them. And been working on that, starting in the 15-minute, and then work my way back to the 1 minute, looking for gaps to get into and take the trades on. I actually just got out of a trade. It wicked down and took me out right about here, right before we got on air. But that's
just
been,
recent.
yeah, yep. Actually, when we were in the green room, it came down and knocked me out. So, and now it's running back up. So, I was hoping to get yesterday's high.
As it does, right?
So, still trying to figure it all out. I've only been trading for about a year and a half, so I still got a lot of learning.
It comes with time. It comes with time, experience. Just keep plugging away at it. Did I hear you say? Did I hear it correctly? Did you say a 13-minute chart? Is that correct?
15-minute. Sorry.
15-minute chart. 15-minute. Okay.
Yeah.
I was curious. I thought just making sure. Just making sure. I never heard of anybody looking at a 13-minute chart before. I found it interesting.
I look at a
Okay,
20-minute
cool.
chart.
What do you see in a 20-minute chart that you don't see in a 15-minute
So
chart?
yeah, so here's the thing. You know how COMEX and LME, they open either at 20 past and LME opens at 40 past. So to me, a 20-minute chart is kind of like a 20-minute TPO sort of thing. And I actually anchor everything to that. And it kind of just shows me slightly earlier entries, maybe if I'm playing a reversal or maybe a break of the initial balance. That gives me a slightly earlier entry into that. But it's heavily
Would you use a
connected to the
20-minute?
fact. Yeah.
Would you use a 20-minute opening range looking at a 20-minute chart too? Or is that
Well,
sort
in a
of-
way, I use a 40-minute initial balance range break. So that's one of the setups that I use. I don't really like doing the orbs because I feel there's a lot of shenanigans in the first half an hour, and almost always it goes the wrong way before it goes the right way. And over the years, I've just been smacked in the face so many times trying to do those earlier trades, and it never really worked in commodities. I'm primarily a precious metals and energies trader. And it just doesn't work. So I stopped doing them many, many years ago. And now I just stay patient, wait for that, at least the first 30 minutes to shake things out a little bit. And then I look for my trades.
Fair enough. Fair enough. All right, guys. We're going to check in on the markets real quick. And then I want to dig into, Shay, your trading style a little bit. We'll talk a little bit about VIP. First, we've got tilt on the equities. ES 55% long, NQ 55% long. Crude oil 63% long, and gold 54% short. So a little flat on everything except for crude oil right now. Before we get into VIP and a little more charting, do have a piece of news that we want to share concerning everybody's favorite game, the Powerball. So the Powerball has jumped to $815 million after no winning tickets were sold yesterday. More proof of just how incredibly unlikely it is to win the Powerball jackpot. No one has won it since May 31st. May 31st was the last jackpot winner for Powerball. That means the pot is rolling over after no one won again last night. Now, expected to reach $115 million before Wednesday's drawing, tomorrow night's drawing. That would make it the 7th largest in the lottery's history. 815 million, 7th largest in lotto history. The cash value of that payout, if taken in a lump sum, would be about $368 million. The jackpot could go even higher if more people than expected buy tickets. Of course, that also increases the likelihood of a winner, or even multiple winners, who would have to split the big prize. So the lotto, can't win if you don't play. I've also been heard it called a tax for people who aren't so good at math. But do what you got to do. When's the last time everyone bought a lotto ticket? Sound off in the chat. Shay, do you guys play the lottery? Do they have lottery in the UK?
Yeah, they have it. I haven't bought a ticket since I was 9 years old, and that was because my grandma was buying one. And then I thought, oh yeah, that's a great idea. And then I grew up, and I realized that I want to have more control over my destiny.
Yeah, it's fun, but
yeah.
I get it. I don't buy a lot of tickets either. Shay, are you into it? $815
No, I haven't
million.
bought any in a long time.
Maybe this is our chance. Maybe this is our day. Tomorrow is our night.
Maybe.
All right, I just talked myself into it. I'm gonna buy some Powerball tickets.
Go for it.
All right.
You never know, right? And then if you
never
win,
know.
are you gonna turn up to Topstep TV if you win? It's the real question.
Oh yeah, if I win, you'll never know about it. Nobody will ever know about it. I'll go straight to an attorney. I'll work for 2 more years, and just live off the juice. Never touch the principal. Just live off the juice, nice and quietly. No one will ever know.
Yeah.
And I'll slowly fade away, disappear. You'll never. One day you'll just wake up and say, "What happened to that JD guy? I haven't seen him in like a year." And that'll be it. Who just got filled in an order? Who's in
I just got into one.
All right, let's switch over to Shay's screen.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so let's take a look at this trade. Break it down for us. What are you looking at on your charts? What did you see on that trade setup? And how did you pick your entry?
Scrolling through from the 5 minute down to the 1 minute, I found a small fair value gap on the 3 minute time frame. Waited for it to go up and just pass this high and then pull back down into it. And now I'll just look to get 5 points out of it and see where it goes from there. And then I put my stop just below where it broke and started to head back up right by here. At,
what level is that?
64.59.
What's the price on that? 459.
My stop. Yep. We'll see what happens. I'm in with 2 micros. I'm just in with 2 micros.
Got it. I'm pulling up my ES chart right now. Shay is long 2 micros. What was that entry price again? One more time, Shay.
I got in at 64.6275.
64.6275. Shay long 2 MES 64.6275. 64.66 quarter on your Topstep daily levels would be. Let me pull those up again real quick. We're there right now. 64. Are we there right? 64.6625. Yesterday's value area low. We're trading below value from yesterday, just kind of bouncing around between settlement and value low from yesterday. We did see that late spike down, closed below value for the day, but it's a bit choppy at the moment. Sitting right on top of, I'm looking at a 15-minute chart here too. Sitting right on top of a 9-bar EMA, which I have at 64.6129. VWAP lining up nicely with settlement price 64.55 half. It's amazing how a price likes to bounce around settlement price. Just like it's setting up, jockeying for position. Yeah.
Yep.
All right, let's get into VIP a little bit. So, Shay, you are on Coach D's Chameleonaires, one of the newest members of the Chameleonaires Topstep VIP experience. Today is day 2 in the markets for the VIP traders. How's it been going so far? Tell us about your experience. What do you like? What do you hate? What would you change? How about that?
So far it's going good. Day one was a good day for me. Ended up in the green until last night. Went on a call and came back and realized I was in the wrong market after I took a trade and ended up at my max stop loss on that account. So yeah, that
What's
was
your max
bad.
stop loss? It wasn't that
300.
bad. What? 300. Case in point, right? So you did set the daily loss limit, just like I said, and you locked yourself out before you even started trading. So that saves you. That saved you. But you need to use the symbol block as well.
Yeah, I tried
Yeah.
switching it to the NQ and it was not good.
Yeah. No.
So just stick to the ES.
Yeah. 100%.
But,
Yeah.
yeah, and also pay attention to what account you're in.
That helps too. Yeah. I've done that before.
Chasing in the NQ, trading in the ES, and chasing in the NQ. That's a dangerous recipe right there. Did you start when you first started trading, Che? Were you a NASDAQ trader? Was that the first market you came in on, or did you start with the ES?
So I bounced all over the place when I first started. One of my coworkers got me into it, and he was trading the ES at that time. And then I was like, oh, the NQ moves really good. So then I got him to switch over to that one, and now he's in the NQ. And I switched back to the MES, and as far as I know, he retired, but he's still trading the NQ. So
What is it? What is it about the S&P that you like more than NASDAQ? What's the special sauce
it
there?
moves a little bit slower and it's easier for me to follow. It doesn't seem to wiki out quite as bad as the NQ does. I don't know, it just seems easier for me than any of the other markets. I've tried some of the metals, the copper, the gold, silver. Like I said, I've kind of jumped all over the place.
And landed on the S&P. Yeah, I can see it's a little more, it's a little less volatile. It's a little more liquid. You get better fills if you're trading market orders. That's for sure. Sometimes with the NASDAQ, you have absolutely no idea where you're going to get filled on a trade when you hit that go to market button. Oh, I heard it again. We're out of the trade?
We got knocked
How'd it
out.
go?
Yeah, it didn't work out. Down $30.
All right.
So not too bad.
Not bad. Not bad. That's a
Yeah,
paper cut.
fine.
Down $30.
Yeah.
So you give yourself 10 of those
Still
a day?
been-
Is that kind of the plan? You give yourself 10 trades a day?
Yeah, so I try to at least give myself about 5 to 10 trades. Try never to have more than a 5-point stop loss. Trading somewhere between 2 to 5 MES.
Are you always setting profit targets, or are you kind of adding on to trades at some point, maybe holding a runner? What's your strategy for managing a position once you have it on?
So I've kind of bounced around, and right now, while I'm trying to get it tuned in, I pretty much set it at 5 points and just take 5 points at a time until I get comfortable with that, and then I'll bump it up and start trailing from there. But until I really get my system down, I'm just going to take 5-point little winners and go from there.
Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong at all. You'll never go broke taking profits, right? Any idea what's your average hold time on these trades? It doesn't look like you're trying to take a whole lot of them. On average, would you say you're in a trade for 10 or 15 minutes, somewhere around there?
Yeah, I believe yesterday in my
Longer than
VIP, I think it was like 45 or 50 minutes. I was in
Holy
some
Yes, it was
trades.
50
It all
minutes.
depends on
Yeah.
how the market's moving.
Okay, I see it now. Yeah. Your longest trade you were in for 57 minutes and 29 seconds. There it is.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's a good hold time.
Yeah, very good.
Anything in the markets you're seeing right now? Has anything changed over there?
We'll see, because I have a couple of orientation points in regards to some initial balance areas and stuff. And usually after settlement, there's a little bit of a pullback. Now, we are in a positive gamma environment. Nothing has really changed all that much. So I'm still going to give it a little bit more time. If we go below 34.29, and then if we close a 30-minute candle underneath that, I will be out. But at the same time, again, I've seen this happen before in gold, where you close out a trade for settlement and yet it's a single direction day, and then it just carries on and carries on. And then you're like, why did I close that? So I'm trying to just stick to my plan today and to just have orientation points and not close it unless it's blindingly obvious that they want to reverse it. But again, positive gamma environment does mean lower volatility. So I probably have some time to decide unless Trump wakes up and starts to talk to us, which I really hope is not going to happen today.
Yep.
So yeah,
I think everybody's just kind of sitting around right now, waiting for those Nvidia earnings tomorrow. It's been sort of quiet, and a little choppy today. But
very normal.
Yeah,
ahead of earnings.
Very, very normal. Very normal. Especially big earnings. These the earnings of the season
massive,
of tomorrow.
yeah.
Everyone's going to be watching this one. So, as Dee alluded to, closing time, settlement price for gold is established at 12:30 p.m. Central Time. Normally, you see a little drop in volume and volatility after that, but not always the case. It's not a rule. It's more of an observation.
Apparently, I'm giving Elmo vibes. I don't know what that means.
Elmo vibes. What does that mean? Context, guys. Context.
No idea.
All right, everybody, think about Elmo vibes for a minute while I go over some XFA hot streaks from yesterday. Get your Elmo vibes content or context ready. I want to see everybody's comments in just a second. All right, here are yesterday's XFA hot streaks. Up at the top, VID continuing this ripper, 48 days now, worth $15,134, trading the micro NASDAQ. Picked up another $230 yesterday. Cedric V still hanging around also, now at 40 days, worth $17,550, also trading the micro NASDAQ. In fact, all 5 of these traders are trading the MNQ yesterday. Cedric made $221. Jay made $271, now on 36 days, worth $34,059. That is a hell of a P&L for a 36-day hot streak trade of micros. Micro NASDAQ, $44,059 in profits over the last 36 trading days for Jay. Very nice job. Jonathan R., 32 days, $9,940 in profits. Picked up about $180 trading the micro NASDAQ yesterday. And Marcelo, 29 days, worth $9,059, $225 in profits yesterday. Great job to these XFA traders. Well done, each and every one of you. 48-day hot streak, 36-day hot streak worth $44,000. It's like what? What is that? $1,200 a day, roughly.
Yeah. Nice.
Not bad. Not bad at
Very
all.
good.
What's your longest? What's your longest hot streak, D? Do you ever keep record of it?
It was about 9. Yeah, I mean, I always look at my stats and stuff. So I think it was 19 days last time I checked.
19?
I mean, I don't know. I might have had 19. I think I may have had longer than that on some combines, but those are combines. So it's like, who cares, right?
Yeah.
On the live account, it was 19 days.
Not bad. That's not bad at all. I don't think I've ever gone more than I think 12 or 15, probably my max.
Yeah. I don't
very
really
difficult.
get obsessed. Yeah, I don't really get obsessed with it because then it gets in your head, right? I would rather end the
Exactly.
day with a very small loss than kind of go, oh, I need to keep the streak going. I literally, before we started talking about hot streaks, it never even occurred to me to actually track that. Would you believe? And yeah, I suppose some people are like, yeah, I can keep going, but it doesn't matter. Like if you're, like we had Dilesh, right? So it's like you're making what, $7, $2. It's a hot streak, but is that actually going to make a big difference to your P&L? Probably not. and then you're just trading for the hot streak. You're not actually trading to make money. You're just obsessed with not having a losing day. And to me, I don't really care about losing days as long as they're controlled. If they're not controlled, that either means that I'm malfunctioning and I need to go and have a chat with myself or even somebody else. But yeah, so I think it's all down to the longer time frame risk model that just works and has a positive expectancy over time. Anything that happens in between is fine as long as it's controlled. So that's my take on
it. You did mention Delesh too, and
yeah,
averaging.
Is he still
was
around?
Thinking about it while you're talking. I know he's here somewhere.
Yeah.
He's got an open
Yeah.
trade or an open account here somewhere, but he went 93 days worth $930 on the hot streak. So $10 a day averaging, and he took some big swings too. You know, he'd have a P&L low of like $450 and come back to make $10 on the day. So he fought his heart out.
That's where
quite a few times.
Yeah, that's the thing. I probably have more of an issue with people who have a big drawdown in order to make peanuts than people who are like, well, I had, $100, $200 day, losing day, but then the next day I know I'm able to do $400, $500, $600, $1,000. To me, that works. But going $450 and draw down to make $7 to $10, I don't know. How are you going to make money? That's from that big perspective. That's a negative risk reward, right? A very negative risk reward.
Yeah, very negative.
Yeah.
Too much potential downside for not very much upside. And he lost it all in a single day. After 93 days, lost it all in one day. Poor Delesh.
Yeah.
We miss you, Delesh.
I know. We miss you, Delesh. Yeah. But well done on 93 days. It's not easy to do. You fought your way back every day. Yeah. I would like to
All right, guys,
that.
let's get back into VIP for our last few minutes here. Actually, we have one more piece of housekeeping in a few minutes. We've got a live performance bonus. Not yet. We'll get to that in a minute. But the Chameleonaires. What's going on behind the scenes with the Chameleonaires? What's the teaching lesson this week? Have you talked to your traders yet since they got into these VIP accounts, D? What's going on back there?
Not yet. So not yet because I was off yesterday since it was Bank Holiday Monday in the UK. I usually hold my lectures on a Friday when everybody's kind of chilling out, winding down for the week. And then they also get an entire weekend to digest the lecture. So far, we've had 3, and my lectures are very structured, I would say. So this week, we're going to be talking about the quantitative extremes and those ADRs and ASRs that everybody wants to know how I pull those numbers out of thin air. So I'm going to talk to them about that. Last Friday, we were talking about the time of day and how certain patterns keep repeating. So I went deep down the rabbit hole of the times of day that I found statistically relevant. So yeah, I'm hoping that it's useful. But Shay, let's hear your thoughts on my style of teaching and all that.
Yeah, I think the sessions that we have are really good. It usually takes me 1 or 2 times going back and rewatching them to make sure I catch everything and taking notes and stuff. And the time frames are pretty amazing when you go back and back test and look and see what happens at those different times. So it's been that's what I did a lot this weekend, was going back and looking at previous days of trading with the time frames. So looking forward to the next class and learning more as we go. And it's just a lot of information to take in. So it's good though. I like it.
Very cool.
Very cool. We have 3 months. We do have 3 months.
Yes.
So yeah. We'll sort you out.
No reason to rush it. Yeah. Keep it slow. I think you got a great daily loss limit for this too.
Yeah.
$300 a day, giving yourself 10 swings at the plate every single day. Deanna, we've heard you talk about time of day as an indicator before.
Yeah.
You want to run through that real quick? Well, we got a couple minutes. What do you mean by Time
Well,
of day is an
well,
indicator.
don't know whether I can put it in 2 minutes because when I talked to the VIPs, it was like an hour and a half. But I'm going to try. So there are certain events intraday that happen over and over. Now there's a reason for them. We don't have time to go through every single reason, but just know that sessions tend to fake each other out. I call it the cat and mouse chase. You basically get London high, and then New York opens, and then they usually fake it out before they reverse it. Things like that. There's also other connected events like option expiries in another product, in another asset class that could also impact the price action at a very particular time of day. We know of the MOC, so that's the last 10 minutes. That's a version of it as well. Except I've noticed that in equities, you can actually get that move probably about 30 minutes to 90 minutes before MOC actually really gives it a proper push on very special days when you have the potential for a short squeeze. But time of day is something that made a huge difference in my own trading very early on. And that's, if you're going to take anything from my lectures, that will be a massive one to take. So I always say time of day is a level, because whenever I try to break my own rules and enter trades outside of those time frames, I always see that the same thing happens. And I'm like, why didn't I just wait? Why didn't I just wait? But the difference is at this point, I can turn around very quickly and just pull myself together. And even if I made mistakes the previous day, I will totally own up to it. I'll be like, yeah, Dee needs a grasshopper hat because she couldn't wait for the right time of day and therefore ended up losing today. If I had just waited, everything, this would be a different story. But yeah, so I'm wanting to transfer some of the knowledge and my findings to whoever will listen. And hopefully they will find just as much success in structuring their day in a more productive way. So rather than sitting there waiting for a setup to appear day in, day out, wasting 8 to 12 hours, just not really knowing when the setups will appear, these time zones, they have a very tight time frame in which they should appear. So if they don't appear for that time of day, you can know, you know that statistically you can just walk away and wait for the next day trading time zone. And throughout the course of the day, since I trade through 2 sessions, I have about 3 or 4 of them. Some of them are based on the same idea, like, for example, LME. At the open, you usually have that fake out, the head fake that goes the wrong way, and then it shows up. So I try to stay out of that. Just like little pointers like that, but it's all literally within 90-minute chunks. So you have one between Frankfurt Open and London Open, and then you have another one for the LME Open, which specifically is connected to metals. No other product is really that active at that time of day. Then you have the COMEX and NYMEX, so they do a similar thing. We also have a time frame that looks at post on my cut, which is the option expiry. So some of the more connected products will have a very obvious sort of reversal if there's a big enough option expiring in the Forex market. So some of my products are very Forex linked. Just things like that, putting structure into place. And out of all of the things that I've been noticing over the years, that one made a huge difference in my own results. So when I'm being a good girl, when I'm behaving, I only trade for those times a day.
I believe it. Makes you making you. I can only imagine how much mental capital that actually saves you by not sitting in front of your computer or in front of
100%.
a half a dozen screens for 6, 7, 10 hours a day when you know you only got to be there for these 45 minutes or hour and a half.
Exactly.
That's an incredible lesson. I kind of want to jump into your Discord channel and learn more about this too.
Wow. Come on in. We have the Loom repo. You can probably see it.
How far back does your do you have how long have you been collecting data to sort of frame out these
that particular the time of day, 18 years, because that was one of the earliest things that I realized. Every time I tried to run a swing trade in the first year or so, I always found that if I waited until a particular time of day, I would have gotten a better entry, less drama, And literally after about 9 months, I started back testing that to see whether I would have been better off just waiting. And the data showed, yes, I would have been better off waiting. So I started waiting, you know. I actually would do everything in my power just to stay away from the charts until that time of day. And then I would look for my setups. And it transformed everything. Like I went from maybe having, like mind you, it was swing trading, so intraday trading is more difficult. But let's say that I had maybe a 35% accuracy, and suddenly that turned around. And at that point, as a swing trader, I rocketed up to about 70% accuracy. And as a swing trader, you can shoot for these like 3, 5, 6R, 9R trades, 10R trades, because you don't have a time constraint. So you can just keep them going for as long as the market will keep trending, right? The only thing to remember is that the cat and mouse chase in between the sessions, if you are in a swing trade, or even if you're looking for a trade setup, there is usually a pullback whenever the next session begins. So if you know that, you can actually keep yourself out of a lot of trouble. Just wait until they do the fake outs and everything, and then jump. So useful.
Got it. That
So,
sounds very
18
useful.
years. 18 years of that.
That type of information, yeah, that type of information that has value. I don't care who you are.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Apologies, but we're out of time for Lunchbox Trading. Shay, I want to thank you again for coming to meet with us. It was a pleasure having you on. Thanks for taking a couple of trades with us, telling us a little bit about your trade strategies, your setups, and your experience so far in the VIP, Topstep VIP experience. Looking forward to catching up with your progress and catching up with you as VIP moves forward. Coach D, always a pleasure having you on. Thank you again for your trading knowledge, insights, and sharing it here with all of us. Always very, very much appreciated. All right, guys. For sure. We are going to step aside. We're going to take a short break, and we're coming back with power players. Me, Dakota, and Andre are going to be here to ham it up for the next hour from 1 to 2 o'clock. Andre, Dakota, and me. You got another hour of me to look forward to. All right, guys. We're going to take a short break. Power players coming up next. TopstepTV. Let's go.
And it even. Quarter bid, half bid, the orders bid, even bid. Now I'm a seller. Quarter, half, the orders, and even.
2.
Oh, I love this trio. The little afternoon session. It is power players. Coach Dakota in the middle. Got JD. Just saw him before that. Let's get right into it. Markets are moving. We do have that cabinet meeting. Let's go live to that. Bring in the audio because prices are moving. Let's see what's going on in DC really quick.
Yeah, let's hear it. Let's hear it.
Well, Mr. President, I'm grateful to be with everyone today. And as we're talking about jobs and workforce at CIA, consistent with your directives to all of us, we've embraced your mantra for a leaner, more effective, more efficient workforce.
All right. They're just kissing
but at
the
CIA,
right
Mr.
now.
President,
We'll keep
we
that in the
have an
lower
additional
right-hand corner. We'll keep the video there. We'll keep an eye on these markets. If something does get popping, of course, we will be posting those headlines in the chat as well. All eyes on the headlines. But yes, cabinet meeting in the lower right-hand corner. All right, let's get ready to Coach Dakota, power players. Here we go. Prices are moving. Last trade, 23,508 in the NASDAQ. ES 64.58. Gold not moving too much. Oil isn't either. So thoughts.
I mean,
Dakota coming in. Here we
buy
go.
the dip, baby. Buy the dip. That's kind of the
Yeah.
story of the day. Every time we get a nice sell-off, it looks like we just got one here. Before coming on air, we were at these 540s. We sold off down to 480s. So that's a 60-point sell-off. And yeah, like you said, we're starting. These markets are moving. I mean, we're up what 30, almost 40 points off the low of this pivot, and we are continuing to push higher. Question is, do we keep going? Do we come back up and test these 540s? We do have 2 hours left in the trading day, and we're now starting to see these markets move again. It's interesting. I think for me, quality over quantity. I need to keep doing that. Quality over quantity. I've been struggling, and that continues to be the theme of my trading. Just quality, rather than just placing trades. It's being patient and waiting for better setups.
All right, well, let's talk about it. Yes, in the chat asking, is this live in the lower right-hand corner? Yes, it is indeed live. And a live shot of the cabinet meeting. We'll keep that in there. Keep that up there just in case something does pop in. JD, what is happening? 23,509. The markets are cooking right now. What are we thinking here?
They certainly are.
I'm not 480 in the NASDAQ. Currently trading 23,510. Thoughts? Any prices you might got your eye on?
I've been looking at the ES all day, but
look at the ES.
Dakota's looking at the NQ. I'm going to switch over to the NQ.
Alrighty.
Take a look at a 15-minute. We'll start with a 15-minute. You draw a pretty textbook up channel on this 15-minute chart right now.
Last trade, 23,508. ES 64.58 last trade. Gold pushing just a touch lower, trading 34.29. All right, JD, what are you seeing there?
Well, if you're looking at this 15-minute channel, we're mid-channel right now, so sort of diddling in the middle. We're just above settlement price, 23,498 settlement price in the NQ, and it looks like a nice place to potentially take a cheap long off of at the moment. Like Dakota said, just keep buying the dip, buying the dip. That's the mantra until it's not the mantra anymore, right?
Yeah, it is. But we know what tomorrow is, though. Tomorrow's
You do know what tomorrow is. Tomorrow's a big day.
Nvidia Wednesday after the bell, and I think we're kind of seeing it in the markets, right? Mixed bag. Microsoft's down 1%, Nvidia's up 1% going into earnings, so that's going to be interesting. And it's just kind of a mixed bag across the board, and that's why we're seeing probably NASDAQ and ES hanging around settlement. Not really too much direction. A lot of chop. We all know sometimes the best trade is no trade. Trading is optional.
For sure.
All those fun sayings.
Trading is
But
optional. Yes, it is.
We are finding some buyers stepping into this market. I'm excited to see that. I like to see it.
And yes, we are pushing a little bit higher again. JD, was that 498, 23,498 in the
Settlement
NASDAQ?
Price.
Settle.
That's
We're
correct.
talking about
23,498 settlement price.
E and Shay. Amazing how it gets to settlement price. I see that a lot. The old settlement test. Okay.
Price likes to bounce around settlement. Saw it overnight. I'm still looking at this 15-minute chart in the NQ. Kissed it overnight right here. Bounced off it again earlier in the morning, and then we've hit it 1, 2, 3, 4 times today during regular trading hours. So settlement price has been a magnet today in the NQ.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Any prices in the downside? Talking about buying the dip. If we get a pullback, what price? Quality over quantity. I'm not going to take it all. What would be a quality pullback for Coach Dakota, star of slow markets? What would
I
it be?
think that definitely could have been one 10 minutes ago, right? We just held off to those 480s. That was a nice level. It's kind of a day where if we're below settlement, there's some buying opportunities. If we're above settlement, there might be some selling opportunities. I'd rather be a buyer of this market than a seller. We know Friday we had Powell's Jackson Hole's speech or keynote speech, and we've seen some buyers stepping in. It's been mixed. We have Nvidia earnings tomorrow. Honestly, I think the best and the smartest play for me is just kind of maybe not even trade until after Nvidia. Well, I mean, we could see maybe some short-term scalp opportunities, but not looking for anything big until after the earnings come and maybe this market picks a direction. And we were talking about this Monday, Andre. I mean, all-time highs are not too far away.
Not 6508, 6508 in the ES, about 48 points away or so. NQ 24,000 was off top of my 24,068, I believe, all-time highs. So about 500 points to go there to the upside. No, they're not. Maybe Nvidia will be the gas we need to make all-time highs again. We did see some headlines trickling from Barkin as well. My forecast is for a modest adjustment in rates. There you go. Sounds like we're going to get that 25 basis point cut in September 17th to be exact. Here we go. Grinding higher here in the ES, 64.60 quarter. Nothing on the tilt just yet. I did see 78% short in the NASDAQ this morning in fast markets, and market did turn around and push higher. Again, lower right-hand corner, we are piping in the live feed from Washington, D.C. cabinet meeting with the president. And Besant was speaking. I believe it could have contributed to some of that sell-off we saw, but right now we're going to grind this thing higher. And see if we can get this thing
Trying to find an article that I shared during the opening call this morning about options activity around Nvidia earnings. It's pretty impressive.
Oh,
There's a lot of money flying around out there.
It is, JD. I've been watching those options. I know Jack has been eyeballing these options, and implied volatility is insane. Is it Nvidia? Is it because that's what we're all talking about, right? Like that's the talk on the street. And yeah, the implied volatility in Nvidia is, I think last time I checked, I didn't check it until I didn't check it this morning, but it was around 7%, which is a decent amount.
Right now, options traders pricing in about a $260 billion swing in Nvidia market value following earnings tomorrow. $260 billion swing. Yeah. I found the article. It came from Reuters. I'll throw the link in the chat. It's a Reuters article, but you can read the whole thing for free on Yahoo Finance. So I'll tag it as a
little hack there from JD. SIBO's Chicago Board Options Exchange volume was massive yesterday. Jack brought that in when fast markets. So, getting ready for that Nvidia party. Make sure you tune into At the Buzzer, Coach Paul, Coach Jay. We drop in from some of us here, but here we go. We are pushing higher in the ES, closing in on high of day. 64.65, about 2 points to go there. NASDAQ following suit as well, 30 points away. Yes, we are.
Damn. That settlement play was the play, huh?
The settlement play was the play.
Crude not doing much, gold not doing much. 23,526 last trade. Got 30 points from high day in the NASDAQ. We did push higher there. A little bit of selling coming in.
Bounce.
Yeah.
Is this like that 10-point pullback in a zombie rally, or you just buy?
Be all we get.
Yeah. I know we still have an hour and 40 minutes, an hour and 50 minutes left in the day, so anything can happen. We're not too far away from the highs of days. We've rallied 40, almost 50 points from that low the last 20 minutes. So momentum is coming into this market alongside a little V-shape recovery that we got right there, down and straight up.
Yes, it is.
I drew this line in here at 25:30 yesterday when Coach Jay and I were on talking with Alfie during this 1 hour segment yesterday, and he called out 25.30 as a line in the sand. And we have seriously just been bouncing around that all day long. This white line here, this is 25.30. I drew that yesterday.
25.30. What
Just
market?
bounced off of it again. This is the NQ, the NASDAQ.
We're seeing a little
Sorry,
bit of
23.530. 23.530.
Gotcha. Okay.
little smaller tape bombs coming in here every once in a while. We went up to those 530s. Now we're down 15 points.
Is this the pullback? Is this the pullback we're looking for? And about a 20-point pullback, if you will, 23,515 last trade. ES, about a 3-point pullback there. Last trade, 64.60.
And this market could definitely be listening to this cabinet meeting and maybe reacting off of some words and some of the context that they're saying.
Marcus
See
listening.
any headlines?
Yeah, Cam, if we can bring in that audio, let's do that. If Marcus listening, we should as well. See what they're saying there. We're not talking about markets. We'll get back to power players with Dakota, JD, and myself. What are they talking about there in DC? Anything good?
U.S. Envoy Witkoff.
Shipbuilding, rail, passenger, and freight all fall under the great men and women who wear boots and make this country wonderful. And at DOT, we don't want to have the Congress spend money.
Fair enough. Keep an eye
we
on
want to take the money that Congress gives us and actually
for that.
deploy it and put these men and women to work building the great projects of this country. That you said, the big, beautiful projects that connect this
Nothing
country.
market moving yet. Percent did speak, and we did see some movement. 23,520. Got to stay on your toes around here. You got to make sure you tune in to Topstep TV because we'll be bringing you that bell to bell all day long.
We've always got.
Got to, man.
We've always got one eye in the ditch for you guys. One eye in the ditch.
Sweet.
I learned that during a deer camp last year. This old lady, I shouldn't call her an old lady. My wife's great aunt, Rita. We were at a cookout.
Rita.
And she had a couple pops in her, right? So my wife's cousin yells, "Drive safe, Rita." And she turns around and holds up her can of beer and yells back, "Always got one eye on the ditch." And
wow.
That's what I equate to having one eye in the news now. Always keep one eye in the ditch. Watch out for those deer.
That. Also, Dakota.
We seen it last night, man. Last night we seen some volatility during slow markets. Coach Jay was joining me, and we had Trump fire Cook, right? Trump fired Cook, and said something about tariffs and digital tariffs, and market started moving. Any moment, a headline could come across, and I mean that's the importance of a stop loss, is to be there. So when something unexpected happens or a deer jumps out, you got the insurance policy. Cover your car.
You give us the whole playbook. Also, speaking of headlines, Dakota. Thoughts? Taylor Swift getting engaged. Is that bullish or bearish for equities?
Who's she getting engaged to?
That would be Travis Kelce, tight end of the Chiefs.
Oh man, bullish Kansas City Chiefs, man. That's gonna bring
there you go.
some fans and some jersey
Bullish
sales.
Chiefs. There you go. You heard it here.
Yeah, bullish on their revenue stream. I don't know about the season, but yeah.
Very good for business. Congratulations, Taylor Swift. Dakota says it is bullish indeed. We're rallying right now. There you go. Pushing higher here, 23,527. House count still short in the ES from 64.60. Put that on in fast markets. Downside.
We're getting momentum into this market now. Getting some Momo, as the chat has been calling it in my slow markets. They're calling it some Momo, some momentum. Yeah, I don't know where that came from, but it's funny.
Momo. That was the famous Chicago Don, wasn't it? Sam Giancana. That was his nickname, Momo, right?
I saw someone putting that in the chat in fast markets. Oh, the Taylor Swift marriage hasn't been priced in yet, says Mars. Oh, very good. There's insight you can only get here on Topstep TV. Does look like the ES wants to go kiss those high days, 64.65, about 2 points to go there. NASDAQ lagging just a bit, about 25 points off high of day.
We're still going. We're still going there. We're getting that Momo in here.
Yeah. Yes, we are.
I switch back over to the ES. What's our CYA on this ES trade? Does anybody know?
I don't.
It's around 6. I think it's around 6.6.
All right.
Yeah, this
Over
morning
here
I
in the
bought a bunch
chat.
of
50
bought
on
a
the
bunch
What'd
of
you do to
calls
cover?
this morning. I bought a bunch of calls on the Qs this morning. That's printing really well. That if we hit high of days, then I might have a little bit of a celebration. Have a little bit
Oh,
of a
wow.
celebration.
Celebration indeed. Oh,
Celebration indeed.
What does that celebration look like?
I would love to know.
Yeah, it was well, I mean,
Is it suitable
I
for
do
air?
have no, I do have
Poker
a nice
trip,
bottle of
Vegas?
wine. I have a
Okay.
nice bottle of wine, and then I have some like some Pappy. You guys know what that is?
Oh,
Yeah,
Ooh, yeah.
yeah.
oh, wow, that is
Crack
the
that
good stuff.
open. Yeah,
Wow,
yeah, we'll crack
that's the good stuff.
that open. Session highs, session highs. You know what? I might even I might get a little crazy and do a giveaway on my social media.
Well,
There you
there you
go.
go. I like it. Make sure you check out Dakota
Man of the
Slow
people.
Market, 7:30 p.m. Central. Okay, fellas, throw it to JD. If we get up to 64.65 quarter, it's high session. What do we do from there? What do you want to see? If we do get up there, we've seen it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times perhaps. Look on the 5 minute in the last 2 or 3 hours as prove as some sort of resistance.
The more you test it, the more powerful the breakout is. We've got 64.66 quarter. That's yesterday's value area low. Haven't really been able to press above that. In fact, it held right at 7:15 Central Time yesterday. Right after the reopen yesterday. Held to the tick nearly. Above that, we've got yesterday's volume point of control, 64.71.75, and then 64.78.75, yesterday's value area high. So those are a couple upside targets if we do end up busting through this ceiling.
70s.
But,
what was Hoag talking about?
go.
Fast markets. Hogan Fast Markets was talking about, what was it? Hoag, I wrote down 72s perhaps to the upside.
Yep, that lines up perfectly. 71.75 volume point of control from yesterday. So we've got a couple upside targets if we start busting through. I like the long side though. Not gonna lie.
I like that stock.
Indeed. All right, Lutnick is speaking right now at the cabinet meeting. Let's see if we get
doing.
Oh, he's fired up. Here we go.
Changed it.
Let's
go over what we changed.
Bring this up. He's fired up.
Who's he yelling
Japan
at?
and Korea, they're never going to open their markets to us.
Whoa.
So we've negotiated $900 billion that they're giving you to invest in national and economic security in America. The European Union, the second largest economy, $20 trillion. And all the experts said you'd never get a deal done with them. And watching you in Scotland was my favorite thing, right? 15%, they'll pay us 15%, and we will pay zero. So we can export to their $20 trillion economy, and they can pay to come to the great American consumer, right? So, a couple of other things. 4 days before you took office, you took office, the Commerce Department, which had the CHIPS money, they set up this thing called NatCast, which was a make-believe not-for-profit. And they signed contracts to wire them $7.4 billion. This was just nonsense. So we stopped the payment. We've got the money. It's an illegal thing to try to set up a department that's not the Department of Commerce, that kind of acts like the Department of Commerce. And what was it filled with? All these people who work for the Biden administration. I mean, it's exact corruption that you talk about. $7.4 billion now clawed back. Last week was the most fun. In 1 week, Intel came in. The administration had given
Here we go. Talking about Intel.
$11 billion to Intel. Giving it to them. Done. Corporate just gift.
What's
and
Intel?
you turn that
reacting?
into really, it was like less than 5 minutes of conversation. And
No movement.
Intel agreed to give us 10% of their company, which of course was worth $11 billion. So it's not socialism. This is capitalism. If you give someone $11 billion, who's just building in America, they're not doing something special, they're building in America. And their CEO told the president he didn't need the grant. And you said, well, then why don't we get something for it? So it's amazing. You're going to watch semiconductors come home. right? We don't produce semiconductors. We've got 165 billion for TSMC, but you're going to watch the whole ecosystem come home because Donald Trump is the only president who understands the magnet to make them come home is one word, which used to be your favorite word. Now it's dropped to number 4.
Don't say it.
Tariffs, right? Tariffs can bring semiconductors home. They are going to empower Bobby to execute MFN. Tariffs are going to be one of those tools that he's going to use to do that. We're going to do it for furniture. We're getting autos. We have steel, aluminum. I mean, it has been a blast, a blast. So 2 more things. The Department of Commerce is going to start issuing its statistics on the blockchain because you are the crypto president, and we are going to put out GDP on the blockchain so people can use the blockchain for data, distribution, and then we're going to make that available to the entire government so all of you can do it. We're just ironing out all the details so we can do it. Patents. We have given tens, if not hundreds of billions of dollars to universities for them to do research. And they invent things.
Well,
and you know
said the word. All right.
The university.
Yeah, no reaction. I mean, we're
no real
going back
reaction.
a little bit. Going back a little bit, but not off that word.
That was wild indeed. All right, good stuff. Again, I was looking into the cabinet meeting there in D.C. That was Commerce Secretary Lutnick speaking. Looks like we're going to go around the horn and see who has to say what. I know Percent did speak, but take a look at the ES 64.64 last trade there. Dow is pushing higher. Again, when they just start talking about Intel, listen. Yesterday,
Intel didn't move.
done.
Intel did not move off that. I'm surprised. I mean, it had a little bit of a bid, like not even moved. Intel's unchanged after that. Kind of surprising. I thought they would have bounced, but NASDAQ's still
chill
in these 530s.
Yes,
chilling.
It is. Okay. Gold trade 34.31 last trade there. Bottom of the hour, coming in about 5 minutes. Again, lower right-hand corner, we do have the cabinet meeting coming in from Washington, D.C. Lutnick was fired up indeed. It was quite interesting how that goes. Who's speaking now? It's the defense secretary. Okay, very good. Of course, we'll keep an eye on that. We got crude pushing a little lower, ever so slightly. Right now, we're going to remain patient. Quality. Dakota's talking about quality over quantity. Patience is exceptional. We do a little housekeeping. If we want to do it, we can. If the markets pop off, of course, we'll go back to the cabinet meeting. But JD, you're good to go. So are we. Let me know.
Oh, you want to take a look at
whatever you got?
Live performance bonuses?
Absolutely.
Yeah, we can do that.
Love this. One of JD's
Pull them up. We got a couple of good ones to sure.
JD loves it.
Oh yeah, this is definitely one of my favorites because we mention these names a couple times a week when we're going through stats and whatnot. Like this guy Kino hit tier 2 bonus $5,000 in his account. Number 5 on the big board. Total live profits over the last 30 days, $27,694. This guy, he actually hit the bonus on Friday of last week with a $17,038 profit trade in the NQ and the Australian dollar. Can you believe that? $17,038. Hit that $20,000 mark, which is good enough for tier 2, $5,000 bonus. These are real bonuses, folks. Just for hitting numbers in your live funded account. If you hit a certain tier, we're going to give you a bonus. Shao, number 9 on the big board, $21,229 in live profits. Hit tier 1 on the board. So tier 1 is $15,000. You earned a $1,000 bonus. You make another $5,000 to get you to $20,000. You hit tier 2. So it's $6,000 in bonuses for putting $20,000 worth of profits into your live funded account. The tier structure here is very, very attractive. It's a great incentive to get into the live funded account, in my opinion. You make money, you earn money. These bonuses are great. So we have the entire bonus breakdown too. I could give you the whole tier structure. Give me a second to find it.
The Aussie dollar, you said, huh? Hey,
Aussie
push
dollar,
lower.
yep.
New lows crude,
Cool.
63.13 just printed.
I think that's just underrated. We have a lot of traders. There's a lot of traders that have Forex background, And I mention it because we're
Mhm.
Top Steps International, right? So we have traders
Oh,
from
yeah.
around the world. And a lot of people don't realize that at Topstep, you can trade currency futures like the dollar, the pound. Jay talks about it sometimes. And yeah, definitely an underrated product. Just because you see us trading the NASDAQ or the ES or gold doesn't mean that that's the only thing you should trade as well. There's a big list.
Mm-hmm.
Agree. Dakota, about that. If you are going to trade some markets that maybe aren't as popular, obviously the popular markets, products, NQ, ES, crude, gold, you got to understand some of the fun. Is it technical? You can just all trading technical. You have to understand the fundamentals somewhat, correct? Or would you say, hey, chart price action is price action?
I could go down both arguments. I am on the side of a chart to chart, price action is price action. But I would always recommend like ES for newer traders, ES, NASDAQ, some of the more common liquid ones. But mainly, I say that for the traders that do come with experience, right? Because there's a lot of traders I'll get message me like, hey, I have like 2 or 3 years experience in Forex, but I'm hesitant to trade a new product. I'm like, well, you don't have to just come in here at Topstep and just trade the NASDAQ and change your entire process. You can still trade a currency future here. So it's more for those that are making that transition rather than just come over and now you have to learn this completely new product. Of course, understanding what the product is and how it works and how it functions is very, very crucial, but it's not a must, right? I've seen some success. I've seen other traders find success just trading technicals on these different markets.
Yeah. Correlations I think the fundamental correlations with currencies can be equally as important, though, sometimes. You see the Canadian dollar directly tied to the crude oil market. Japanese yen directly tied to Japanese yen is more of a safe haven asset. So when you see equities start to bail, they roll out and roll into safe haven assets like gold and the Japanese yen. So there are those fundamental aspects that are important that happen seasonally. I think that's important to, if you were going to get into the currency markets, those kinds of things are important to know also.
I agree. And understanding what news events you need to pay more attention to, right? Like, are we going to be sitting here highlighting and preparing for Chicago number coming out or FOMC or some little number, right? So it's understanding what news events do affect the market that you are trading.
Mm-hmm.
Then you don't get caught off guard.
Again, the
look at this market going.
6A. Oh, yeah, new highs. New highs in
Wow. Okay. I might end up owing everyone on social media. I might end up owing a giveaway in my social now that I said that, huh? Now we're going to these sessions. I said it. I posted in the chat I'm a new Instagram. If we get there, if we get session highs while I'm on air, I'll give away something.
All right, well, we just
You gonna tease it? What are you gonna give away?
Yeah, what is it? With the Pappy?
You gonna give away that bottle of Pappy?
No, I'm not giving away that. That's mine. That's mine. I don't know. I'll figure something out. It'd be good.
Be good.
We got to get above. What's the session high? It's 550s, 556.
556 in the orders. ES just made new session highs, 64.66 in the orders. That we did see crude pushing lower just a bit. Made new lows, 63.13. Can the NQ follow suit like the ES just did? Dow made new highs, 45,450, 50 on the tilt right now. But yeah, ES popped off. Anything on the ladder to the upside? Nothing really jumping off this ladder. And take a look at the NQ. Last trade, 23,543, about 15 points for session highs. See if Dakota is going to have to pay up.
That's an indirect way for me to hedge my position.
Is that what this is? I knew those. Yeah, right back down. There's been some stops going off up there as well. There's a little volume to push that thing higher. We got Rubio speaking at the cabinet meeting, so keep an eye on Crude when he does speak. If anything significant does come from him. How's it going? Still short. Got close to getting stopped out there, but Dow pushing higher here. Anyone take the short up there? Interesting to see. In the range, continues to keep popping a little bit, and then the sellers do come back in. Got a Delta update for you. ES plus 3,700 up at the highs. Interesting. take note of that as we get into power hour in about 30 minutes. NASDAQ, not a whole lot doing, minus 300.
And
ES
we've seen some resistance come in. These 40s and 50s have been the resistance of the day, right? We tested it this morning during fast markets. Looks like we tested it at lunchtime. Now we're testing it again here during power players. And then, I mean, we have what, 30 more minutes left of this session, and then another hour for power hour. Maybe this market holds up, holds these session highs until after. I've seen that happen a lot. Power hour is where we possibly want to squeeze higher, but anything can happen. Anything can happen.
Yeah, it did. Delta in the ES just jumped to 5,200, positive 5,200. That coincided with that pop you saw making session highs in the ES. Hour has come and gone. Anything we got for earnings after the bell? Nothing really cooking. Of course, the Super Bowl of earnings after the bell at the buzzer tomorrow. Super Bowl of all earnings.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
The Super Bowl.
I know,
Perfect.
JD. The way they hype this up, man. The way they hype this up, it's incredible. We're falling for it too. Look at us hyping up Nvidia. But hey,
we're hyping it up too.
I want to see what
Are
they
we
say
part
about
of the problem?
The government's 15% cut. The government gets 15% cut of that certain chip that gets sold to China specifically. It'll be interesting to see what the forecast for guidance is for that. Again, after the ballot tomorrow. That just popped and right back to 23,537. You got to stick and move.
550 was 550 is yesterday's volume point of control in the NASDAQ. Volume point of control is it's single price where the most volume traded in yesterday's session. We bounced off there 3 times today.
Yes, we have. We might go run and test it again. We might go test it again here in the NASDAQ.
One more test. So you got to assume there's a lot of stops, a lot of liquidity building up above this level in the NQ right now.
Oh yeah. If I'm short, my stop loss is going to be in these 560s, just above session highs. And you can imagine there's a lot of other traders that possibly are short throughout today. I mean, that's a great place for a stop loss. And
we all knew
we all know.
We all know
the obvious.
The markets are designed to do whatever screws the most people. So everybody knows where your stop is, and now we're going to come and get them.
Locals.
This will remain the statement. I maybe if I'm going to get a tattoo, it's going to be this one. It's going to stop loss is a better entry. that's
interesting. Okay. How are we going to make this happen? How are we going to make
no,
tattoo?
I should have never said that, Andre. You're going to take that one.
No, internet's forever. The internet is forever. So now
stop loss is a better entry. Doesn't matter who you are. It's usually the case if you're a day trader. Feels like that. I mean, look, we just ran. Like if you were long, right? You can imagine that could have easily ran traders with stops that put their stop loss below that pivot and then just right back up. So let's see if we're going to do the same. I mean, we did it here earlier in the NASDAQ, right? We just barely broke through that level of resistance and then reversed. And I mean, lower low, higher high. Do we come back up and make a higher high? That expanding formation. It's not a great one, but
I agree. Clip that.
Tough market. Tough market.
You want to clip that, Dakota?
Don't clip that.
No, they said they're clipping it. Thank you, James. Again, that's the live feed of the cabinet meeting from Washington, D.C. That's the Department of Interior speaking. Thank you for that, James. Nothing market moving just yet. NASDAQ might be grinding here to those session highs. About 12 points to go, 13 points to go. From there, ES also continue to grind this thing higher. Dow as well. Gold upticking to 34.32.
We've got our crude oil just settled a few minutes ago. We have our official sentiment price in crude oil, $63.25 a barrel, down $1.55 today, down 2.4% on the day in crude.
Interesting. President didn't want to see it under 60. I believe so. Did he mention that? Does not want to see it under 60 or does? It goes back and forth there.
I think he wants to see it under 60.
Under 60.
Here we go.
Okay.
Thank you about the rip.
Here we
these
go.
50s?
It's moving here. Yeah, 10 points to go, 9 points to go. Anything on the ladder?
Trying.
Yes, it is.
We are.
We'll grind higher here at ES as well. 2 points or 2 ticks from the highs there. Will NASDAQ get there? Nothing on the tilt, but we do have that delta growing. Positive delta. We're about to make some new highs in the ES.
Popping
What's
stops.
Dakota gonna give away tonight?
What's
Here we
Dakota
go.
Not yet, man. Don't jinx this. Don't jinx this. I'm not superstitious.
Don't jinx it, he says.
A little stitious.
Little resistance here again.
Yeah, it's looking strong. It's looking like it wants to. Those 556 3/4.
Stars coming in, delta growing, lifting offers, right? That positive delta. So what does that mean? It means there are aggressive market orders coming in and just buy. Regardless of what the price is, they just want to buy. And as we've seen that grow, they're lifting offers and aggressively as well and continue to do more so. That means there's more where that came from. Even though we're up at the highs, session highs in the ES, the buyers continue to step in and up at this price. So there is a little bit of conviction up here. We'll see how that plays out for the next 80 minutes or so as we go into Power Hour. Again, we got Dolby, myself, and John London joining us in Power Hour. Right now, we're going to see if we can go tap on some new session highs in the NASDAQ because Dakota said no chance.
I never said no chance.
I know.
Yeah. We'll see. We're not there yet. What time is it? I was gonna say I have time on my side. But 20 minutes is a long time for us to stay below.
It's got to happen during. It's got to happen during this.
Yeah.
It can't happen after this segment. Is that what you're saying? It's got to happen in the next 20 minutes.
I'm a theta kind of guy, JD. So option expires.
Understood.
Option expires in 20 minutes. Strike price is 56 3/4.
56 3/4. 10 points away.
Points away indeed.
How many of you out there are trading in live accounts? Is it worth it for you?
No.
Yeah, I mean,
where's the Top Step?
It was a joke. This is not trading advice. This is not trading advice. Yes. Throw up the disclaimer.
Watching these things move might not be president speaking right now. Let's just see what his final remarks may be. Let's bring that audio in, see what if we're going to wrap this up or he's got some things to say.
Talking about Cook right now. A couple of Cook headlines just coming out.
Okay, great. Let's bring that in if we have it. See, push it higher here.
Oh.
Trump on
that look frozen.
People who are 100% on board. Trump, Fed's Cook seems to have had infraction. We're prepared for a legal fight. This is coming from the cabinet meeting. New highs in the ES just printed 64.67. Dow closing. I'm sorry, NASDAQ getting there. 9 points. 9 points to go.
There's Hoag. Hoag in the chat.
Thank you, Hoag. 2 ticks from new highs in the ES.
Yep.
We're still out 9 points here in the NASDAQ. But it's looking strong into the 50s.
Yes, new highs.
Yes.
Come on, NASDAQ. You can do it.
This market
was
just
a minor grab. No new high.
No new high yet.
Okay, here we go. We need people who are 100% above board. Speaking about the Fed.
We're trying. We're not getting a sell off or pullback. So that's just looking. If we can't go down.
That was the teeniest little liquidity grab above 50 there.
I see that. Mm-hmm.
Just like that.
We've got 19 minutes. 19 minutes, chat.
19 minutes. I think we're going to get there. We'll see. Again, we'll keep an eye on those headlines while we try to get that. The president's remarks from the cabinet meeting back in here. Here we go. We got Trump. We're getting along very well with China. And China respects us again.
All right.
50 on the tilt.
That's not enough to break it.
Not yet.
Is this a cheap short? Is that the question? I mean, since we got on during power players, this thing's just went straight up, right? Look at that 5-minute candles. Just every 5 minutes, just straight up. We had one little 5-minute hiccup right there, little consolidation and pullback, and we broke through. But every 5 minutes during power players, we've been going higher, marching higher. This is a big resistance level, daily resistance.
It is indeed.
1 minute trigger in entry zone, 570s to 600s. Yeah, I'm liking the long side.
You are liking the long side? Okay, sounds good.
Yeah, I do like the long side. It's just, if you're not in it, it's hard to get into the market, right? You want to see some type of a pullback, maybe back down to these lower 30s, maybe for kind of a buy a pullback type situation.
Sounds good. Sorry, so 2-point pullback in the ES here. 2-point pullback, look at 64.66. See if we can we get to high of day highs, session highs at the NASDAQ. Almost got there. Dakota's saying, I'm going to get a 10.
Nvidia did.
All right. Yes. Trump here. I have good people for Fed's Cook replacement. I have somebody in mind. This is going to turn into Apprentice. This is going to be absolutely fascinating. Bring out
Stacking the Fed. There we go.
Yeah. They're cutting rates. Currently, they're pricing in. I know. Look, how many rate cuts this year? Perhaps to not certainly, about an 87% probability of a 25 basis point cut for that September 17th meeting. Again, there's 2 more meetings after that. That would be October 29th and December 10th. See if it's going to get just 1 cut, 2 cuts, or 3 cuts here in 2025.
I like the idea of two quarter-point cuts.
If the president gets his way, we'll definitely get 2, if not 3.
Yeah, it's long ways.
Yeah,
like 1 month worth of data seems like it's forever. It's a lot. Things change week by week so dramatically. Yeah, Nvidia broke through session highs. Amazon looking to turn green now. Tesla's green. Things are looking to the long side, looking pretty good.
Yeah. Pull up a daily chart. And you'll see why. Everyone wants to get long. We got gold grinding higher here, 34.32. $5 off the highs there. Hey, yes, just printed new highs, 64.68.
Deanna, if you are still in the chat, did you cover that gold trade that you had on during lunchbox trading? Deanna's been long gold all day.
Oh, really?
Oh, that was one heck of a trade then. Gold's been ripping. Let's take a look at that. I know last night during slow markets, I was eyeballing some long golds. I mean, this was still holding into a long. I like longs even up here, right? We had this rounding bottom pattern, right? Where we started to make a double bottom, higher low, higher low. We had these equal highs right here. And we just broke through those, 34.26s, broke through new high, came back, pull back, maybe kind of a cup and handle, and boom, there we go. Little John Madden.
Yep, boom. Speaking of the president,
I tried it.
We will have we got a slot coming out here. We will have a majority shortly on the Fed. We might switch Myron to another longer term Fed spot. Interest rates must come down for housing costs. There you go.
Side note, Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce have officially announced their engagement on Instagram. So that means it's real. If it's on the Insta, you know it's real.
It's
on the Insta.
Indeed. We got that delta continue to grow here in the ES, now plus 6,000. Again,
all right, we're coming off those highs.
Yeah, we got John London, Dolby, and myself in Power Hour next. Will they continue to grind this thing higher? Will the
We have
buyers in the ES want to step in here?
we have 12 minutes left. 12 minutes left of the session.
I see you, Luca. I'm with you. Almost there. Almost there. 12 minutes indeed. Dakota, anyone joining you on Slow Markets today? What can they expect when they tune in at 7:30 p.m.
man.
Central Time on Topstep TV? I believe you go lone
Man.
wolf on Tuesdays.
Yep, lone wolf on Tuesdays, but it's been one hell of a week, Andre. I'm doing a strategy builder this week. Started Sunday night. What we're doing, and I know you could appreciate this, JD. I love doing this. Going through how to build a trading strategy, a trading plan from scratch, putting it onto a
nice.
Google Sheets, like a document, putting it in black and white. Too many traders that I know that I talk to that are new or even some experience, they just try and keep too much in their head, right? And then you ask them, hey, what's your plan? And then they have a hard time articulating it, and then just getting it on paper. A lot of traders don't realize that how important it is to just write it down, get it in front of you. You could read it right before you start, get a pre-market routine, understand your risk management, you go through, make adjustments. I'm a firm believer of what gets measured gets improved. If you can't measure it, you can't improve it. And I've dedicated 30 minutes each night, Sunday night through Thursday night this week. It's all recorded on Topstep's YouTube. And yeah, man, it's been a good one. And we're only halfway through. So tonight it's just me, and we're going to continue it. 30 minutes tonight. We're going at it again. We're about halfway through, and by the end, which is Thursday night, we'll have a polished up document, reviewed, final draft, and answering questions along the way.
I got to ask you about that.
Can't wait.
What is this a Dakota trading plan, right? Right, you're getting back to the basics, right? Getting back on the horse. Is this a Dakota trading plan or just a general template for all traders?
So it's a little bit of both, right? It's a little bit of both. It's not saying, hey, this is my trading plan, follow this, because that would be wrong, but it's how to build one out. And then basing it off of like the way that I view like a pullback by the dip type of setup. But we're going over a lot in depth. We're going over risk management. We're going over like a pre-market routine. Like, what do you do before? Do you eat? For me, I have to have breakfast before I start trading. If not, I get, it's hard for me to focus, fuel for the brain. I got to make sure I use the bathroom before I start trading, because I don't want to be in a big position, need to run to the bathroom and come back especially during fast markets. Make sure you're getting good amount of sleep, your eating habits, this, just going into detail, right? Some of the stuff that you don't really pay attention to. When we say practice like an athlete, that's what it means. You don't just go into the day, half-ass it, and then realize, man, I could have performed better if I would have actually got a decent night's sleep. Or, I'm hungry, I'm not feeling good, you're feeling drowsy, or you get in the middle of a trade, you have to run to the bathroom, you come back, and something happened that you missed. So there's a lot that goes to it. And the same with professional athlete, right? They pay attention to those things. I mean, we have lots of traders that we've talked to, and Alex Ferreira, one of them, right? He has a nice routine. 10 blueberries, right? 10 blueberries. Goes through that pre-market routine. Make sure, eliminating as many variables as you can to improve that consistency.
Absolutely. Trying to make it as mechanical as possible. You said anything that can't be measured can't be improved, Dakota?
No, so it's the way it is. It's what can be measured gets improved, right? What can be measured can be improved. What can't be measured can't be improved, right? So in order to improve something, you have to be able to measure it, right? Because you don't know if it's improving, you don't know what to improve. And same with the statistics, right? If you can't show consistent statistics and you can't measure it, like, what's my risk reward? Well, if you don't know what your risk reward is, then you can't improve it. So what gets measured gets improved, and that's with all aspects in life.
I like that. So where can I get that?
Good.
Well, I'll tell you where you get that. Slow Market, 7:30 p.m. Central Time here on Topstep TV. While we're at it, click subscribe, click thumbs up, click bell if you'd be so kind. On the march to 179,000 subscribers. And they're closer and closer and seeing a little bit. Is this a dip? Is this a pullback? Is this a sell-off? Stay tuned to find out what those.
Maybe
look at gold.
Dakota, you said you're going to be sharing this document with everybody. Is that what you said?
Yeah. Tune into Slow Markets. We're building this document, and at the end of it, we'll have a polished document that we'll
You
go.
know what I'm going to do? I'm going to
and-
reach out to our creative team, see if this is a good idea for a little ebook or something like that.
Yeah, I mean for $9.99, JD.
If you're up for it.
Oh wow, walking,
I'm joking.
walking.
No, this
I
is
love it.
this zero cost. I do this because I love it. I'm doing this week for the traders, and I've already got some amazing feedback from the community. It's not going to charge. Why the heck would you charge for this kind of stuff? I understand why some people might charge for some of this information, but like I'm in this to see these traders continue to improve. It's only fair.
A little bit of bop, a little bit of a bop, a little bit of a dip buying right there. A couple more minutes here on power
7 minutes.
players.
7
We
minutes.
got power players. Power players. We got. Don't forget. We got power hour with Dolby Time and John London. His take. That guy knows his economics, policy adjustments. His take on what is going on right now. Dakota, I think you're going to get saved by the bell here.
I know.
We're going to make
I know.
session highs here in the NASDAQ trading 23,544. We got the ES trading 64.66 half in the ES. Gold has keep creeping higher, about $4 from the highs, 34.33. Crude has just been lulled to sleep, about 17 cents off the lows there, 63.30 last trade. Okay. Let's see if the cabinet meeting is going on. We're going to jump off early, really quick. Let's get set up for power hour if that sounds good. Dakota, we're going to see you in slow markets later on this evening. With that being said, power hour coming up next. London, Dolby, Dre. Ooh, how about that? Topstep TV. Let's go. We are still on. Here we go. This thing we might. All right, we're still on here, Dakota. Let's do this. Can we take a trade?
Market's not breaking the session high, so I think I'm saved. I got like 5.5 minutes. I was nervous, man. We went straight there too.
Market says nope. You get back here, so we can see if we can keep pushing this thing higher. Dakota's discount. If we make highs today, if we make highs in this in between power players and power,
it's like an option, man. Like an option, right? We got exactly 5 minutes session highs. I mean, we're only 10 points away, so it could go. Best case scenario, right at that number, like right at what 2 p.m. Then we bounce.
Oh.
For me, best case scenario for me. Best case scenario for the chat. We break through the session highs right now. We're getting close though.
Yes, we are. 2 ticks away. Yes, might do it. I think NASDAQ might do it right now. Please happen right now.
Into the 50s.
There we go. New highs. ES. New highs. I'm guessing that Delta is growing. Look at this. Stance. Stop.
Oh no, it's going, huh? 51s. We're just 6 points away.
Huh? Yes, we are about 6 points away indeed.
Can I just get off air?
6 points indeed. 23,550 last trade.
Yeah, we got 4 minutes. 4 minutes for 4 points, 5 points.
Can we get this happening right here? Gold has pulled back just a little bit. We're gonna do it right now. Right? We get it. Here we go.
We're going for it too.
5 points away. 23,550.
It's gonna do it right at the top of the hour too.
John London, welcome aboard. John London now in the house with us jumping on a moving train. What is up, John London? We got power players. We got power hour all in one. What is up, John London? We are cooking. That is not John Doherty. It's all good.
Hold on, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, man.
Okay, what's up, guys?
Dude, how are you?
I'm doing good, man. I'm doing good. Watching the market, ready for Nvidia earnings tomorrow. You know, GDP later this week, inflation data. So it's been a entertaining week for sure. But
yes, it has.
And it's just getting
we can
started.
break highs.
It's just getting started. Yeah, tomorrow's when the fireworks start to happen. Tomorrow after the bell, at the buzzer. Coach Jay, nonetheless. It's gonna be good. Good setup for the rest of this week. We're watching these markets, man. I put a bet out there. I said if the market makes new session highs before the top of the hour, I would do a giveaway on Instagram. We got 2 minutes left, and we're like 5 points away. We're edging this.
Oh, we are.
This
Okay,
is how it is
we
in
are.
options.
Hey, hold on. Can we get there?
Uh-oh.
We're gonna jump off really quick. We're gonna go do a quick line change here. John London, you sit tight. You sit tight, John London. We'll be right back. Dakota, we'll see you on Slow Market, 7:30 p.m. Central Time. Let's come right back. Let's get Dolby Time in here as well.